of the supplies. 3 of the men had shot at deer while surveying the west side of the island. Already skinned and gutted, it slowly spun on a homemade spit over a roaring bonfire. Smaller fires were scattered on the nearby beach, some occupied, some burning low to embers and left abandoned. The sun slipped beneath the rise of the volcano, turning the gunmetal sky dark granite and then to deep black when it disappeared behind the island. From horizon to horizon, a billion twinkling lights stared down at the beach. A tiny sliver of moon crept through the sky, but the majesty of the night belonged entirely to the stars. They winked overhead, scattered like diamonds thrown across the inky fabric of space, the carpet of time. How many of those stars were already extinguished? Were they only seeing ghosts, spectral flashes that had already passed from the universe? There was something there in that thought that Sergey couldn't quite put his finger on. Something about time passing, and the end of all things, death, and what was left behind, unsaid, undone. And, always, there was Sasha. He never thought much about the stars before Sasha. They were there, pretty to look at, political once he had moved into Russian politics. Space was a place where nations could further extend themselves. Russia and the United States always pushing for more. Russia's space program hadn't been as grand as it once was for decades, but it was there, and he'd kept up with their advances, signed leases with other countries to blast their rockets into orbit, cut ribbons at a new launch pad, welcomed home Russian cosmonauts from their tours at the International Space Station. Sasha always looked up at the stars. He'd wanted to be a cosmonaut before his Air Force career came to a bloody, violent end. Serve Russia in space, proudly wear the Russian flag on his sleeve as he lived aboard the International Space Station. Fly a ship into space, even. What had he thought? Staring up at the stars over Moscow, over the Kremlin, knowing that his dreams had come to an end. What color, what shape, what form did his pain, his anguish, take? Had he ever mourned for the life he had lost? Had he felt like Sergey had felt, bereft and broken, lamenting the loss of a life he hadn't even lived? All of the what-ifs and the hopes, the dreams and the fantasies gone forever with finality's severing blow, a finite slash across their lives. But Sasha was alive. He was still alive. Maybe one day he could become a cosmonaut. Perhaps he still could fly into space. His Air Force career had been exemplary before the attack, his work at the Kremlin after even more so. Why could he not follow his dreams again? Could Sergey follow his? Could he cross the sand, sit beside Sasha in front of the fire, and confess everything to him? Despite all of his fears and everything stacked up against him, could he speak aloud what lived in his heart? He'd probably be shot down, sent crashing to the earth like a fighter squaring off against Sasha in his MiG. Why was Sasha even single? He was brilliant and beautiful, eye-catching like a priceless jewel cut from a forbidden gem, caring, loyal, dedicated. Sasha had no business being single, and Sergey had no business thinking he was the man who could change that. But he had to face this. Had to confront what had grown in his soul and what he had only realized when Sasha had ripped himself away from Sergey's side. The ache from that, from Sasha's leaving, still festered. The scab on the bottom of his heart. He'd survived a career in the cutthroat FSB, survived Putin's regime, worked his way up through the deranged and deadly ranks of Russian politics, and completed an anti-corruption purge decades in the making. He'd never been a coward before. He wouldn't start now. Slowly, he made his way across the beach, his boots digging into the fog-damp, dark sand. His men were scattered around the fires, some already snoring, others staying up and relishing in the simplicity of nothing. Finally, they were at rest, at least for the next few hours. They were safe on this island at the end of Russia, practically at the end of the world. Even Scott had parked himself beside a circle of low embers and fallen asleep, wrapped up in his jacket, with his arms crossed over his chest. His snores bounced over the old base, snorts that could rival a bear. Jack and Ethan were lounging together at a fire farther down the beach. and through the flickering flames he spotted Jack's brilliant smile and saw him tip his head back, laughing at something Ethan had said. Ethan, too, seemed relaxed in a way Sergey had never seen, leaning on his side and propped up on his elbow, gazing at Jack like Sasha stared at the stars, with wonder, with adoration, with raw, aching love. And Sasha sat alone, huddled close to his own fire, as he gazed upward. Sergey had no idea what to say. His heart thundered as he moved closer, a physical ache against his ribs. He must be trying to escape. What was he thinking? He couldn't do this. Breathe. He kept walking, slipping through the sand until he hovered in front of Sasha's fire. Slowly, Sasha's gaze lowered to rest on him. He stared, silent. How did he even begin? Sasha, he started, grunting through his clenched teeth. He tried to clear it and looked away. He couldn't hold Sasha's ice-blue gaze any longer. Those eyes were going to cut out his heart. Sasha, we need to talk, he finally managed. We do not, Sasha rumbled. I know my place. I know what I did was wrong. I will not ask anything from you other than this. Please, let me keep fighting for you, Sergey. For your Russia. What you did. He frowned and then sank to his knees in the sand beside the fire, just out of Sasha's reach. Do you mean kissing me, or do you mean leaving? Sasha frowned and cocked his head to one side. He blinked. I will never apologize for doing what is right for you. We needed that intelligence. I had to make that flight. There could have been another way. Scowling, Sergey fisted his hands in the muddy sand, clenched rough grains in his palms. He felt them slip through his fingers, cold and damp. Some other way that did not involve you risking your life. We could have done this together. Sasha looked away quickly. No. My way was best. It had to be done. Sasha. Please. Sergey clamped his lips shut with a sigh, and stared at Sasha's profile in the flickering firelight. Orange flames danced over his pale skin, casting him like a golden god from an ancient myth. His shoulders rose and fell faster than before, the only sign of Sasha's nerves. He could be like a statue sometimes. So, you are saying kissing me was what you did wrong? He watched Sasha carefully, almost frantically. There. Sasha's jaw clenched, the muscles from his temple to his neck straining, bulging outward, his pulse leaped, bounding beneath his jaw. He shook his head. It will not happen again. The words wouldn't come. Sergey wanted to shout, bellow at the top of his lungs what was in his head and his heart, but what he felt couldn't be translated into words, and when he tried, everything got choked in the hollow of his throat. Now was the time to act, to say something. What if... He hesitated. What if I want it to happen again? Sasha froze, going so still, so suddenly. Sergey wondered if time had stopped, if the earth had ceased its rotation. Sergey tried to breathe, but his lungs wouldn't work, and he mouthed over old air as he struggled for something, anything to say. He'd made a mistake. He'd made a terrible mistake. Between one blink and the next, Sasha moved, twisting and turning to Sergey. He quivered, his entire body a wordless question. His wide eyes darted over Sergey, from the sand beneath his knees to his burning gaze. His hands clenched as his jaw hung open, speechless in a way Sasha never was. Beneath his borrowed black undershirt, his chest heaved, rising and falling in a too-fast rhythm. After you left, Sergey stumbled, and he cursed under his breath. His hands dug into the damp sand again, fisting around grains that slithered away from him. You changed everything, Sasha. What you did... His breath blasted from him. I have been a coward my whole life. I hid from what I could have felt, burying it until I forgot I even was capable of this. I forced myself to not think it. Never, not ever. And then you came along, and I did not even know that everything within me had changed. You were like the final piece of a puzzle I never knew I was building. I did not even know it was complete until you left, and everything came apart. Swallowing, Sergey tried to get a grip on his rambling. He wasn't making sense. He took a breath. Jack calls it bisexual, he said slowly. He says that is what I am, how I feel that I can love both. He glanced up, finding Sasha's gaze. Sasha looked absolutely devastated. Sergey felt a punch to his gut, a brutal blow that knocked the air from his lungs and made him dizzy, made his ears ring like an alarm had gone off inside his skull. He was wrong. Jack was wrong. Sasha didn't feel that way for him. No, Sasha breathed. No, Sergey, you cannot. It is impossible. You cannot be this way. His voice rose until he was begging, pleading for Sergey to take it back. Not you. Please, not you, Sergey. What are you saying? I cannot love another man? No, you cannot. Sasha ran his hands through his hair, gripping the blonde strands as he groaned. You are the president. You are our country's only hope. You are the one who can bring us out of the dark ages, fix everything, give us a new country and a real place in the world. You give me too much power. No, I do not. You already purged the corrupt oligarchs. No one has been able to do this, and you did. You are bringing equality to Russia, the promise that all Russians are safe in your nation. These are things Russia needs. He swallowed hard. You must take back Moscow, and you must throw out Moroshkin in this rebellion, and then you will lead us again, Sergey, further into the future. If that happens, it must happen. If that happens, then I want you by my side. He held out his hand, reaching for Sasha. With me. Sasha's jaw dropped again. His eyes went glassy, a shine that fractured the blue in his gaze. You cannot be weak. They will eat you alive, he whispered. Moroshkin built his followers by claiming you and Jack were too close. They joked about you and him as lovers, and it was not even true. What do you think they would do to you if you really were with another man? You cannot be weak. Weak? Sergey tried to laugh, shaking his head. I am already weak, weakened by cowardice, by shame, by want. He stared into Sasha's wet gaze. I broke when you left. A part of me flew off into the skies with you, and I want that back. I already love you, Sasha. I'm already weakened by these feelings. I want to be strong again. He turned his hand over in the sand, palm up, and slid it toward Sasha. Strong. With you. Sergey, we can do all these things together. We can bring Russia into the future, side by side. There is more work to be done, yes, and we can do it. You're deluded by Jack. Russia is not America. If you are in love with a man, they will never accept you, never let you be president. You could never do what needs to be done. Sasha shook his head, snarling. Russia will never accept you and me. You are wrong. Desperation colored his voice, made his words shake. This was not at all what he had imagined would happen, not even close. I am not wrong. I know how little our country accepts men like me, Sergey. His voice turned sharp, cutting. Sergey scooted forward until he was right in front of Sasha. Tell me this one thing, Sasha. Do not hide behind duty and loyalty. You will tell me the truth. Do you care about me at all? Or is this just a way to push me off, this talk of Russia and her future, all of her needs? Sasha reached for him with one shaking hand, resting his palm against Sergey's thin face. Sasha was warm, his hand rough. You can build a new future for us all. Make Russia a true home for people like me. This is no small thing. He trembled as he touched Sergey and let out a breath, almost a gasp. And I care for you so deeply that it hurts. Then, reaching out with both hands, Sergey clasped Sasha's face, bringing him close until their foreheads touched, rubbing together. Sasha, please. Please. Everything in him ached for Sasha, yearned for the man, for the connection he could feel quivering just beneath their skin, electric zings where they touched. He wanted to know and be known, love and be loved, hold Sasha, and face the future together. Please, he whispered. Sasha squeezed his eyes closed and shook his head, his cheeks brushing Sergey's palms. Russia needs you to be. Then let us leave. As soon as Madigan is dead, and Moroshkin too, we will go far away, where it can be just you and me. Nothing can come between us. A lone tear slipped down Sasha's cheek. It crashed into Sergey's thumb, sliding down his skin. Russia needs you, Sasha breathed again. And I will not be the man who took away Russia's best hope for her future. Who took you away? His hands rose and covered Sergey's. Russia needs you. I am nothing compared to all of that. Sergey's heart screamed, burned to its core with anguish and agony. Fault lines appeared in his soul, cracks that went all the way through him, through his past and his present, and stretched into his future. The choices in his life had led to this moment, and he'd do anything to make it different. Anything to change the world and all the fates and allow the two of them to close the gap between their shaking lips and steal another kiss for themselves. One kiss from Sasha was all he would ever have. His eyes slipped closed and his hands fell from Sasha's cheeks. He fell forward, pitching into Sasha, and ended up pressing his face into Sasha's shoulder, his chest. His lungs burned, and he heaved, trying to drag in breath after breath. All he did was pull Sasha's exquisite, indefinable scent deep within his soul. Musk, cold air, and the glow of the stars over Moscow, painted and brushed over his body. Sasha's arms wound around him, dragging him closer, pulling him flush against his body as he lay back on the sand. Side by side, almost intertwined, Sasha pressed his lips to Sergey's hair in an open-mouthed moan. It was almost a kiss, aside from the groan, the wave of pain falling from Sasha. Sergey wrapped his arms around Sasha's waist, finally stroking the body he'd dreamed of ever since Sasha had left his side. Strength, so much strength, wrapped in layers of soft cotton and starched blue canvas, hardened muscles shaking beneath his palms. Sasha's thighs gripped him, wrapped between and around his legs, and held him fast, his hips pressed against Sergey's stomach, and... "Oh, I should go," Sergey whispered. He had no right to feel Sasha's body like this, or maybe he should stay, endure the torture of having who he loved so close and yet unreachable. "I should not yet, Sergey." Another open-mouthed press and another mournful moan. "It is selfish," Sasha breathed over his hair. "But let me hold you for one night." One kiss, one night, in Sasha's arms. He turned his face into Sasha's chest and breathed in, reliving every memory he had of the two of them together, every smile, every laugh, every single moment of crystalline happiness. One night beneath the stars. Chapter 28. Simashur Island, Okhotsk Sea. You can't see anything like this in D.C. Jack sat on the sand, his arms wrapped around his knees, and stared up into the night sky. It's breathtaking. Ethan gazed at Jack. Yes, it is. Starlight and firelight painted diamonds over Jack, carving brilliance over his cheekbones and curling around his smile. Flickers of flame danced up his skin like the fires in Ethan's heart, his soul coming alive and caressing his lover. A river of stars stretched overhead, and the black ocean reflected their glimmer, an endless wash of sparkling perfection. The whole world seemed to revolve around this one point, this one island. Somewhere far away, distant decisions placed the world's fate on a deadly axis, but there, on the sand-strewn beach beneath the jewel-studded sky, Ethan saw only perfection. His heart burned, searing in his chest, suddenly too large for the cage of his body. Jesus, he loved Jack. He'd never known it was possible to love someone this deeply, this entirely. His whole world had been remade, and even himself reborn into a new man, a man who shared half a life and half of his soul with the one person who meant everything. With Jack. He reached for the pocket on the front of his jacket, dipped his fingers within, and touched 2 rings, sitting over his heart. They'd survived everything, finding each other through the winding paths of each of their lives, accepting the spark and growing their friendship, and then their love, protecting that from the world, protecting each other from the world. How many times could they have called it quits, thrown in the towel, said it was too much, too strange, too difficult to be in love with each other? They'd kept going, kept loving, in spite of it all. And then Jack had tripped over Madigan's hate, over a grenade dropped in his heart in the shape of his dead wife. It was the perfect attack. Resurrect an unfinished piece of Jack's life, a hole in his heart that hadn't had the chance to mend, but the trap had failed. Faced with Leslie again, Jack had finally found the closure he had been robbed of, discovered the hole in his heart had been filled with healing, with Ethan. I'm not the same man who married her, Jack had breathed earlier, resting in Ethan's arms as the sun set on the cold sand. I'm someone new. What I dream for is different. Who I love has changed. What I want more than anything else in the world is to be with you. Forever. No matter what. He held Ethan's hand while they watched the fire burn, watching the logs turn to cinder and ash. Once, I wanted her back. I wanted her back from the dead like magic, but that was a selfish dream. I would never wish that on her, or anyone, captured and held for so many years. No, it's better that she's gone at peace. I loved her and we were good together. But in the end, she gave me the greatest gift of all, the confidence to start down the path that led me to you. Facing Leslie had revealed to Jack that his love for Ethan truly was bone deep, something that lived and breathed in his soul, something that couldn't be broken and couldn't end. He'd said, I was never more certain of anything in my life than coming back to you, choosing you, Ethan, over everything. It was Ethan's turn. Time to show Jack just how deeply he felt, how much Jack meant to him, and what he dreamed for the two of them, every single moment. Fears he'd once had melted away, slithering from his heart and his soul like mist burned away by the sun. There was nothing in the world that could stop their love. Nothing at all. He slipped the smaller ring from his pocket, palming it before Jack saw. It had dulled a bit, bouncing across 2 continents. The black titanium had smudges from his fingers where he turned the rings over and over, imagining their future, but the diamonds gleamed, a perfect circle all the way around the band. An eternity circle, for a love without end. Jack grinned down at him, catching Ethan's stare. I meant the stars are breathtaking, he teased. A flush crept over his cheeks and stretched down his neck. I know. Ethan smiled. He lay on his side, propped up on one elbow beside Jack. You're just more so to me. Jack laughed. Ethan reached for him, for his left hand, and gently pulled Jack's fingers to his lips, pressing a lingering kiss to his knuckles. How was it possible to feel this much love for someone? His heart felt like 10 hearts, or 1,000, all beating as one, all burning incandescent with love for Jack. He rested his cheek on the backs of Jack's fingers, breathing him in. He pulled back and looked into Jack's eyes, stared into his soul, slipped the ring onto Jack's finger slowly. Marry me, he breathed. Marry me, Jack. Shock slammed into Jack, seeming to snap through him like a bolt of lightning. His eyes blew wide and his jaw dropped, and he gasped, a ragged pull of shaking breath. His hand clenched down on Ethan, squeezing tight. His gaze flicked from the ring to Ethan and back again. Ethan? He choked on his words, and his lips moved soundlessly, struggling to speak. Ethan, he whispered, his voice cracking. Ethan, my God. Jack tumbled sideways, crashing into Ethan on the sand. He tore his hand from Ethan's hold and grasped his face, cupping his cheeks and brushing their noses together. Yes, 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 he breathed, his voice wavering. 1,000 times yes, Ethan. Ethan pressed his lips to Jack's and tasted salt as Jack moaned into the kiss. Jack's hands wound around Ethan's head, gripping him like he was afraid Ethan would disappear. Where did you... Jack tried to say in between kissing Ethan non-stop. How did you get a ring? Smiling, Ethan brushed his thumb over Jack's cheek, chasing away a tear. I had them made before Sochi. I've carried them with me since. Jack curled forward, pressing his forehead against Ethan's. Ethan. Shh. Ethan kissed his eyes, his cheeks. That's the past. And we're stronger for it. Our love has been tested by fire. Nothing can tear us apart. Not now. Jack shook his head. Not ever. I never want to be without you. Ethan kissed the ring that rested on Jack's finger. "You never will." Jack beamed, his face brightening like spring bursting over a winter wasteland. He squinted at Ethan and cocked his head to one side. "You said you had them made?" "I had a set made. I thought they could be wedding rings. I wanted them to match. I want to wear the same rings." "Do you have the second ring?" "Yours?" Ethan nodded, and he pulled it out of his pocket. Jack plucked it from his fingers. He reached for Ethan's left hand as he kneeled, balanced on one knee, grinning his 1,000-watt smile. "Ethan Reichenbach," he started, his eyes glittering. "I love you more than I can ever say. Will you make me the happiest man who's ever lived? Will you be my husband? Will you marry me?" Ethan thought he'd experienced the absolute height of happiness moments before when Jack had said yes, but a whole new joy burst through him at Jack's words, a new light that raced through his veins and set up a home in his heart. Perfection. Certainty. Nothing was as right as this moment. He tried to speak, but his throat closed and his eyes watered. He nodded, pressing his lips together when Jack slid his ring onto his finger. Jack clasped his hands, threading their fingers together. Both rings gleamed, matching promises for the whole world to see. They met in the middle, lips caressing slowly as their bodies slid together. Jack melted into him, and Ethan laid him back on the sand, covering Jack's body with every inch of his own. Time fell away as they kissed, as their bodies molded together a perfect fit. Ethan slid his hand down to Jack's hip, squeezing. "Into the sleeping bag," he breathed, kissing down Jack's neck. "I'm not giving those subs a free show." Jack chuckled, his breath stuttering at Ethan's nibble on his neck. "Make love to me." He ran his nose up Jack's neck, breathing in his scent and sucking at his earlobe the curve of his jaw. "Are you sure?" Ethan had taken Jack multiple times now, but Jack hadn't taken Ethan since they'd been back at the White House. "I love it," Jack breathed, like he was confessing. "I love having you inside me. Love when you make love to me. I want it all the time. Want you all the time." Fuck, he nearly came at Jack's words, shivering from the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet. His cock, already rock-hard, throbbed, begging for Jack's body. He'd make love to Jack every day, every hour, if he could, worship at Jack's body for the rest of his life, make him scream with pleasure, shiver and shake and tremble apart, delirious from their love-making. They scooted into the sleeping bag, ditching boots and shirts and pants in a haphazard array, leaving them lying in the sand like flagrant evidence. Ethan snaked a tube of lotion he had swiped from the supplies Anderson had given them from the pocket of his pants. Jack rolled on top, straddling Ethan and rocking his hips, his hard cock pressed against Ethan's. Ethan's hands roamed over Jack, into the curve of his lower back, and grabbed his ass, squeezing his cheeks. He dipped his fingers within Jack's cleft, stroking over his puckered hole. Jack moaned, sucked on Ethan's bottom lip, and pushed his ass into Ethan's hands. Lightning crackled through him, burning him from the inside. He popped the top of the lotion and squeezed a dollop into his palm. He tried to warm it, but the lotion was cold when it hit Jack's skin. "Sorry," he breathed. Jack shook his head and spread his legs, bowed his back. A shiver snaked up Jack's spine. "Keep going." In minutes, Jack was panting, hanging his head between his shoulders as he hovered above Ethan's lap. Ethan's fingers disappeared inside Jack's body, kneading and stretching his asshole as his balls quivered, tickling against Ethan's own. He rubbed his cock over Jack's slick hole, sliding over his opening over and over. Each time Jack shivered and his eyes rolled back, the top of the sleeping bag clung to Jack's sweaty, shaking shoulders. "Roll over, love." Ethan kissed Jack's chest, nibbling on his skin. Jack slid off, and they shimmied into position, Jack lying on his front, propped up on his elbows as he arched his back, his ass offered up just for Ethan. He spread his thighs as wide as they could go in the sleeping bag. Ethan's eyes nearly crossed, nearly whited out with static, bells ringing in his ears. They'd never made love this way. He'd never taken Jack from behind, and Jack had never taken him this way. He loved kissing Jack when they made love, loved Jack's legs wrapping around him, feeling the soft hairs on his thighs grip his sides, loved wrapping his own legs around Jack, loved riding Jack and Jack riding him, feeling Jack's hands slide over his chest or disappear into his crotch, stroking Jack when Jack rode him until senseless, rambling mumbles fell from Jack's lips. But Jack was stunning like this. Flushed, clear down the curve of his back, his ass red from Ethan's hands and spread wide, his body trembling. He was open, slick, and waiting for Ethan. Ethan's mouth went dry as he leaned over Jack, gripping his hip when he pressed a shaking kiss to his pale shoulder blade. His cock found Jack's hole, and his thighs pressed against Jack's. Jack rocked back, trying to take him, trying to push Ethan inside him. Ethan nipped at his shoulder. "Slow. I want to feel you spread apart around me." Jack whimpered, his head falling forward. The head of his cock breached Jack, slipping just inside his tight hole. Jack moaned and arched his back again, trying to push, trying to press, and he rubbed his cheek against Ethan's. Ethan kissed his jaw, his neck, his bounding pulse, wrapped one arm around Jack's chest and held him close, Jack's back molded to his chest, his body. He didn't move. He waited, kissing Jack over and over. Slowly, Jack's body swallowed his cock, his hungry ass clenching and pulling Ethan deeper, dragging him within his own body. Ethan's world imploded when he bottomed out, pressed deeper within Jack than he'd ever thought possible. His hands roamed over Jack, from his hips to his chest and up to his hair, mapping his body and keeping them flush and locked together. Jack rocked his hips, slid his ass over Ethan's cock, taking charge as Ethan kissed every inch of Jack's skin he could reach, and then he took over, deep, fluid rolls of his hips into Jack's body. He mouthed over Jack's hair, kissed the curve of his ear, ran his hand up Jack's neck, and turned his head, his fingers grasping Jack's blonde strands as they kissed over Jack's shoulder, sloppy and all tongue. Jack's Adam's apple jutted out from his arched neck in breathless pleas, and Ethan's name mixed with his grunts and groans. Sweat rolled down their skin. Their hot breaths turned the sleeping bag humid, turned the air within the cotton confines an almost scorching heat. There was no hiding what they were doing, not to anyone watching, but the top of the sleeping bag clung to the backs of Ethan's shoulders, keeping them enveloped in their private cocoon. Jack's arms shook, almost violent trembles, while he held them both up. Ethan grabbed his wrists and folded Jack's arms beneath his chest, laying Jack on his front. He went down with Jack, holding him, enveloping him completely. Jack gasped, thrusting his ass back to meet each of Ethan's hot slides. "More," Jack panted. "Harder, Ethan." "Kiss me." Jack twisted, and their lips met, another sloppy, tongue-filled kiss. Ethan lit off like a firework. His hands grasped Jack's hips, and he rested his forehead on Jack's shoulder and thrust into him, hard and deep, harder than he ever had, almost recklessly pounding into Jack. Jack arched his back and wailed, shouting Ethan's name as he shook, as his body trembled, and As his ass clamped down on Ethan's cock, his desperate thrusts, he humped the sleeping bag, rutting wildly into the cotton and the sand beneath. "Ethan! Ethan!" Jack gasped. He felt Jack's orgasm tear through his body, felt the clinch of his ass, the shake and shiver of his muscles as he thrashed and groaned. It kept going, a relentless wave that never stopped. Jack shouted and writhed like a boat rocked on an endless rolling storm, and he backed up on Ethan's cock like he wanted more. Ethan buried his face in Jack's neck and thrust deep, fucking Jack through his own orgasm. Jack squeezed him dry, his clenching ass yanking Ethan's orgasm from him in a blinding wave. He kept moving, kept driving into Jack until they were slick with cum covering their legs, Jack's skin, his skin. He couldn't stop, didn't ever want to stop. He'd make love to Jack forever, live in the juncture of their bodies with him for the rest of their days. Eventually he slowed, but stayed buried within Jack. Jack moaned and kissed Ethan's hair over his shoulder. "Ethan," he breathed. "God, I think they heard that on the subs." Ethan grinned and kissed Jack's shoulder blade, his cheek, and the edge of his wide smile. "I think they heard that in space." Jack arched his back and squeezed his ass around Ethan again. "I can never get enough of you." Ethan kissed the corner of Jack's beaming grin again. "That's a relief. I would hope my fiancée likes our lovemaking." Laughing, Jack wiggled until they separated and then shimmied and squirmed until they were lying side by side, gazing into each other's eyes. His cheeks were flushed, lit by a radiant glow, contentment oozing from his bones. He slid his fingers through Ethan's chest hair. "Jack Spiers, Reichenbach." He sighed. "That sounds good. Really good." Shock jolted Ethan like he'd touched a live wire. His thoughts went sideways, smeared apart, and he stared at Jack, his mouth hanging open. "You want to take my name?" "Of course I do. I want the whole world to know." One thumb brushed over Ethan's nipple. "I want the world to know I'm yours." His eyes gleamed, joyous in the way that he'd been after he'd kissed Ethan on the White House lawn in the back of the ambulance. Proud of Ethan, of their love, of his choices. Happy. So fucking happy. Ethan smiled back until his cheeks burned, aching. "Ethan Spiers, Reichenbach. Sounds good, too," he whispered. "Sounds perfect, love." Still smiling, Jack kissed him, soft and sweet. Their hands rose, cupping cheeks and sliding through sweat-slick hair, their bodies pressed close again. Beside them the fire burned low, turning to smoldering coals as they made their own heat that lasted through the night. In the morning, they grimaced at the sticky mess they'd made. There was no hiding what they had been up to all night long. "We need showers again." Ethan poked his head out of the sleeping bag. Dull fog hung in the pre-dawn air, low over the sand and the beach. Others were rising, huddled around reignited fires and slowly waking up. "Cold salt water is all that's available, love." "I am not Russian enough for that." Ethan managed to drag his scattered clothes into the bag and shimmy into his pants and undershirt. Cold, the uniform clung in all the wrong places, and Jack tried to keep his distance, rolling away as Ethan dressed. Their stomachs ached by the end from laughing. He grabbed a metal bucket from their supplies and filled it with seawater and then brought it back to their campfire. Jack did his best to restart the fire from inside the sleeping bag, poking it with sticks and turning the coals over. Ethan finished the job, and in minutes the fire roared and the bucket of seawater started to steam, resting half in the coals. Jack scrubbed down with the warm salt water first, and then dressed. Ethan stripped, washed, and redressed, right as Scott headed over. "Morning." Scott sipped at his battered tin mug, the same one he had used since they had left the forest in the Volga River Valley. Burned coffee stench hung in the air. "Have a good night?" His eyebrows rose almost to his hairline, and he hid his grin behind his mug. They couldn't keep their guilty smiles contained. Scott snorted. And then he froze, staring at their hands. Wide eyes flicked first to Ethan and then to Jack, and finally he beamed. "Ah, he worked up the nerve to ask." Scott grabbed Ethan and pulled him in for a huge hug, slapping his back. "Proud of you," he murmured into Ethan's ear. "Fucking proud of you." When Scott pulled back, he turned to Jack, offering his congratulations and a handshake. "Congratulations, Mr. President. You're a damn lucky man." He gripped Ethan's shoulder. "This guy is something else." "I am," Jack smiled, laughing at the flush Ethan felt rising on his cheeks. "I really am the luckiest man on the planet." "And don't forget it." Scott's voice was teasing, but his eyes had a sheen to them, a hardness, an unspoken promise. He held Jack's gaze until the moment almost became uncomfortable, and then grinned. "Vasili's up and bitching about breakfast. Come and get your burned coffee and your smoked deer." Captain Anderson sent a boat to pick them up, and the final batch of supplies. They carried the crates up to Alexei as Sergey briefed them on their next mission. The rest of the men, Sergey's resistance, had to carry on, take the boat and go south to Vladivostok. Get into the fallen military city and take control of the naval base. Get in contact with Ilya. Take a plane and supplies to his men and join the fight to retake Moscow. Anton, Alexei, and Vasily nodded and then shook Sergey's hand and brought him in for a back-slapping hug. They said their goodbyes to Sasha next, standing apart from Sergey. Anton grabbed Sasha's face and stared at him, said something in growling Russian that had Sasha closing his eyes. Jack, Ethan, and Scott thanked the men for everything they'd done. There was too much to say and not enough time. Jack promised to visit them in Moscow after they retook the capital, and then it was time to leave. Jack, Ethan, and Scott boarded first, followed by Sasha. Sergey came last after staring at the decrepit base, the rotten wooden beams, and the chipped paint. He stood out on the thin beach, a dark outline as the sun broke over the horizon, turning the foggy sky a sodden steel gray. "Sergey?" Jack called. "Let's go." Nodding, Sergey trudged down to the boat, and Jack got his first real look at Sergey that morning. He opened his mouth and almost reached out, but Sergey headed for the opposite side of the boat, facing the breaking waves and the beating wind as he crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Jack turned to Sasha, trying to find answers. Sasha stood at the bow, his once proud shoulders slumped, his rigid spine buckled almost in half, everything about him screaming defeat. A man beaten down, wounded in his soul. A man who had lost everything. He took in the distance between Sasha and Sergey, the way they orbited around each other like magnets rejecting the attraction, the way they kept their backs to each other as if looking hurt too much, cut too deep. Jack leaned into Ethan and closed his eyes as the boat set off for Honolulu. Captain Anderson pulled them up to the control room, the con, as soon as they boarded. "Our people have been scouring the map Lieutenant Andreev recreated," he said, nodding to Sasha. "There's something else going on up there." "Like what?" Jack frowned. The map Sasha had drawn had been digitized, scanned, and displayed on a dozen computer screens around the room. Red circles surrounded Madigan's drill holes, creating an oval on the ice. "These holes they blew. If these positions are accurate, or even close to accurate," he said, eyeballing Sasha, "then these aren't random. They are trying to structurally weaken the ice sheet." "Why?" Ethan, standing behind Jack, frowned. Anderson sighed. Unclear, based on what we have. To gain access to the waters beneath is our first guess, and gain it in a big way. Clear out a major section of the ice sheet. He pointed to the black sail, the dark fin of the submarine sticking out of the ice. We know this is an SSBN, a Bore-class ballistic missile submarine. She carries 20 cruise missiles that can strike anywhere in Europe. Or ignite the gas. Jack groaned and scrubbed one hand over his face. Are they clearing the ice so they can launch? They don't need to. Those cruise missiles can punch through that ice pack, especially at that depth and thickness. So why are they blasting the glacier apart? Is there something under there? What are they trying to get to? All eyes turned to Sergey. The Arctic has been a Russian graveyard for centuries. The Soviets buried everything there. Secrets. Enemies. He sighed, his expression twisting. It was also a dumping site for nuclear waste during the Cold War. Almost 20,000 containers of radioactive material dumped in the Kara Sea alone. 14 decommissioned reactors. And 19 scuttled nuclear vessels. Nuclear waste? Jack breathed. Behind him, the con went silent, every man stilling. Sergey nodded once. Anderson's jaw clenched hard enough to see his pulse pounding in his temple. Could he be pulling something up? Something that's in line with his plans? He wouldn't be carving up the ice if he didn't need to. Ethan pointed to the map, to the red circles outlining a rough ovoid shape in the ice. What's the size estimate of this? Can we project what it could be based on what he's clearing? A little under 400 feet. Anderson frowned. About the length of this sub. Sergey! Sasha barked. Again everyone looked to Sergey. He'd gone pale, ghostly white, and his eyes bulged, shock pouring from him. Numb pizdits, he breathed. What is it? Jack growled. Sergey, what is under that ice? Sergey struggled to meet Jack's gaze. His eyes bounced over the con and finally settled on the map on the red circles in the ice. He read the coordinates again, whispering the longitude and latitude. It is a sub. He finally grunted. Named K-27. Illegally scuttled in the 80s in shallow water off the coast of that island. He pointed to Novaya Zemlya, a finger of ice-covered land curving into the frozen Kara Sea. Its reactor is still alive. It can be brought back online, or worse. Worse? Anderson stared hard at Sergey. The right technician can restart the nuclear reactor, Sergey said, choosing his words. And then they can take it further. Turn the reactor critical. A nuclear reactor on a naval submarine can be weaponized, Anderson said carefully. Sergey held one hand to his gaunt face. Yes. Naval reactors in your nation and mine use highly enriched uranium, bomb-grade uranium, the most powerful of which was put into this sub, into K-27. But it couldn't be controlled, could not be contained. There were many accidents, many people died. That is why the sub was scuttled. It was too dangerous when it was operational. Now, after degrading on the ocean floor for decades, Sergey scoffed. If Madigan is going after these, he can get his hands on a nuclear weapon many times the size of the bomb you dropped on Japan. Silence. That's how he's going to do it, Jack finally said. That's how he's going to ignite the gas cloud permeating the atmosphere. A nuclear blast at ground zero. Fallout will spread around the globe. He's going to triple his devastation, make it nuclear. Jack snorted. No simple ignition for him. and his fingerprints will be erased. He can shift the blame. Jack jerked his chin to Sergey. To Russia, or someone else, and say they sent the planet back to the Stone Age. It's exactly what he wants. He can still be the hero of wastes afterward, king of the ashes of the world. But he's up there, Scott frowned. Why would he blow the world and stand next to the blast? Won't he be cooked when the sky ignites? The one area that's safe from his disbursement into the jet stream is the Arctic. Anderson called up another screen, showing the growing fuchsia clouds stretching around half the globe. The Arctic and the ice-pack north of Madigan's base were clear. And if he's got a Russian SSB in, with his own crew loyal to the cause, Anderson said, tapping the map in the dark sail sticking up through the polar ice cap, then he can just go under the ice and wait for the fallout. Come out by Iceland or Alaska. Kickstart his new world order wherever he wants. All right. Jack met everyone's gaze one by one. Now we know. This is how he's going to do it. He'll blow when he's able to get K-27 up from the seafloor and weaponize the reactor. He's had a week's head start. He swallowed. Our job is to stop him. If K-27 is still on the bottom of the ocean, it stays there. If he's got her up, the reactor stays cold. If he's got it online, we shut it down. No matter what. We take him out. This is how we stop Madigan. This is how we save the world. Chapter 29. Washington, D.C. Levi and President Wall ducked out of the Oval Office and headed down to the Situation Room, their heads together as they talked fast and low as if sharing national secrets. Welby stared them down, watching every single step. What was going on? What were they hiding? Time to find out. He ducked into the Oval Office, waving to the President's secretary, Mrs. Martin, as he entered. He waved a manila folder as he pushed open the door. Got to drop off a new brief. Mrs. Martin didn't even bat an eyelash. "Have a good day, Agent Welby," she said, as he entered the silent, empty Oval Office. He took a few steps in and swallowed. The power of the office still stopped him in his tracks, even now, years after he had become an agent. The fate of the world had been shaped within these curved walls so many times over. For good or for ill, decisions had been made by men and women in this office that had impacted the lives of billions. He took a shaky breath. What he was about to do was treasonous. His stomach had burned a hole through itself, and he had tied himself in knots, agonizing through the long hours of the day and night. They needed answers, but he'd never crossed this line before. Damn it, he needed to move, and fast. He was already on borrowed time. Welby headed for the Resolute desk and started pulling out drawers. Nothing worthwhile in the top two: notepads and folders, pens and sticky notes, a candy bar, a card from Ethan to Jack, something sappy and silly at the same time. He put it back carefully. His thumbprint opened both of the locked lower drawers, and he held his breath when he tugged them open. Dozens of file folders, the president's laptop, top-secret briefs, and another laptop resting on top of a burned briefcase. He hauled the briefcase out and set it on the desk. It was a wreck, soot-covered, torn on one side and water-damaged. The handle had been ripped off. Both locks were broken. Perfect. Inside, most of the papers were damaged, burned on the edges or blackened with smoke and soot. Debris filled the inside of the case, gravel and dust. Blood stained one corner. The briefcase had sat in a pool of blood and soaked up enough of it to make Welby look away from the rust-drenched corner. Lawrence Irwin had carried his briefcase with him into Langley before the blast. Welby remembered that night. He remembered every moment of what happened, a picture-perfect clarity set in IMAX quality in his mind. Waiting in the SUV, equal parts bored and on edge, wondering what was happening within Langley. Why had they taken Leslie Spiers into custody? Was she working with Madigan? What would they find during the interrogation? And then the blast. He and his team racing into the still-burning, still-collapsing building, tearing through concrete and debris, searching for the president as fires roared and smoke billowed around them, pulling back blocks of concrete, adrenaline tearing through him faster than a Formula One race car. finding Irwin's broken, bloody body, and then the president lying beneath him in a spreading pool of blood. President Spiers had seemed so light, so fragile, when he scraped him off the ground. Floppy like a doll in his arms, limp, too limp. He'd carried him over the shattered remains of the CIA's headquarters as helicopters and rescue workers and fire trucks arrived, sirens blaring, lights flashing, people shrieked, crying for help. He'd carried the president's broken body, staring down into his pale, empty face. Assassinated. The word hung like cobwebs in his mind, like a whirlpool that sucked down all other thoughts. It had been him on duty, him, that night. He had let his president be attacked. Assassinated. He had let the nation down. He had let the president down. And he had let Ethan down. Or had he? Desperation redoubled his efforts, and he clenched his jaw as he rifled through Irwin's briefcase. Where would Irwin have sent Ethan to search for proof of Leslie Spiers' betrayal? Out of the whole world, where would he have gone? One folder caught his eye. Bright red top-secret borders lined the edges, and a giant seal warned him away from the contents. Operation Vigilant Fury was the code name. He snorted. Vigilant was President Spiers' Secret Service code name. What could be better for a top-secret operation to hunt down Madigan? The government did not have the best sense of humor, but they excelled in irony. He flipped the file open. Photos, dozens of them from prison breaks around the world. Satellite imagery over South America, the Maghreb, and Somalia. Dossiers from a dozen military officers, one from a man named Noah Williams, supposedly dead 16 years prior. Welby's eyes narrowed. Leslie Spiers was supposed to be dead, too. He knew how that had played out. Intelligence reports, memos, and intelligence analysis and mission briefs from a Marine Corps strike team sent to Ethan. Pages and pages of reports, each one detailing more of the team's actions and missions. Ethan must have run the strike team. Secretly. In addition to being Jack's first gentleman, he must have been running a black strike team, working hand-in-hand with Irwin. No wonder Irwin turned to him. They were already hunting Madigan together, and the Marines, were they the missing piece he needed? They must be the ones Ethan had turned to when he needed to follow Leslie Spiers' tracks. Who were they? Welby dug deeper. The mission briefs had been signed by an AC-LT-1. Not good enough. He needed a name. Finally, at the bottom of the file, he struck gold. A sheet of paper torn from a notebook with scribbles of Irwin's that he should have thrown away months ago. Lieutenant Adam Cooper, SOCOM, General Bell, commanding officer, possible team lead, check background, current disciplinary action, investigate connection to F. He had a name, a place to start searching. Finally. Welby put everything back into the briefcase exactly as he found it, and slid it back into the bottom drawer. He took the Operation Vigilant Fury folder with him, hidden inside the manila envelope. He clenched the paper with Lieutenant Adam Cooper's name on it, tight enough that his hand shook. One step closer to the truth. Except Lieutenant Adam Cooper was a ghost. Welby slammed down the phone in Pete's office and groaned. Across the desk, Pete stared at him, his wide eyes almost bulging from his skull. Nothing? Again? Not a damn thing, Welby growled. Irwin and the CIA must have scrubbed him from the system when they brought him on board. His record is a shell. I can't get any working information for him. No current posting, no current duty assignment. Nothing. What about this? Pete spun the scrap of paper and jabbed his finger in the middle. His commanding officer was General Bell at SOCOM. Can you get in touch with him? I tried. The general is unavailable, and his secretary has no idea who any Lieutenant Adam Cooper is. Never heard of him, which is bullshit, because if he was in disciplinary trouble, then his secretary would have run the paperwork. She has to have heard of him. Pete sighed and threw himself back in his chair. He ran his hands through his hair and laced his fingers behind his head. "You searched all the military databases, right?" Welby nodded. Pete gnawed on his lips, staring at Welby. "I've got a person," he finally said slowly. "It's not, entirely legal, but I've used them in the past to track down sources, people I need to find when they've gone to ground, if I need them for a story, or if I need them to shut their mouth." Welby's eyebrows skyrocketed. "You think being press secretary is just throwing press junkets all the time?" Pete scoffed. "This is one of the dirtier offices in the West Wing, and I've never been afraid of getting into the mud." He swallowed. "Not for Jack. I don't need to hear any more." Standing, Welby smoothed his tie and headed for the door. "I'd hate to have to arrest you because of something I overheard. Never mind the treason he just committed himself." He turned the doorknob. "But I expect you'll let me know." His cell phone buzzed a few hours later. Welby glanced down at the screen. A text from Pete had popped up. "Get here ASAP." Welby pocketed his cell phone and turned back to the shift brief. Levi was talking through the elevated threat assessments and what they all needed to watch out for. Tasking agents, rotating off shift with intel work and horsepower, reassigning other agents and moving their posts around, changing the West Wing procedures. It was a big shake-up, and Welby couldn't see the reason why. Why move agents? Why have them hunting for intelligence? That was H Street's job for the intel desk jockeys at headquarters. He escaped as soon as the brief ended, slipping out the back. On the way out, he saw the confusion on the other agents' faces, too. What was up with Levi? Why these changes? Unease slid down his spine, drumming along each one of his vertebrae with a deeper, darker worry. He pushed his gnawing anxieties away as he slipped into Pete's office. Pete stood at his desk, his back to the door, on the phone. As Welby entered, he waved him in, thanked whoever he was talking to, and hung up. "What did you get?" Welby crossed his arms and hovered in front of Pete's desk. "A few things." Pete pulled his keyboard close and started pounding at the keys. "Okay, first, my guy looked up, Adam Cooper. Turns out he's been using his civilian ID to move around. Him and a bunch of other MAMs flying on the same route. Military-age males?" Welby frowned. "That's not unusual. That's anyone from 15 to 50. About half the population of airline travel is in that range. Not on this route." Pete spun his monitor toward Welby. A flight route lit up, one red line bouncing from Riyadh to London, London to Seattle, Seattle to Anchorage, Anchorage to Nome, in the far reaches of western Alaska, and then to Savokik, a tiny village on St. Lawrence Island in the Bering Sea. Only 8 men flew this itinerary, and all together, all on the same day. Adam Cooper, 6 other American men, all in the Marine Corps, and 1 Saudi national. Saudi. Faisal al-Saud. His passport was flagged in Seattle. Someone came forward and said al-Saud and he were getting married in the States, and the immigration officer let them through. Who the hell is Faisal al-Saud? Why is he connected to Lieutenant Cooper? Welby's brow furrowed, and he stared at the red lines on the monitor as if he could read the lieutenant's intentions in each hop. "Don't know." Pete shrugged. "I looked up what I could. He's an orphan. His parents were killed in those big bombings the kingdom had 20 years ago. His uncle adopted him, raised him. He's a quiet prince in the royal family. The only thing that stands out is that he's reported to be the royal head of the Saudi Intelligence Directorate." "Shit." Welby cursed and leaned forward, bracing his palms on the edge of Pete's desk. "Is that good news or bad news for us? These flights originated from Riyadh. What the hell was Lieutenant Cooper doing in Saudi Arabia anyway?" Pete shrugged again. "The only thing we know for sure is that Lieutenant Adam Cooper landed on St. Lawrence Island yesterday. And Ethan wasn't with him. Did you track Ethan's passport? Find out where he was?" "No." Pete shook his head. "He must have been using a burner. Irwin could have gotten him one from the CIA. Ethan's most recent passport scan was his last official trip with the Secret Service. Ethiopia." A shiver crawled up the back of Welby's neck, wringing his throat until his scar burned. Ethiopia. He remembered gasping for breath as his throat filled with blood, hands holding him down on the conference table in Air Force One as the surgeon leaned over him, shouting at him to keep still. He swore one of those hands had belonged to Jeff Gottschalk. He had held Jeff's hand, clenched so hard he thought he broke it. He thought he was going to die on that table, bleed out at 30,000 feet all over the seal of the United States. He took a breath, but Pete jumped in, speaking fast. "So, Lieutenant Cooper is in Alaska, hanging out in the Bering Sea. Miroshkin is invading Canada. You think he's making a move against Miroshkin? He's headed the wrong way for that. He's 30 miles off the coast of Russia. Canada is a long way from Lieutenant Cooper right now. No, he's pointed at Russia." A light went on in Pete's eyes, an almost mad gleam. He spun his monitor back around as he pounded at his keyboard again. "Take a look at this." He spun the monitor back. A gaudy, flashing web page blinked back at Welby, a mess of translation protocols converting Russian web text to broken English. "Looks like a message board?" "Yes, a Russian conspiracy theorists' website. They run a message board and yak about all the same things our conspiracy nuts do. Aliens, government cover-ups, secret military installations, HAARP, chemtrails, all of it." Welby stared at Pete. "Why do we care what Russian nuts are talking about on some badly managed website?" Pete held up one finger and then pounded away at his keyboard again. A new page came up, a thread of messages. He scrolled to the second message. Pictures filled the thread, groups of hard-looking Russians swarming around a convoy of rugged jeeps that had seen far better days. Some of the men wore full-face black balaclavas. Everybody carried automatic rifles. This group of men was seen moving across Russia, first in the west by Volga, and then they reappeared on the east coast north of Vladivostok. There are unconfirmed reports of sightings in Siberia. Looks like a gang of Russian thugs. Had Pete really lost it? Had he chased a rabbit down a crazy hole? Maybe Levi was right, and Pete really did need time off. Well, maybe he did too. "Look closer." Pete pushed the monitor across the desk and started slowly scrolling through the thread. Picture after picture came up and passed, scene after scene of dark-clad Russians clutching weapons and riding in jeeps, and then... Wait! Welby's hand shot up. There! Striding alongside a balaclava-wearing man, his face turned to the side and cast in half-shadows, was Ethan. "You see it too?" Pete breathed. "Tell me I'm not crazy." Welby shook his head back and forth over and over. "It can't be him." The denial was automatic, a knee-jerk gut check. There are thousands of people who look alike. This must be an uncanny double. It's not him. Pete scrolled again. A new picture. Ethan turning toward the camera this time and calling to someone behind him. Welby hissed. He reached behind him and pulled one of Pete's chairs close, collapsing to his ass when his knees buckled. "I thought the same thing when I saw them," Pete said softly. He sat on the side of his desk, one leg dangling. "It couldn't be him," I thought. "No way. Why would he be in Russia with some kind of gang? But..." Pete swallowed. "If Lieutenant Cooper is in Alaska, hanging out on an island within spitting distance of Russia, and Ethan might be on the east coast of Russia, I mean, it can't be a coincidence, right?" He trailed off. "Come on, man. Tell me I'm not losing it." "It's him." Welby clasped his hands together and fisted them in front of his mouth, covering his lips. "It's him," he repeated. "And I know who the guy next to him is, too." 12 years he had served at Ethan's side, from the day Ethan graduated the Secret Service Academy at Raleigh until his transfer to Iowa. Welby had been an agent 1 year longer, but he had still been a newbie when Ethan had joined the D.C. field office and then the White House. 12 years of operations together, 12 years of moving with Ethan, watching him on the protective detail. watching him with his protectees, how he moved with them, and then seeing how different he was with President Spiers. Ethan had always been a consummate professional, a man of clean lines and exacting standards. He had rocketed up the ranks of the Secret Service because of his discipline, his no-nonsense behavior, his determination and dedication to the service, professional at all times, even with the most difficult assignments, the most pain-in-the-ass protectees. Until President Spiers. Until he and Jack came together like sparks catching flame. With him, Ethan had made protections personal. Welby had seen it, even before the truth came out. Ethan had become compromised. He cared about Spiers. He stood too close, kept the president in his body space, inside his shadow, moved his own body in tandem with the president like they were connected, like they were a team, a unit, a pair. He had protected Spiers like he was protecting the most precious thing in the world. And after, when everything came out, Welby realized that had been exactly what Ethan had been doing. The man in the pictures, striding alongside the man in the black balaclava, moved the same way. 12 years he had been at Ethan's side, and he could pick out Ethan's style of protection in an instant. He could see the way Ethan breathed and moved with the man in black, reacted to him almost before the man in black even made a move. A matched set, a unified team, a partnership closer than any he'd ever seen. "It's President Spiers," Welby breathed. "The president is alive." Chapter 30. Washington, D.C. "What the fuck is going on, Levi?" Snarling, Welby pinned Levi to the wall in the tunnels below the White House. He'd called in a report asking Levi to come check out something suspicious, something he didn't want to say over the radio. Given Levi's turn toward obvious paranoia and isolation, he'd gambled that it would work. It did. Levi came down alone, and Welby jumped him. "Welby!" Levi's eyes went wide, and he struggled against Welby's hold. Levi against Pete was an unfair match. Pete never stood a chance, but agent to agent, Levi against Welby, one of them would have to bleed to end this. "Spiers is alive," Welby hissed. He leaned in close, breathing against Levi's cheek. "Ethan's with him. I know the truth." Thrashing, Levi tried to shake him off. Welby kneed him in the gut and spun him around, slamming him face first into the concrete wall. "So, here's the question," Welby roared. "Are you working with him or against him? Where the fuck were you the night of the bombing?" Levi hadn't been at the White House when the blast went off at Langley. He hadn't been with Welby either. "What the fuck is this?" Levi snarled, his face smashed to the wall. "What about you, Welby? Are you working for Madigan? Trying to find out information to pass on to him?" "How fucking dare you?" Welby twisted Levi's arm hard. Levi tried to kick Welby's legs out behind him. Welby slammed him into the wall again. "Every time I close my eyes, all I can see is the president's broken body. Tell me he's alive!" Welby's voice rose, bellowing. "Tell me he's with Ethan, and they're still fighting Madigan. Tell me!" He shuddered and then dragged in a ragged breath. "Tell me we're on the same side," he breathed. Levi thrashed and then went limp, sagging against the wall with a sigh. He rolled his forehead against the concrete and groaned. "Luke," he groaned, using Welby's first name. "Jesus Christ. I want to trust you, I fucking do. I hate this. I hate not trusting anyone." "Why don't you trust us, Levi?" "What's going on?" He kept Levi pinned. "There's a mole," Levi whispered. "Another one. Someone in the White House. Someone close to the president. Pictures from Evgeny Konakov's funeral ended up in the president's duffel with Madigan's signature on them. Pictures of Ethan and Spiers were at Madigan's base. where Leslie was made. There's someone on the inside." He glared over his shoulder, looking Welby dead in the eyes. "Is it you?" Welby blinked, his heart hammered. "No, it's not me." Levi breathed hard, his nostrils flaring. "I think it's an agent. Someone with our level of clearance." "It's not me." Welby let Levi go and backed away. "Levi, it's not me." Levi turned and leaned against the wall. Defeat poured off him in waves. He stared at Welby, eyes wide. "I want to believe you." "Then do." Welby spread his hands and held them up as if surrendering. "Trust me, Levi. I want to help the President and Ethan. I want to bring them home. Why are they in Russia?" Levi doubled over, blowing out as he braced his hands on his knees. "Fuck. How do you know where they are?" "Pete and I have been trying to track everything down. Lieutenant Cooper and his team, Ethan, and how he found out about Leslie. Where Scott went after the blast. They're all together, aren't they?" Levi leaned back against the wall, thunking his head against the cold concrete. "They will be soon. Luke, who else knows? Who else knows what's going on?" "I don't think we do know what's going on. But it's just us, Pete, me, Jason, and Jennifer." Exhaling, Levi closed his eyes. "At least you didn't tell another agent." "You really think another agent has turned? Now? After everything?" "I'm fucking terrified of it." Levi held Welby's gaze, and Welby saw the naked fear in Levi's eyes, raw, aching worry, the kind that Welby lived with, the kind that pitted his bones and turned his guts to barbed wire tied in knots. "Trust me, Levi." Welby dropped his hands. He looked at Levi, really looked at the younger man. Levi looked destroyed, torn apart and put back together wrong, sunken, bloodshot eyes and deep bags on his face. His shoulders, normally ramrod straight, were slack, and he leaned forward like someone had sliced the strings holding him up. Everyone knew when Ethan put Levi on his team guarding President Spiers that Levi was on the fast track. Everyone knew Levi would inherit the detail from Ethan after Ethan's 15 to 20 glorious years running it. How plans changed. Levi was supposed to have another 15-plus years before he had to command the detail, the White House Secret Service, and he was supposed to trust his people, not go it alone. "I want to trust you," Levi breathed. "Your background came back clean. Twice. We're on the same side. Let me help you." Levi swallowed, and then, slowly, with halting, grinding words, told him everything. Jack's plan to stay dead to fool Madigan, and his and Scott's spine-meltingly terrifying journey to smuggle themselves into Russia. Madigan's plot in the Arctic. Jack, Ethan, and Scott joining Sergey Puchkov's insurgency and racing across Russia to meet with American subs, and Jack's plan to head to the Arctic himself with Ethan's team and a pair of subs and take Madigan on. When he finished, Welby couldn't breathe. He turned away, pacing, and tried not to faint. Tried to stop the world from spinning off its axis. "Fucking hell," he finally whispered. "You see?" Levi laughed bitterly. "None of that can get out. Fucking none of it. Their lives depend on it, and everyone else's too. They're trying to sneak in and stop Madigan, when even a SEAL team failed, Luke. And the fucked up thing is, this could be our only hope. A president everyone thinks is dead, a Russian insurgency, and Ethan and Scott." "I'll take those odds." Welby turned and faced Levi, his hand on his hips. "I've served with Ethan and Scott for over a decade. I know what they can do. I'll put my money on them every time." Levi looked away. Welby watched him swallow hard. "What is it?" Closing his eyes, Levi dropped his head. "Scott," he said softly. "There's no background check on him. I can't find it. Everyone else has one, except him." Chapter 31. Bering Sea. They spent their first day on board Honolulu running through familiarization briefings and exercises, learning emergency procedures for fires on board, explosions, and man-overboard situations. Jack's head spun, too much information coming at him too fast. The executive officer and the navigation officers gave up their 2 cabins, hot-racking with other officers, while Jack, Ethan, Sergey, and Sasha were on board. Jack and Ethan moved into the executive officer's cabin, and Sergey and Sasha moved into the other. Scott volunteered to hot-rack with the chiefs in the goat locker, sharing their bunk when they were on duty and getting his butt out of it when they were off. In the forward compartment, hammocks had been pulled out in anticipation for Adams' team in the torpedo room, the same place SEALs crashed when they were hitching a ride on board a submarine. It was going to be a tight fit, with everyone crammed inside. Finally, they arrived off the coast of St. Lawrence Island, deep in the Bering Sea, and pointed down the gullet of the Bering Strait. Captain Anderson sent a boat out again, motoring to the northeast side of the island, and a small cove Ethan pointed out on the map. Ethan, the executive officer, and a team of security personnel went out. Jack watched from the bridge on top of the sail, trying to keep his breakfast down. Black waves crashed over the top of the sub, whitecaps had rolled over Honolulu's back. On the surface, the sub rocked and rolled with the ocean's currents, the seesaw motions exaggerated in the bridge. Icy spray blasted him in the face, and fierce winds whipped down the length of the sub. Sergey, Sasha, and Scott stayed below. Jack almost wished he could join them. He watched Ethan's boat head toward shore, bouncing and tumbling on the rolling waves all the way to the beach. Minutes after Ethan landed, they set out again, this time carrying another 8 men. He picked them out one by one, Lieutenant Cooper and his men, and one extra, an Arab, slim and tall, who stayed at Adam's side looking cold and miserable and zipped up in a thick jacket. Was this Prince Faisal from Saudi Arabia? Had he joined Adam's team, journeyed halfway around the world to help? What an alliance they were creating. Jack spotted Doc clinging to the edge of the boat, leaning over the side like he was hurling his guts overboard. He rested his cheek on the inflatable rubber, but he bounced with every wave and roll of the ocean. In moments, he was hurling again, chunks blowing into the water as another of Adam's Marines held onto his belt to keep him from going overboard. And then they were back, clambering on board and disappearing into the sub. Jack scrambled down to greet them alongside Captain Anderson. When Adam saw him, he smiled wide and held out his hand. Jack pulled him in for a tight hug. "Good to see you, Mr. President," Adam grunted, pulling away. He nodded to his team, and Jack shook each of their hands and returned their smiles. "I'm glad to see each of you," Jack said. "Let me be clear. We're going to get this son of a bitch. We're going to take him out, and we're going to find whoever it was who killed Corporal Fitz." He watched Adam's men grit their teeth, saw their jaws clench. "We'll make them all pay." Hoots and hollers followed his words, and then the executive officer offered to lead Adam's men to the torpedo bay, their new home. Adam and the Arab hesitated, hanging back. Jack held out his hand. Jack Spiers. "Alhamdulillah, Mr. President. I am glad to see you well. We have spoken before. Faisal al-Saud. Bismillah, it is a distinct honor to meet you at last." Faisal took his hand and shook it more firmly than he would have expected. "Faisal has been an invaluable aid to our mission every step of the way." Adam swallowed. Jack watched him fidget, watched him slide closer to Faisal. "I consider him a member of my team." "As do I, then." Jack nodded to them both. Behind Adam, Ethan came down the ladder, shaking salt water from his hair and wiping the drips from his face. "Get settled in. We'll update you all soon." Nodding, Adam and Faisal followed their team, heading forward. Anderson passed Ethan a towel. "Mr. President, our transit through the Bering Strait is going to be delayed." "What's going on?" "The Bering Strait is one of the most difficult passages in the world, Mr. President. It's just about 100 feet deep where we can cross. sometimes as low as 50 feet. We need to make the passage submerged, but that requires exact precision. The storm is getting worse. Ice drifts are banging around on the surface and the currents are strong. We're going to wait for a few hours. The weather report says this will pass soon. Jack and Ethan shared a look. As long as it's not too much of a delay, we'll make up speed under the ice cap. Anderson smiled. Since we're treading water, I'd like to ask you both to join me for lunch. It would be an honor, and I'd be a poor captain if I didn't treat my dignitaries with the respect they deserve. Jack laughed. Captain, you've done an admirable job with what we've handed you. He looked at Ethan, who nodded. We'd love to join you. Chapter 32. Kara Sea. Madigan's base camp. General? Cook's deep voice boomed down the hallways of their command ship, the Russian destroyer Vedushi. Parked in the Kara Sea after breaking through the ice, the Vedushi had been ensnared once again. She was affixed to the ice, and the ice to her. She wasn't going anywhere. She wouldn't need to. Ever again. Madigan watched Cook storm into the destroyer's command center. The dim lights and the red and blue glow of the displays cast harsh shadows over his already lean and dangerous features. Even in the darkness, his eyes gleamed, a predatory intensity that couldn't be contained. The past few days had been hard for the man. He needed to give Cook a win, or an outlet at least, for the roiling bloodlust that had spiked within him. The discovery of Palashenko's failure and the loss of the MiG pilot had nearly made Cook snap. "What is it, Captain?" "We received a message, sir, from our contact." Cook scowled, ferocious anger rolling off him. His arms trembled, the strength in his muscles desperate to lash out to destroy. "Jack Spiers is alive," Cook spat. "He's not on life support in America. He's on a mission to the Arctic." Cook slammed down a tablet, their contact's message scrawled across the screen. "He's coming here." Jack Spiers. Despite himself, Madigan grinned. He chuckled under his breath and reached for the tablet. Jack's whole mission was there. 2 subs heading for the Arctic, Lieutenant Cooper's team, Ethan Reichenbach, Scott Collard, and Jack. Jack. He hadn't thought Jack had it in him. The senator from Texas was all smiles and blonde hair, a pretty boy politician who talked a big game but liked to settle for negotiated agreements and bilateral partnerships. He'd made his name in negotiation and making everything a win-win for all sides. He didn't know how to play in the big leagues, and that had been Madigan's golden ticket. Jack, he'd thought, would be the easy target. 15 years of planning, 15 years of painstakingly setting up his people and waiting for the right moment. And then America had elected a blonde floozy, a feel-good candidate after successive years of bad politics. Jack was supposed to be easy to eliminate. The world should already be his, united under his rock-solid grip on global security amid a planet recovering from the ashes of a nuclear holocaust. He'd underestimated Jack, or at least had underestimated the people around Jack. Ethan Reichenbach, his surprise lover, who had come back from the dead for him. Madigan remembered Reichenbach well. A serious man, a boring man. He'd been too uptight for Madigan's tastes, and he'd decided not to approach and recruit him, not when Reichenbach was in the Special Forces or later when he rose through the ranks at the Secret Service. Maybe he'd made a mistake in that. Maybe he should have worked harder to turn Reichenbach to his side. No matter. Eliminating a target was just as good as turning them. In this case, Jack was already supposed to be dead and Ethan out of commission somewhere mourning his everlasting love. Instead, they were heading for him. Together again. 2 birds with 1 stone. "Let them come," he said, smiling back at Cook. Cook's glower, if possible, grew worse, his cheeks darkening to an almost dangerous maroon, his eyes sharp as knives. It was men like Cook, Madigan thought, who birthed the legends of werewolves, men with fearsome beasts caged inside them, ready to rip another man apart in a bloodthirsty rage. Read it again, Captain. Our man is right there with them. Retask him. Have him keep his cover going. Keep them in for the long haul. No matter where they go or how far they get, keep him right there, right next to their jugular. This mission of Jack's does nothing to hurt us. Instead, they'll be coming right here, and we can take our time eliminating them once they've arrived. He grinned. Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you like to take your time? Make it hurt. Finally, Cook's scowl softened, turning almost interested like a mollified animal, a shark that had been promised a meal. Where are we on raising K-27? Cook straightened and visibly switched tracks within his mind. The divers report that the hull is intact and the keel is undamaged. They can raise the sub as one piece and bring her up to the ice. Excellent. Have them begin immediately. Already done. She'll be off the ocean floor in 4 hours, rising steadily after that until she's through the ice. Madigan nodded, which means we need our nuke tech here ASAP. He slid the tablet back to Cook. Work it out. Make it happen. Yes, General. And we need to prep our people around the world. The time is near. How are we doing with our transmission? The satellite transmitter is online. We're bouncing the signal through 300 proxies before broadcast. Even if someone's looking to trace it, it will just look like a streaming signal bouncing from one of 300 different locations. Good. Begin the broadcast. I want everyone ready. When we light this up, I want our people to be the first ones out on top of the rubble. Finally, Cook smiled, an almost feral wild thing. He nodded but said nothing, and slipped back into the shadows of the destroyer. White House scrambles to avoid war on multiple fronts. The White House is scrambling to contain two explosive situations rapidly coming to a head. Russian forces have not retreated from their positions in occupied Canada, and while hostilities have ceased for the time being, sources within the intelligence community report that Canada has cut off communications with the United States. The White House has been frantic to reestablish communication with Ottawa. One West Wing source says, this could be the end of American hegemony in North America. If Canada turns to the Russians instead of the U.S., the U.S. will find herself very, very alone in the world. News of the Chinese sending a fleet of warships toward the Pacific coast of the United States has further strained the already beleaguered White House. Additionally, scattered reports suggest the White House is also attempting a high-level military operation, possibly in the Arctic. When questioned, multiple senior advisors insisted they had no knowledge of any activities taking place in the Arctic. However, several officials did say that President Wall has been unusually circumspect, even keeping information from her national security staff, and preferring to meet exclusively with one or two trusted advisors only. Chapter 33. Washington, D.C. At 4:49 in the morning, Elizabeth heard a bump outside the Queen's bedroom door in the White House residence. She crawled out of bed, moving slowly to the doorway. She wore one of Ethan's large undershirts, borrowed courtesy of Levi's pilfering in Jack and Ethan's bedroom, over her underwear. They were not the clothes in which to fight off an invasion. Taking a breath, she leaned against the doorway, listening through the wood. Levi's voice, cursing softly under his breath, hit her ears. She opened the door. Levi huddled on the couch in his boxers, rubbing at his shin. He had his weapon in one hand. The coffee table was on its side, 3 feet away. You all right? She leaned over the back of the couch where it blocked the doorway and smiled at him. I'm fine. Levi managed a tiny grin. Sorry I woke you. What happened? Shaking his head, Levi looked away. I think I had a nightmare, he finally breathed. Came up swinging. She stayed quiet, listening to the sounds of the White House, the creak and hum of the old house's bones. Carefully, she climbed over the back of the couch and settled down beside him. You too, huh? Nightmares seem to be the name of the game right now. Elizabeth leaned back, sighing. The Chinese fleet is due to hit our blockade off Hawaii soon. God only knows what will happen then. Are we about to have a war on 2 fronts? She pinched the bridge of her nose. Or is it 3 fronts? Levi decocked his pistol and set it down. He rubbed his hands together and shook his head. I don't know who to trust. If I trust the wrong person, it's game over. He swallowed and turned to her. His dark eyes caught the reflection of the moonlight. But what if I already have trusted the wrong person? What if I can't see it? She frowned, studying him. Deep in his gaze, fear bubbled, a grating, grinding anxiety. It wasn't like Secret Service agents to be woken by nightmares. What had spooked Levi this deeply? Something happened? She asked, her voice soft. Levi turned away. His hands rubbed over themselves again. He shook his head but didn't speak for a long moment. I've hit a dead end investigating the Secret Service, he breathed. I need another angle, another way to approach this. I'm going crazy looking at my own people. Have you looked into Corporal Fitz's murder? Levi turned to her and frowned. Corporal Fitz was murdered right before the Vinogradov was sunk. He was a member of Lieutenant Cooper's team, the one Ethan was running. Levi buried his head in his hands and groaned. The number of people who knew about Lieutenant Cooper and his team can be counted on one hand. We need to know who said something and to whom. How did Lieutenant Cooper's team get exposed to Madigan's people? You're going to want to call General Bell up to Washington, Levi growled. I can't get a hold of him. He's blowing me off. But he's one of those people who knew. And he's an asshole, too. She arched one eyebrow. Ethan and I went down there when Ethan and President Spiers were setting up the team. We had to go talk to General Bell at SOCOM to get Lieutenant Cooper transferred over to Ethan's command. He wasn't happy to see Ethan, at all. Wanted nothing to do with him, accused him of being illegal. Levi snorted. I wanted to punch him right in his smug mouth. Leaning back, Elizabeth covered her eyes. So there's one who wasn't fully on board the Team Jack train, she sighed. All right, I'll summon him to Washington. When he gets here, meet with him personally. See what he has to say about Cooper and his men. Levi nodded, but his shoulders stayed taut, clenched like he was waiting for a blow. She reached out, resting one hand on his arm. I know it's hard, Levi, she said softly, but we have to keep looking, even at our friends. If someone is out there waiting to hurt us, then we need to root them out, dig them out before they get a chance to do anything. Betrayal? It's the worst kind of pain when someone you know twists a knife in your back. Let's catch them before they have the chance to plunge it in. Chapter 34. Bering Sea. Laughing, Captain Anderson reached for Jack's glass. He refilled it with sweet tea and passed it back, still smiling after retelling one of his favorite training stories. He had a reputation as a captain who could turn shit into gold and break hard-luck curses. He took on board officers and men who needed a little extra polishing and delivered fine sailors to the fleet after a deployment on his boat. The job, though, came with its share of hair-raising stories, which were only funny in the retelling. Anderson sat back, stretching one arm along the wall behind his seat. They were in the wardroom, alone in between shifts. The rest of the officers had already eaten and cleared out. Anderson sat at the head in his seat, with Jack and Ethan sitting on either side of him. Captain, I'm impressed you recognized us on that pier. Jack smiled. We looked like an escaped chain gang, and we smelled worse. How did you know it was us? Anderson smiled. A new light shone in his eyes. It's impossible to not recognize you, Mr. President. You're the media's favorite subject, then and now. He rolled his eyes. The media. They, almost more than anything else, make me want to run away and hide on some lonely island. Truth be told, Mr. President, Anderson said carefully, I never paid much attention to the media about you and Mr. Reichenbach. It was your private life they were trying to dig into. I didn't care for it. But—" Anderson pointed his finger at Jack. "I'll tell you who did listen to the media. Who listened to every single thing that came out about you and Mr. Reichenbach." His eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, bracing his elbows on the edge of the table. "My son." Everything in the room changed. The lightness, the fun, the laughter fled and seemed to take all the oxygen with it. Jack's gaze darted across to Ethan. "I was in port after a long exercise. My wife had been emailing me about how our son had been acting up. He's 16, so typical teenage stuff, I thought, mouthing off, being a brat, slamming his door. I thought he was just going through phases, but she told me it was getting worse, that he was getting depressed. He'd sit in his bedroom and listen to music at full blast, and when she went in to yell at him to turn it off, she'd find him crying." Under the table, Ethan's foot slid alongside Jack's. "So, when I got home, I tried to talk to him. He wasn't having any of it." Anderson shook his head, seemingly lost in his memories. "My dad was hands-off with me, and I don't really know how to do it any different. I was hands-off with him. It was right before Christmas." His gaze landed on Jack, eagle-eyed. "You both made big headlines at Christmas." Jack's lips thinned. He breathed in deep through his nose and stared at Anderson. "I remember getting the paper and seeing you both on the front page, dancing together at the White House. Didn't think anything of. Until—" He wagged his finger again, pointing at Jack. "Until I walked into my son's room that night and I saw him staring at that picture of the two of you like it was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. He cut it out of the paper. When he saw me, he hid it, crumpled it up, and buried it under his pillow. I tried to stop him, but he was frantic, hyperventilating, started crying and saying he was sorry. He was so sorry." Jack's jaw trembled, and he covered his mouth with one hand as his eyes burned. He blinked fast. "Turns out," Anderson said slowly, "he was figuring a few things out about himself, like how he was attracted to other boys. You'd become a hero to him, Mr. President. Someone he could look up to." That was it for his heart. Jack took a shaky breath, and a tear slipped down his cheek. He tried to stifle his tears, but failed. Ethan reached across the table and grasped his free hand as Jack shook his head. "I didn't do anything." Anderson squinted at him. "You were a man my son could look at and see himself in, someone who followed his heart, and was brave in the face of everything and everyone standing against him." Anderson looked down at his lap. "He thought I'd be all kinds of upset. Thought that because I was military, I'd be against you, and thus against him. We had a long talk that night, almost all night long, in fact. I told him exactly what I thought of you, Mr. President, and you, Mr. First Gentleman." He nodded to Ethan. A slow smile unfurled over Anderson's face. "Now, my son emails me every single day. He's my best bud. I know about his friends, his hopes, his dreams, his homework. I know about the boy he wants to ask to prom." Anderson chuckled, and then went quiet. He looked Jack dead in the eyes. "I have you to thank for that, Mr. President. You gave my son hope when he was lost, gave him someone he could admire, someone he needed." He held up his glass, a silent toast. Tears slid down Jack's cheeks, searing his skin. He smiled at Anderson while clenching down on Ethan's hand and wiping away his tears with the other. "I'm proud of your son," he finally managed. "I know what it's like, facing down what feels like the whole world to be who you are. Mr. President, if there is anything I can do for you, I will. Anything. Please, call me Jack." He was about to shake his head to say that Anderson had already done more than enough, when the thought went off like a rocket in the back of Jack's mind. He looked down at his and Ethan's hands. "Actually," he said, smiling wide as he wiped the last tear from his cheek, "there is something I'd like to ask you, Captain." On the tabletop, he laced his fingers through Ethan's. Ethan's ring gleamed, catching the light and scattering halos around their joined hands. "Ethan and I are engaged," he started, "and we're on a boat at sea." His smile turned soft. "And you're the captain." Ethan sucked in a breath. His eyes went wide. "Jack, are you sure?" "More than sure, Ethan. Let's do this. I want to be Jack Spiers Reichenbach. I want to face Madigan as your husband." Anderson set down his glass and turned to Jack. "I've never performed a marriage at sea. It's not really in the job description for a submarine captain, but I think I can figure out what to do." Smiling, he added, "It would be the highest personal honor to marry the two of you." Silence. Jack bit his lip. Ethan stared at him, his jaw hanging open, but joy tumbled from his gaze. "If we're going to do this, we should do it sooner rather than later. We won't have time once we get into the Bering Strait. And beyond that, we're at war." Anderson glanced at his wristwatch. "In fact, the best time would be now." He looked from Jack to Ethan. "If that's too soon, I understand." "No, it's perfect." Ethan spoke, and he rubbed his thumb over the back of Jack's hand. "We're both more than ready. Is there anyone on board who you want to serve as witnesses, or best man, even?" Their eyes met. "I'll get Scott," Ethan said. "I'll get Sergey." Anderson stood. "Meet me in my cabin when you've got them." Scott took one look at Ethan when he showed up at the mess hall and threw his fork down on his tray right in the middle of his applesauce. He sighed as he stood, holding his coffee cup like he might throw it at Ethan's head. "What now? What have you done?" Chiefs from the sub's different departments sat with Scott. They had been eating, ribbing each other in the way that enlisted guys loved to. Back in the day, Scott bled Army green through and through, a salty, hard-edged, non-commissioned officer. Even though this was the Navy, not the Army, being back with enlisted men was almost like a field trip for Scott. The chiefs eyeballed him and Scott as he approached, walking unsteadily. Was the sub tilting? Was it turning over? Or was that just him and his jelly legs? He felt like a baby horse, all knock-kneed and unstable. What must he look like to put that look on Scott's face? He took a breath and exhaled. Took another. "I need you to come with me," he finally grunted. Scott's face twisted into the look of grinding frustration with Ethan that only Scott could make, only after their decades of friendship. "What did you do?" he groaned, gesturing with his cup. "Everything was fine yesterday. You guys were crazy on that beach. The captain is going to marry us." "I need you to be my best man." Scott's jaw dropped. A moment later, so did his coffee cup, crashing to the deck. Jack rapped on Sergey's door as politely as he could. A half-second later, when it didn't open, he slapped at it with his open palm over and over and over again. "Govno! What the hell?" Grumbling within. "Son of a bitch." Sergey bitching up a storm. Jack smiled and leaned back, bracing his hands on either side of the doorframe. "What the fuck do you want?" Sergey growled as he ripped open the door. His scowl was terrible, and nothing he'd ever turned on Jack before. As his eyes landed on Jack, his expression shifted, smoothing out until he merely frowned. "Jack, the hell are you doing?" He took all of Jack in, from the way he bounced on his toes to his face-splitting grin. Jack's cheeks ached. He glanced behind Sergey into his shared cabin with Sasha. Silence and tension strained the air, enough to make a tuning fork sing. Sasha was lying on the bottom bunk and had been facing the wall, but he rolled toward Jack when he heard Sergey say his name. "I'd like to invite both of you to join me." It was hard to speak around such a beaming grin. He leaned in and then back, almost rocking off the door frame. Sergey's eyes narrowed. "Why? What is happening?" "My wedding. And I'd like you to be my best man, Sergey." Sergey, Sasha, and Scott crammed into the captain's cabin, taking their places on opposite sides of the cramped, tiny space. Sergey and Sasha huddled together, trying not to touch or look at each other as they stood side by side. Jack buzzed in front of them, practically vibrating. Across the room, Ethan and Scott hovered by the door. Scott kept a running commentary going, bitching about Ethan's hair, his day-old scruff, the gray in his temples and his beard. "You're sloppy," Jack heard. "Damn it, your collar isn't even straight." Grinning, Jack turned to Sergey. "Well, how do I look?" Sergey looked him up and down and scrunched up his face. He wagged his hand in front of him as if to say, "So-so." "It's just a borrowed Navy uniform, Jack." He shrugged. "You look better in a tux." "We're fresh out of tuxes on board, Sergey." He reached for the buttons on the uniform top. "Ethan, let's ditch the jackets. Black undershirts, okay?" Ethan nodded, but behind him Scott rolled his eyes and almost hurt himself in the process. He took the uniform top Ethan shrugged off, folded it, and then tossed it on the desk next to Jack's. "Not like your wedding should be formal or anything," Scott grumbled. Anderson chuckled from where he stood in the corner and out of the way as he finished buttoning up his dress uniform top. Behind him, the executive officer stood ramrod straight, silently staring at the scene before him like he was watching a train wreck in progress and couldn't look away. Anderson had changed into his service dress blues, his official uniform for important functions. Ribbons marched proudly across his chest, his gold braid sat perfectly, and his buttons gleamed. "Are we ready?" Jack turned and met Ethan's gaze. He couldn't stop smiling. Ethan held out his hand. Pure joy fell from his eyes, solely directed at Jack. Jack laced their fingers together and stepped forward, standing before Anderson and facing Ethan. Their gazes locked. "Let's begin." Anderson clasped his hands before him. "I'm, going off the cuff for this one." He raised his eyebrows. "So, bear with me." Time fell away. The hum and buzz of the sub faded, disappearing into the background. All Jack felt, all he saw, all he heard was Ethan. Ethan's hands in his thumbs stroking over his palms, Ethan's eyes, his gaze fixed on Jack's, filled with a brilliance to rival the sun. He swore he heard Ethan's heart beating in time with his own. "We are gathered today with Jack and Ethan and their friends to celebrate the union of their marriage." Anderson cleared his throat. "It's an unusual gathering, to be sure. The Russian president and a Russian Air Force officer." He nodded to Sergey and Sasha. "A Secret Service agent." Another nod to Scott. "And a Los Angeles-class fast-attack nuclear submarine. This must be the presidential equivalent of eloping." Jack laughed loud and clear, and even Sergey and Scott chuckled. Ethan leaned in, kissing his cheek through his smile. "Let us bow our heads together for a moment and bless Jack and Ethan as they begin their journey. Bless them with a long and loving life, full of the same joy and desire that we've already seen in them. Bless them with unconditional love for each other for all time, and that their love remains strong and true from this day to their last. Bless also those who would wish Jack and Ethan their best, but cannot, sadly, fit into this tiny cabin." More laughter. Jack threaded his fingers through Ethan's, holding him tight. Anderson's voice seemed to fade and return, rising and falling in time with his heartbeat. The words were a distant thing, something removed from the reality of Ethan, his soon-to-be husband, standing before him. Ethan. His husband. "I'll be honest," Anderson said. "I have never seen a couple change the face of the world as much as these two men have. Their love has redefined our entire planet. You both have consistently dared the world to change, to grow, to accept what is before them. Two people in the deepest kind of love. And the world did change for you. Your love changed the world, continues to change the world. This very moment, your love knows no boundaries, no limits. Yours is a love that poets have written about, great playwrights and bards of ages past. Yours is a love that will continue to redefine the world long after this day has passed into history." Ethan's face flamed a deep burgundy, blushing hard as he listened to Anderson speak. Jack chuckled and cupped his cheek and then leaned in and pressed a delicate kiss to his cheekbone. Ethan leaned into his kiss, smiling. "Jack and Ethan," Anderson said, turning to each of them individually. "From the moment you met, from the first moment your eyes landed on each other, there was a spark between you both. A spark that grew into a flame that grew into friendship, a friendship that grew into love, and now you place the fires of that love into each other's hearts, where each of you will care for it together for the rest of your days." Tears pricked at Jack's eyes. He blinked fast, but one slipped free, trickling down his cheek. Ethan smiled and wiped it away with his thumb. He kept his hand on Jack's face. "Jack, please repeat after me." He spoke after Anderson, repeating the vows that would bind him to Ethan. "I, Jack, take you, Ethan, to be my husband, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer. I promise my love to you forevermore." As he spoke, Ethan seemed to stop breathing. He stared at Jack, his lips parted, his eyes filled with tears. His hands squeezed Jack's, and when Jack finished, he burst into a glowing smile as the first tear slid down his cheek. "Ethan, please repeat after me." It was Ethan's turn next, and he spoke after Anderson, his low voice gravelly and grinding on the words. "I, Ethan, take you, Jack, to be my husband, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer and for poorer. I promise my love to you forevermore." Jack mouthed the words along with Ethan around his smile. When Ethan finished, Jack leaned in and sneaked another quick kiss. "Whatever lies ahead, good or ill, you both will face it together, and together nothing will ever stand in your way. Remember, always look to each other first. The tides will rise with your love and carry you ever onward, away from the rocks and the shoals and out of troubled waters." Anderson smiled wide. "In all the days to come, from this day forward, you each will take your place at the other's side as husbands." Ethan beamed, and Jack laughed again, a happy, bright, ringing laugh. Let the ship's log record that at this day and time, by the power given to me by the United States government, I now pronounce Jack and Ethan Spiers Reichenbach married. You may now kiss your husband." They came together, hands on faces and lips sliding over lips, capturing each other, holding fast as the clapping started. Ethan twisted and dipped Jack, holding him low as he kept their kiss going. Laughing around the kiss, Jack twined his fingers through Ethan's hair, sliding his hand up the back of Ethan's neck. They kept kissing. They could keep kissing until the sub went sailing off the edge of the world as far as Jack was concerned. All right, Scott growled. "Take that back to your cabin, jeez." When Ethan pulled Jack up and finally broke their kiss, all Jack saw were smiling faces. Anderson held out his hand, giving them both a firm handshake. Ethan turned to Scott, and the two of them bear-hugged, a fierce grapple that looked almost painful. Jack turned to Sergey. Sergey's eyes were wet, but he smiled wide at Jack and held out his arms. "Jack, pozdravleniyo. Congratulations. You two are made for each other." He kept smiling, but his gaze hollowed out, and Jack saw him glance sideways at Sasha. Sasha smiled tightly and grunted his congratulations, shaking Jack's hand. He kept his distance from Sergey, not even looking his way. And then Ethan was back at his side, slipping his arm through Jack's. "Hey, husband," he breathed into Jack's ear. "Want to get started on our honeymoon?" Chapter 35. USS Honolulu. Sasha stormed out of Captain Anderson's cabin as soon as Jack and Ethan ducked out, laughing their way down the hall to their borrowed cabin. Scott and Anderson were cracking open a bottle of bourbon and joking about how it was about to get noisy in officers' country, the part of the boat with the officers' cabins. The executive officer, still looking shocked as to why he was even in the cabin, much less at sea with the formerly dead, now married American president, finally opened his mouth, cracking a dry joke about checking trim levels with the diving officer to make sure they stayed at even keel for the next hour or 10, what with the pounding the forward section was about to get. Roaring laughter followed, and Sasha fled. Sergey followed, shoving past Scott on his way to the door. In the passageway, Sasha turned away from their shared cabin, heading for the rear of the boat. His shoulders were tight, taut beneath his borrowed uniform, his broad frame almost filling the width of the empty passage. "Sasha!" No response, aside from the stiffening of Sasha's spine and the quickening of his steps. "Sasha, damn you, stop!" Sasha came to a perfect halt, falling to attention in a half-second. His jaw thrust out, sharp enough to cut, and he stared straight ahead, not blinking. When Sergey stopped at his side, he watched Sasha's nostrils flare and heard the heavy hiss of his angry breaths. He swallowed. They hadn't said a word since the beach, since Sergey had woken up alone in the cold sand after falling asleep in Sasha's arms. Part of him was furious. Again, he was more than tired of Sasha's love of leaving, his constant disappearing act. Another part of him just wanted Sasha back. "What can I do for you, Mr. President?" Sasha growled. He kept his eyes averted, staring straight down the passageway. "Sasha, Lieutenant Andreev, sir." Sasha spoke through gritted teeth, practically spitting his words. His shoulders shook and his hands made fists at his sides. "I serve the Russian Federation, Mr. President. I will do what is best for Russia. Damn it, Sasha, stop! Stop this." He stood in front of Sasha, forcing their gazes to meet. Sasha closed his eyes. "Did you see what just happened in there? Jack and Ethan, they married each other." Sasha's jaw clenched, seemingly hard enough to crack a tooth. "Did you hear what the captain said? How they changed the world with their love. It is true, Sasha. They knew what they wanted and they followed it. No excuses." "They are American." Sasha started to spit. "No, they are just human. Mean. Two men in love. No different than you or I could be." Sasha's face twisted, misery making him ugly for a moment until he forced himself back to rigid blankness. Sergey stepped close to Sasha, close enough to feel his body's heat and the rise and fall of his chest with each heaving breath. "They never let anything stand in their way," he breathed. "The world changed for them. If it happened for them, it could happen for us. Do you see how happy they are?" He took a shaky breath. "I want that. I want that kind of joy, that kind of love." "Please," Sasha whispered. His expression fell, losing his stoic hard edge, and turned to raw anguish. "I want to give you that kind of happiness." Sergey kept going. He lifted his hands, reaching for Sasha's shoulders, but hesitated. "I want to love you, Sasha." Sasha's trembles turned to shudders, but he kept his eyes clenched shut. He shook his head. "The country needs you," he breathed. "Needs what you can do for Russia. Do not make this about me choosing between Russia and you, Sasha. That is exactly what this is. You must choose Russia. You must. I am nothing, Sergey. I am not worth—" "You are everything to me," Sergey shouted. He grabbed Sasha, and Sasha's eyes whipped open. "And I choose you. Do you hear me? I choose you." Sergey's hands rose, cradling Sasha's strong jaw, his sharp face. "We can do it all together, Sasha. We can change Russia together. What better way than by the two of us at the top?" He stroked Sasha's forehead, pushing back a lock of blonde hair that had fallen over an eyebrow. "After everything, do you honestly think I would be stopped by people telling me no? No, you cannot love this man after everything I have done." Sasha said nothing. He stared at Sergey, his blue eyes searching Sergey's gaze. Sergey let him look, and he poured his love outward, trying to convey his agony at being ripped away from Sasha's side, the anguish he had felt believing Sasha was gone, the desire that burned in his soul and lived in his blood, aching to reach out for Sasha, the dreams he had of Sasha's smile, his rumbling laughter of just him, happy and in love, hopefully in love with Sergey. Sergey stroked his thumb over Sasha's cheek. "I choose you." Sasha exploded. Fury crackled over his face as he shoved Sergey back. Stunned, Sergey hit the bulkhead and his shoulders crashed into the cabin door behind him. His mouth dropped and he reached for Sasha. "What?" Sasha slammed into him, wrapping his arms around him, covering Sergey's body with his own. His hands roamed over Sergey, grabbing his hips and sliding up his sides, over his ribs and up his neck, running through his hair. He pushed Sergey back, throwing him against the bulkhead again when Sergey tried to push off and grab Sasha in return. Stunned, Sergey opened his mouth, protest ready on his lips. Sweeping in, Sasha plunged his tongue into Sergey's mouth, slipping it along Sergey's until their lips joined, bodies surging together. Sergey grabbed his broad shoulders, his arms. He pulled Sasha in, hands scrabbling to get him closer, kiss him deeper. "What the fuck is going—" Beside them, the door Sergey had slammed into whipped open, and Senior Chief Wilson, a bulldog of a man, built like a brick shithouse and with a perpetual Rottweiler's scowl on his face, glared into the passageway. Sergey and Sasha broke apart, barely, and froze. They stared at Chief Wilson, kiss-red lips quivering as they panted together. Chief Wilson stepped back in his cabin and shut the door. Sergey's eyes flicked to Sasha's. He cupped Sasha's face. "Come with me." Strained silence filled their cabin when they stumbled through the door. Sasha went in first, and he stood in the center of the tiny room, keeping his back to Sergey. Sergey watched his shoulders shake, his hands tremble. Good, Sasha was gorgeous. Even encased in a borrowed uniform, his rugged beauty could not be hidden. The curve of his biceps almost straining the material, his blonde hair trimmed close to his head, strong features, his aquiline nose, his jutting, harsh chin. Sasha seemed carved from marble, a statue of men from days of old come to life. He stepped behind him, close enough to touch, but didn't. What is it? He breathed over Sasha's shoulder. He rested his forehead on Sasha's trembling shoulder, exhaling. Do you not want this, Sasha? If I am just pushing you to something you truly do not want, I do want this. You, Sasha exhaled hard. But I have never. Sergey frowned. What? Sasha turned his head and his cheek brushed over Sergey's. His stubble caught on Sergey's skin and almost burned. Never with someone I cared about or wanted. Slowly he spun, facing Sergey, took Sergey's hand in his own roughened palm. No feelings ever. That is how I survived. Leaning in, Sergey pressed his forehead to Sasha's. I am sorry, Sasha. As he spoke, his lips dragged over Sasha's, almost a kiss. Sasha shook his head. He reached for Sergey, both calloused hands cradling his neck. Krasiv, I am not. Sergey held his waist, his thumbs massaging the tops of Sasha's jutting hip bones. His waist was narrow, the point of a deep V at the end of his torso, muscle corded beneath his palms, abs and obliques that were as thick as his forearm. I am old. Too skinny, gray, wrinkled. Sasha kissed him, shutting him up. You are beautiful to me, he murmured against Sergey's lips. So beautiful. And then they kissed, slowly. Lips slid softly, learning a new lover, tasting each other. His hands rose, stroking skin and clothing-covered chests. The curve of Sasha's pecs pushed against Sergey's fingers, his chest heaving with deep, shaking breaths. Sergey's fingers went to Sasha's top first, undoing each button with shaking fingers. Sasha's hands covered his as he reached the last button. He pushed the uniform top off, stroking his palms across Sasha's chest and over his shoulders. Beneath his touch, Sasha shivered, and his eyelids fluttered. The top fell to the floor, crumpled. He went for Sasha's undershirt next, lifting it slowly over his tight, pale skin, his taut muscles, and over his head. Sasha's nipples hardened beneath his hands. Red splotches appeared on Sasha's hairless chest and around his neck as Sergey gazed at him. Perfection. Sasha was perfection. Full, broad shoulders, thick and dusted with a smattering of freckles. Had he gotten those when he was a boy, or when he was older, working shirtless on the flight line beside his jets? His skin was light as the moon, soft like cream, and as Sergey watched, goosebumps rose beneath his gaze. If one of us is beautiful, that man is you. Sergey stroked one hand down the center of Sasha's trembling chest and down his flat abdomen. I want to touch you, Sasha breathed. But at Sasha's side, his hands trembled, clenching and unclenching as if he were holding himself back, straining against his desire. Sergey reached for his own uniform. Then touch me, Sasha. I am yours. He started on the first button. Growling, Sasha tore his hands away and ripped his jacket open. Buttons flew, peppering the cabin walls with hard, fast plinks. He peeled it off Sergey's shoulders, shoving it halfway down his arms, and then grabbed him around his waist, hauling Sergey close. Sasha curled over him, bending him backward. Sergey's arms stayed tangled in the uniform, and Sasha bunched the fabric behind Sergey with one hand, keeping him trapped. Gripping the back of his skull, Sasha kissed him, his tongue sliding over every one of Sergey's teeth before tangling with Sergey's. Sergey's hips jerked, grinding against Sasha's as he groaned. His cock was already hard, and it somehow grew even harder at Sasha's dominance, the way he seized control of Sergey's body. His hips brushed against Sasha's cock, straining his uniform. He wanted so badly. Days ago, had he been confused? Had he thought that he didn't want this? What a fool he'd been. He needed this. Needed Sasha. Through the kiss, Sasha yanked the uniform top from his arms, releasing Sergey's mouth only long enough to rip his undershirt over his head before pulling Sergey back. His wide palms gripped Sergey's hips, almost bruisingly tight. Their skin met naked chest to naked chest, and Sergey moaned into Sasha's mouth. His hands rose, running up Sasha's muscled back as Sasha sucked on his tongue like he would a cock. Pushing him back, Sasha maneuvered Sergey until he backed into the bunk along the wall. His legs hit the edge, and he collapsed, falling to his ass on the thin mattress. He came face to face with Sasha's crotch and his cock straining against his blue uniform. Sergey reached for Sasha's pants, but Sasha slapped his hands away and dropped to his knees. He stripped off Sergey's boots, and then his own. He hesitated, looking into Sergey's eyes. Yes, more. Sergey reached for his own belt, his shaking hands fumbling with the buckle. He should say something, tell Sasha how much he was enjoying this. His hard cock, of course, was the one signal, but he should tell Sasha. He opened his mouth right as Sasha yanked down his uniform pants and briefs and swallowed his cock all the way to the base. Whatever he was about to say vanished, lost in a breathless string of curses, a mixture of Russian and English and Russisch. He fell back, hands flying to the bulkhead, the mattress, the perfectly tucked sheets. He fisted the scratchy wool blanket, balling it up as Sasha sucked him, swallowing his head and sucking like a vacuum before rising and twirling his tongue around the tip of his cock. Sasha buried his nose in Sergey's crotch, swallowing around the head before rising with a sloppy, slurping moan. Spit dribbled down his dick, down Sasha's chin, and over Sasha's hand as he jerked Sergey when he wasn't deep-throating him. He was slick, coated in Sasha's saliva. Sasha's other hand grabbed Sergey's ass, gripping one cheek in a firm squeeze. He scraped his fingers over Sergey's skin, around his hip and down his thigh until he pulled Sergey's legs farther apart. More. He needed more. Sasha's mouth wasn't enough. He wanted them to be together. Reaching down, Sergey grabbed Sasha behind the neck and tugged, dragging him up his body. Sasha rose like a tiger, sleek and powerful, and pressing his chest against Sergey the whole way up, dominating him again as he pushed Sergey to his back on the bunk, slipping out of his pants as he moved. Over him, above him, Sasha surrounded him on all sides, his arms pinning Sergey, his broad shoulders enveloping him as he leaned down and ravaged his mouth. Sergey's hands dragged down Sasha's chest, down around his waist, and finally buried themselves in Sasha's crotch in his fine curly hair. Sergey hesitated, but then wrapped his hands around Sasha's hard cock. Sasha groaned around his open-mouthed kiss. His arms shuddered, and he almost collapsed as Sergey stroked him. He didn't know what to do or how to hold Sasha. Everything was backward and in reverse. Was he stroking too hard or too soft? Sasha captured his mouth in another kiss, and his questions melted from his brain. And then Sasha pulled back. Staring down at Sergey, he seemed to focus, the fire in his eyes banking just slightly, just enough to chain back the unrestrained passion that had exploded from him, that he'd unleashed on Sergey as he'd manhandled him across the cabin and dominated him into the bunk. Restraint, regret, and retreat, each paraded through Sasha's eyes as he gulped. No. Sergey ran his hands through Sasha's blonde hair, gripping the strands tight. He pulled Sasha close. "Look at me," he breathed. "Look at me, Sasha." Something jumped in Sasha's eyes as Sergey yanked on his hair, a white-hot spark. He hovered over Sergey's lips, staring into his gaze. Slowly, Sergey closed the distance between them, kissing Sasha slowly, greedily, all tongue and teeth, with his eyes wide open. "I want this," he tried to say, speaking through his gaze. "I want you. I want everything about you." He felt Sasha's hands and his hair, fingers pressed against his scalp, and then an answering pull, Sasha jerking his head back, but keeping their eyes locked together, their almost savage kiss continuing. Yes, Sasha." Slowly, Sasha lowered himself down onto Sergey, his strength covering Sergey from head to toe. Their cocks brushed, and Sergey jerked, rocking his hips up and sliding his cock against Sasha's, and then they were pressed together, oh, so tightly. Perfection. Yes, this was what he needed, what he wanted. Perfection rolled through Sergey, a wave crashing against his soul, followed by searing, roaring flame, enough to blind him and white out his vision. Everything clicked into place suddenly, as if he'd been trying to solve a Rubik's Cube and could previously only see one side. His life came into focus with a snap, a clarity that stole his breath away. This was exactly what he wanted. A hard body on top of his and a cock pressed against his own. He held Sasha's stare as he thrust up, rolling his cock against Sasha's again and again, harder, gazing into Sasha's eyes. Sasha thrust back into him, pulling Sergey's hair until his neck arched, and Sasha dropped kisses and suckling nibbles on his skin like falling bombs. Sergey wrapped his legs around Sasha's hips, squeezing him tight, and Sasha gasped as his eyes blazed. He never took his gaze off Sergey's, never even blinked. It was more than fucking, more than making love. It was bearing everything about himself to Sasha and letting Sasha into the deepest parts of his soul. He opened himself completely to Sasha, hanging on as Sasha drove against him. Sweat beaded on their skin, and his thighs slid along Sasha's sides, gripping and squeezing in time with Sasha's thrusts. He met Sasha's thrusts, drove their bodies together, tried to touch every inch of Sasha's skin. His hands moved from Sasha's hair to his face, down to his neck, and then cupped his jaw. He saw in Sasha's eyes his desire, his passion, and even deep in his ice-blue gaze, his love, tangled and twisted around an aching, gnawing fear. Sasha. Heat built through his body, wave upon wave, spreading from his cock. His heart, too, burned, opening, unfurling before Sasha. Lightning sang throughout him, sizzling into his soul. He kept chanting Sasha's name and staring into his eyes, his hands digging into Sasha's back and his straining muscles. Sergey hung over a precipice, his body about to come apart, split in half with the force of his orgasm, and then reform, be rebuilt in a brand new way. Sasha was going to destroy him, destroy his old life, and then resurrect him. He welcomed it. Sasha, he shuddered, panting. I am yours, Sasha. Gasping, Sasha thrust hard, grinding his cock against Sergey's. His eyes blew wide and his lips moved, nearly soundless whispers falling from him, curses in Russian and English that tumbled over Sergey's body. I want to let you come. Sasha growled. He nipped at Sergey's lower lip. "I want to make you scream. Go no yes." He fought to keep his eyes from rolling back in his skull. "With me." He wanted to see Sasha come apart, feel his release on his skin, hold Sasha as he trembled, as he shouted, as he clung to Sergey, strung out on love. Sasha gazed down at him. "Sergey." He captured Sergey's lips, devouring him, kissing his soul as he drove them together faster, harder. Sergey's orgasm crept up on him, building in his soul before blasting off, his body burning like a shooting star, like a fighter jet screaming through the skies under Sasha's control. He shouted, a wordless bellow as his body clinched around Sasha, and his release spread between them, hot on their skin. Sasha gasped, and his body curled like a bow over Sergey as he gripped Sergey's skull, staring into his eyes. Love, fear, passion, anguish. So much mixed in Sasha's gaze, tumbling, crashing, smearing into each other. Sasha started, and then his eyes went wide, and he buried his face in Sergey's neck as he exploded, as his orgasm crashed through his body, making him tremble and shudder in Sergey's arms. Sergey held him through it, stroking his back, his neck, his hair, and pressing his lips to Sasha's temples, the corners of his eyes. A new feeling cracked open in his chest, a burst of warmth, of radiance, of awe. How had they gotten to this point? He and Sasha, strangers in the world a year before, now clinging to each other like they were lost men, holding fast to the one other person in the world who meant everything. "Sasha," he panted, pressing his cheek to Sasha's hair. Sasha still trembled in his arms. "There is nothing to fear. We will make this work. I promise." Chapter 36. USS Honolulu. "You know, Doc, you actually can't feel the motion of the ocean in a sub." "Fuck off." Doc, head buried in his folded arms, growled at Wright. "I feel it, and I've already puked my guts out 10 times. Wright and Park, bracketing Doc on either side of the bench, laughed. They were in the mess hall, the whole team, minus Doc, scarfing down real food before their mission began. Kobayashi held out his fork, a piece of chicken stabbed on the tines right in front of Doc's buried face. "Smell anything?" "I swear to fucking God, I will puke on every one of you, every fucking one!" Except for Faisal. They all laughed. Wright and Park went back to rocking into Doc's side, gently swaying him on the bench as Ruiz almost snorted corn up his nose, trying to eat and giggling at the same time. Faisal smiled. He reached out and took Doc's hand, dragging it across the metal table. Park and Wright both arched their eyebrows. Ruiz whistled. "Doc, you got something special going on with Prince F? Getting a little sugar? Doc tried to pull his hand back, tried to jerk out of Faisal's hold. "Hell no. Give me my hand back. I want to live. And if the LT sees, that ain't gonna happen." He kept his face buried in his elbow on the table, but kept trying to jerk away, weakly. Faisal didn't let go. "Calm down," he chuckled, turning Doc's hand over. "I am only looking for a pressure point." Searching, he found the spot in between Doc's thumb and fingers and pressed down firmly. After a few moments, Doc's shoulders relaxed and he sighed, visibly relaxing as he almost melted into the table. "Alhamdulillah, see?" "What kind of ninja Arab genie thing is that?" Ruiz held out his hand, flopping it in front of Faisal. "To me, Prince F." "It's a Chinese pressure point, not an Arab one." Faisal grinned. "Definitely not from a jinn. And not ninja, either." "Close enough." Ruiz wagged his hand. "Come on, maybe I'll get rich like you if you rub off on me." Kobayashi and Wright groaned and rolled their eyes, and Park collapsed sideways into Doc, giggling and snorting like a toddler. "You are incorrigible." Faisal plucked Ruiz's hand from the table and held it in his own. He traced the line down the center of Ruiz's palm. "My mama always did say I was a cutie." Winking, he grinned at Faisal, a megawatt smile that could have flashed across 1,000,000 television screens. "Incorrigible, dumbass, not adorable." Doc grabbed his spoon, blind, and beat Ruiz with it, never sitting up. "Means you're impossible, which you are. Can I study your brain? I want to know how you live with only 2 brain cells. I could hook up a light bulb to your skull. When 2 cells bounce together, I bet the bulb lights up." More laughter. Faisal joined in, shaking his head as the men kept their playful bickering. Ruiz had a nasty scar curling around his forearm, and he complained of stiff fingers when it was cold. Faisal pressed halfway down the scar, gently rubbing, and waited. "Damn," Ruiz jerked, and he stared at Faisal like he'd been burned. "The hell? My fingers feel all tingly." Faisal nodded. "This should help with your pain." Ruiz stared at him, and then smiled. Not a sarcastic smile or a sharp smile, but something honest. Something that said, "Thanks." At the end of the table, Adam sat down with his tray in front of Coleman. Coleman sat apart from the others, watching like a hawk. His dark eyes flicked to Adam. "I've been thinking about what you said," Adam said carefully. Coleman raised his spoonful of applesauce, swallowed it all, and then dipped his spoon into the sludge again. He never blinked. Adam swallowed. "You're right. I do need to get my head straight. Stop being all over the place, so here it is." Inhaling, he glanced down the table again, watching Faisal gently tease Ruiz and Park as Doc brandished his knife and fork in both hands, his head still down. On the island, Coleman had dragged him down to the beach and read him the riot act, a blistering tirade about how he was scattered, divided, anchorless, how he was blowing in the wind, and if he was going to have any hope of leading the team through what they needed to do, he needed to unfuck himself, figure his shit out, and fast. Find his true north, and start navigating right. No one trusted an aimless leader, and that was exactly what he seemed. "I love him," Adam said, turning back to Coleman. "I'm in love with Faisal. We were together before I joined the team, before I took command. I ended it, but that was a mistake. We're working it out." He took another breath, squaring his shoulders before his sergeant. "Time to lay it out there, get real. He means as much to me as this team does. Each and every one of you matters to me deeply." He shrugged and gave Coleman a tiny smile. "It's just a little different with him." He had heard about the love an officer was supposed to have for his men, for his team, throughout officer training, but he'd been a lone operator, solitary Marine right out of training, and that had led him traipsing down the path of conspiracy, of secrets kept from his own government, and of Faisal. Transferring and taking charge of the team had capsized his already bruised and battered heart. He'd been in love with Faisal, but had tried to drown that love while he struggled to lead his team. He'd been an out-of-control yo-yo ever since, wild swings sending him everywhere but where he needed to be. But now, seeing his team and Faisal all together, everything clicked. Coleman raised another spoonful of applesauce to his mouth. "We will do this, all of us together. We will kill this bastard, and then we will all go home." Adam leaned forward, his hands turning to fists on the tabletop. "All of us." Swallowing, Coleman lowered his spoon and set it on his tray. He reached for his water glass and raised that instead, holding it out for a toast. Adam smiled and raised his glass, clinking the plastic together. "I'll need you, Sergeant, like always." "Fuck off!" Doc leaped to his feet and jumped Park, bending him half over the table as he pretended to stab him with his fork. Ruiz and Kobayashi howled, and Wright tried, weakly, to pull him off, but he was red-faced and laughing far too hard to be helpful. Coleman arched his eyebrows at Adam, and a tiny smile tugged at his lips. I don't think there's any hope for them, LT. Much, much later, when most of the team was snoring in hammocks strung around like a crazed chimpanzee swing gym, Adam slipped into the torpedo room, back from his final pre-mission briefing with Ethan, President Spiers, Captain Anderson, and the Russian president and his officer. Even President Wall had been there over a secured satellite uplink to the White House. His mind spun, dizzy from the intel, and a part of him wanted to scream. K-27, a nuclear submarine being weaponized to ignite the skies? Waves of fire that would burn across the world. President Wall and her Secret Service bodyguard, Agent Levi Daniels, had gone ghostly pale when the Russian president told them about K-27. As if things weren't bad enough, President Wall had breathed. Now he can weaponize a nuclear submarine. His people, the ones we know defected, turned traitor and joined him. Daniel's voice had gone thin as he cleared his throat, not looking at the screen or at any of them crowded around the captain's table in Honolulu's wardroom. Madigan doesn't have a nuclear tech. He doesn't have someone who knows how to weaponize that reactor. Maybe he got a Russian nuke tech from Moroshkin? We proceed as if he has full capabilities, President Spiers had said. Christ, it was too much. Adam just wanted it all to end. And after... Well, he knew exactly what he wanted after the mission was over. What he'd always wanted. Ruiz snored loud enough to wake the dead. Kobayashi was as quiet sleeping as he was during the day. Park was still awake, flipping through a rumpled magazine he'd swiped from the mess hall. Wright and Coleman chatted softly in the corner, Wright clutching a picture of him and a blonde chick, her face half hidden behind his bare shoulder as they posed in front of some monument in D.C. Doc lay face down in his hammock, his arms hanging over the sides, almost brushing a bucket someone had placed beneath him. A piece of rope stretched from the bucket's handle and wrapped around Doc's waist, tied in a knot. When he stood, the bucket would follow him every step he took. Knowing Doc, he'd keep the bucket clattering behind him just to fuck with the rest of the guys, and especially whoever had tied it to him. Adam wound his way to a hammock set apart, respectfully distant from the gaze of the team and their antics. A slender shape rested in the canvas, curled beneath a green wool blanket. He squatted next to the hammock and leaned in. Hey. Faisal rolled over and smiled. Hey yourself. How did the briefing go? Adam blew out a long exhale and arched his eyebrows, bobbing his head as he shrugged. That well. Faisal chuckled softly. He didn't answer. Instead, he nodded to the hammock. Any room in there? Faisal squinted at him, but said nothing. These can hold dudes up to 400 pounds. You and me together aren't even close to that. Scoot, make room. Adam waited as Faisal slid to the side, and then he clambered into the hammock. They almost tipped, and Faisal made a wild grab for the bulkhead to steady their sudden swinging plunge. Adam snorted, but scooted close to Faisal once the hammock was stable. He wrapped his arms around Faisal's waist and buried his face in his neck, breathing deeply. Faisal ran his hands through Adam's hair, pressed his lips against Adam's forehead and his messy hair. What are you doing? He breathed. Making a choice. Adam's lips moved against Faisal's skin, a kiss with every word. No more hiding. I can't operate like that. I can't be torn in half. He sighed, nuzzling Faisal's jaw, the warm skin beneath his ear. I love you, Habibi. That love gives me strength. I won't hide it. I won't hide who I am. Not anymore. Faisal's exhale over Adam's head was shaky. He felt Faisal's pulse beneath his lips quicken, felt Faisal's arms tighten around him. Habibi. He swallowed, and Adam kissed the burnished gold skin, the rise and fall of his throat. Bismillah. Are you certain? More certain than I have been for years. He squeezed Faisal's hips, stroked one hand over the small of his back. I'm sorry, Faisal, for shh. MashaAllah. It is all in the past. Squirming, Adam shimmied until he was face to face with Faisal. He held his gaze, the soft sheen of his eyes reflected in the dim lights of the torpedo room. A red glow hung in the room, but didn't fill the shadows. One curl of ruby light tickled down Faisal's cheek. It looked too much like blood. He wanted to brush it away. "Promise me something." "I will promise you anything, Habibi, in this life or the next." He cupped Faisal's cheek, covering the streamer of red. "Promise me you will be careful. You will be safe." Faisal frowned. "We're going to do this. Take Madigan down. I want you at my side like we used to be, but I can't lose you. I can't see you get hurt. I can't." Adam licked his lips, shaking his head. "You have to stay safe." Faisal reached for him, cupping his cheek in return. "Insha'Allah, I will be safe. And you will be as well. Subhanallah, we will all be relaxing by my pool in 1 week, drinking mango juice and eating lokwamat." Adam sighed. "I thought we went naked when we were at your pool. That was your rule, if I remember right." Faisal winked. "That is for you and me alone. Your team must wear their swimming suits. I won't share you." Laughing, Adam nuzzled his nose against Faisal's, exhaling softly. "Be careful, Habibi," he said, becoming serious again. "You are everything to me." He held Faisal's gaze, staring into his eyes. "I'm fighting this fight to go home," he breathed, barely whispering at all. "Home to us. I want our life back. I want to be by your side every day from now until the end of time." "I do too," Faisal whispered. "I pray for that every night. Insha'Allah, Adam. We will have it. Insha'Allah." His lips moved against Faisal's. Baraka Allah. Chapter 37. USS Honolulu. The Bering Strait lay dead ahead. Tension strained the dark control room. Dim running lights cast the crew's face in half shadow and made their eyes gleam as they stared at their controls. Captain Anderson stood just before the periscope stand, his arms crossed. His eyes darted over every control panel, over every person. The contact evaluation board mounted ahead of him and, scattering soft blue light, tracked targets and ranges to anything picked up within Honolulu's detection range. Trailing behind Honolulu, their partner, the sub that had stayed with them from Elizabeth's fleet, USS Bozeman, followed. Depth, speed, angle, and trim displays crowded space with fire control consoles and weapons. Behind the periscope in the center of the con, the navigator hovered over his plotting table, furiously calculating their course and checking it against the computer display. Transparent charts lay over the plotting table's crimson lightboard, marked up with grease pencils. On a submarine, redundancy and double, even triple checks meant the difference between life or death. Ethan couldn't turn without bumping into someone. He stayed still, pressed against Jack's side, and tried to be out of the way. That was nearly impossible. A dozen men were crammed inside what looked like an airline cockpit shoved into a large bathroom. Stacked from the deck to the low, curved overhead bulkhead were display screens, gauges, bundles of cables and wires, consoles and toggles, emergency equipment, and more. The con was stuffed full, jammed to practically bursting. Honolulu had submerged, and beneath the ocean her movements were smooth as glass. If he didn't know they were underwater, he wouldn't have guessed. One of the helmsmen, a young enlisted man, exhaled shakily. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The Bering Strait was one of the most difficult crossings in the world, even during peacetime. A shockingly narrow undersea canyon, filled with a jungle of undersea mountains and craggy valleys. The clearest passage was barely deep enough to slip a sub through fully submerged. Sneaking through the strait into Russian waters beneath a storm and entering an Arctic war zone with 2 heads of state on board was insanity by any definition. And they were headed right down the center. Nerves radiated from the 3 men seated at the diving station. The helmsman and plainsman sat behind commercial airline-style control yokes, each linked to the rudder in the diving planes, controlling the boat's course and depth. Behind them, the diving officer, Lieutenant Roller Whipple, sat, double, triple, and quadruple checking their every move and taking over when needed. The engine room telegraph also squatted between the three men, the old-school turns like a rotary phone telegraphing to the engine room to give the captain the power he needed. Roller was young, and had earned his nickname the hard way, Anderson said. He had rolled the sub through the ocean like a sea snake for months, barely able to keep Honolulu at the right depth and trim when he first came on board. More than one officer had puked when he was at the helm. Senior Chief Garcia kept an eye on him from his own station, manning the ballast control panel. He was in charge of the boat's dive and surface, keeping the sub buoyant while submerged, and her levels trim and even. Above him, 2 bright red chicken switches hovered on the control panel. If all hell broke loose, he yanked those switches, and high-pressure air forced out the water in the buoyancy tanks in one explosive rush. If that happened, Honolulu would blast out of the water, rising like a torpedo fired from her own tubes, except, under the ice, she'd slam up against the ice sheet, and if it wasn't thin enough to give, she'd smash into a billion pieces and sink to the bottom of the Arctic abyss. Captain Anderson pulled down the handset for the boat's intercom and flipped to the main channel. "All hands, this is the captain. We're preparing to enter the strait. From here on out, there are no drills. Once we reach the other side, we're at war." Sergey hovered at Jack's side in the dim light, standing beside Sasha. Something had changed between them from the day before to now. Instead of turning away from each other, they now turned toward each other, standing inside each other's shadow. Sergey kept one hand on Sasha at all times, and Sasha tried to keep Sergey within the breadth of his shoulders. It felt like Ethan was looking into a mirror. "Captain," Navigation Officer Lieutenant Commander Jacinto said, 7 minutes until Little Diomede. New heading will be 336 degrees to Herald Canyon." Jacinto was a thin man, almost gangly, and he folded over his plotting table like it was a toy he couldn't let go of. Calculated precision and dead seriousness were etched into the lines of his face, a steel-hardened exactitude that submariner navigators required. "Diomede will pass to port?" "Yes, Captain." Captain Anderson nodded once. "Ocean depth?" 96 feet, Captain." "Roller, make your depth 80 feet. Slow to 6 knots. Roller's wide eyes bulged like a King Charles spaniel. He responded immediately. 80 feet and 6 knots, aye, aye, sir." His jaw kept moving, a manic, mechanical chewing. 3 packs of nicotine gum were stuffed in the front pocket of his uniform top. Ethan exhaled, nice and slow, as Honolulu crept through the strait. Anderson kept his gaze locked on the displays, his eyes flicking from depth to trim to angles and back again. "We're passing through the shallowest part now," he murmured, leaning close to Jack. "Our keel is just over 10 feet above the ocean floor. If a wave breaks over the surface, we flash our skirts to anyone out there. We're close enough to throw a rock and hit both Russia and the U.S. We are feet from either nation." Jack swallowed. He stayed silent. "Ocean depth 90 feet, Captain." Anderson's eyes flicked back to the screens. His jaw clenched. 1 minute warning." Behind them, the navigator called out their course and bearing again. "Turn in 45 seconds, Captain." Big and Little Diomede were 2 rocky outcroppings of bird shit and dust in the middle of the Bering Strait, 2.5 miles apart from each other. The borders between Russia and the United States ran down the exact center of the waters between the islands. Jack leaned into Ethan. He slipped his hand through Ethan's, lacing their fingers together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and mark. Helm, 5 degrees left rudder. Heading 336 degrees. Keep the turn gentle," Anderson growled. "If you turn us too sharp, we'll roll and expose our port side out of the water." Roller didn't blink as he repeated his orders. 5 degrees left rudder. Heading 336 degrees, gentle turn. Aye, aye, Captain. Slowly, the con tipped sideways, a gentle bank as the sub turned, moving out of the strait and into the Russian Arctic. Ethan looked to Jack and met his gaze. In the darkness, Jack's eyes gleamed. a shine that made the blue of his eyes look like stars burning in the night sky. "This is it," Jack breathed. "We're at war." They didn't know what would be waiting on the other side of the strait. During Anderson's brief, the captain outlined every possible scenario, from empty polar seas all the way to Madigan to a silent Akula lying in wait, a Russian hunter-killer submarine of their own. What did Madigan have at hand? What had Moroshkin taken over the pole with him to Canada? What elements of the Russian Northern Fleet had defected during the coup, and who had simply pointed their boat as far from Russia as possible and tried to flee the calamity? No one knew the answers. Unknowns stacked against their operation, giant question marks that could spell disaster. Beyond the strait, geography opened up a triangle of terrible waters. Undersea mountain ranges of plunging ice thrusting downward from the polar ice cap created caverns and jungles nearly impossible to navigate. Shallow waters and shoals narrowed the potential routes to one, Herald Canyon, to the starboard of Wrangel Island, a barren rock in Russia's desolate Siberian Sea. Herald Canyon was a notorious ice maze. Even in summer, the ice never completely melted, and the shift and slam of the bergs and the ice sheets sent slabs of ice deep into the waters. The ocean floor was shallow, still a part of the continental shelf off of Russia, a flat plain that rose and rose, trying to pin submarines like butterflies to the bottom of the ice, trap them and strangle each boat out of its depth. The deepest pass through Herald Canyon was the Wrangel Trough, an ancient riverbed that had once cut through the Siberian plains when the sea had been a steppe that linked Russia to America millions of years ago. Successfully navigating through the Wrangel Trough would turn them into salmon swimming upstream, dodging the shallows and the plunging ice, squeezing through passes barely large enough for their hull and praying that they were alone. Under the ice, sonar, Honolulu's eyes and ears, barely worked. The Arctic wreaked havoc on sound and sonar. In the open ocean, American submarines could pick out the sound of a toilet flushing on a cruise ship and the footfalls of a guard walking a perimeter, the hushed whispers of a drug deal going down. Sailing into the Arctic was like putting a blindfold on and earplugs in and spinning someone around until they were dizzy. Mazes of ice jungles, floating icebergs with keels that plunged hundreds of feet into the waters, ice sheets that rumbled and crunched, and wild sea life all created an undersea opera of acoustic chaos. Sonar displays looked like snow on an old television set. Making sense of the undersea world was a nightmare. The mix of fresh water from the ice and salt water in the depths bounced sound waves like a hall of mirrors, and, when the sea floor dropped out beneath them, sonar reflections and refractions bounced off the bottom of the ice and into the depths. At best, they could see the bottom of the ocean and the bottom of the ice and figure out a way to navigate through the pinched corridor. Ethan and Jack hung behind the navigator and the plotting table. Ethan kept one hand on the small of Jack's back and his eyes fixed to the sonar display. He held Jack for his own sanity. Planning this mission out, they'd always talked about what to do once they got up on the ice. When they were already in the Arctic, they'd never thought about how dangerous it would be to even get there. What if they slammed into an ice keel or got trapped in the twisting ice canyons and narrow passages with no way out? What if an Akula found them and blew them to bits when they were pinned? It would be a long, dark dive to the bottom of the Arctic abyss, and when the sub hit crushed depth, those waters would burst in, freezing them while they drowned, suffering twice over at once. Ethan swallowed hard and scooted even closer, wrapping his hand around Jack's hip. Somewhere there was a beach with their name on it, a real honeymoon destination, not slinking through Arctic waters with 70 feet of hard ice pushing down on them. The maze of ice canyons kept them deep. The sonar array mapped the bottom, sending a picture in waterfall lines of blues, yellows, and reds to the main display. Pictures emerged from the scratchy colored lines, sound bouncing back and painting what was in front of them like there were headlights in front of the sub. The colors signaled depth and range. Blue was good. Blue was open waters and clear range. Yellow was a warning. Red, and then shades of pink, was full-on pucker time. Red filled the screen. The bottom of the ocean close enough to drag their hands through. Boulders rose in furious magenta, seeming to pass to their right and left as the helmsman breathed like he was giving birth. just watching. Ethan wanted to yank back on the control yoke and get them away from the bottom. Good thing he wasn't driving. He had slammed them into the ice roof. The plainsman, in charge of keeping them trim and level, had balls of neutron steel, keeping the Honolulu flat and steady and right between the ocean floor and the ice as he stared at the screens. He didn't blink. Something rose in the sonar's display, dead ahead, a craggy protrusion jutting up from the seafloor, almost like a log broken in two, snapped over some giant's thigh. "Sonar? Con? What is that ahead?" Anderson never took his eyes off the screen. The sonarman, Petty Officer Boomer Michaels, responded. "Not clear yet, Captain." "Nav, anything on charts?" "No, sir." "Helm? Plane up to avoid, gently," Anderson growled. "We've got feet to maneuver here. Thickness of the ice overhead?" 92 feet. The nav officer whistled. The corners of Anderson's eyes clenched, a slight squint. They planed over the jumble beneath them, slowly gliding through the frigid waters. As they passed directly overhead, the sonar image cleared up, and everything snapped into perfect focus. "My God," the executive officer breathed. It was another submarine, broken in two at her midship. She'd sunk to the bottom of the ocean and rested like a child's toy, tossed aside, split in half, and forgotten. "Con, sonar. Looks like an Akula class. Torpedoes brought her down. It's a new wreck, sir. No signs of settling or sea growth." All eyes flicked to Sergey and Sasha. A downed Russian sub cracked in half in their own waters. "Our country has never sunk a Russian sub up here," Anderson said softly. "Yet," hung unspoken in the air. What were the Russians doing? They weren't on the path that would have taken them to Miroshkin and his fleet, and they'd been heading away from Madigan's position. A sub on the run, making a break from Murmansk to the Strait? Why had they been shot down? Had they come to warn the Americans? Anderson's voice rang out. 1 minute of silence. Mark. Sergey bowed his head, grief washing over his features. Sasha stayed by his side, a solid presence, and Ethan watched Sergey lean into him, like a sapling blown in the wind. When the minute mark passed, Anderson nodded to Sergey. "To your men," he said simply. The submarine service was something unique. Ethan had heard about it, the jokes and tales passed back and forth to kill time in all branches of the military, but submariners were a breed apart, men who lived beneath the ocean and bent nature to their will time and time again. Camaraderie in those men crossed national lines, enough to honor the Russian ghosts they sailed over. Sergey nodded to Anderson. "Still on patrol," he said softly, finishing the Russian toast. "Con, sonar. Ice ridges ahead. The ice is plunging, but the bottom opens up too. We've hit the slope." Anderson nodded, and Ethan felt the con exhale, collective relief from a dozen men shaking out of their skin. "What's the depth, Boomer?" 260 feet and dropping, sir. 50,000 feet until we reach the continental shelf. First ice ridge closing in 80 feet. Anderson steered the boat beneath the first ice ridge, gently diving her to a new depth. Some of the raw tension had fled as the ocean floor dropped away. The men didn't hold themselves like 1,000 volts were passing through their bodies anymore. They'd started to blink, to look like humans again. And then the second ice ridge came up, steeper and deeper than before, and the third like a knife trying to gut them. In minutes, they were back to navigating their way through an underwater maze, dodging cleavers of plunging ice, underwater spires that seemed as tall as skyscrapers, and blind alleys that led to choke points. Anderson kept diving the boat deeper into the dark depths, until the first groan sounded along the hull. At Ethan's side, Jack exhaled shakily and scooted closer. Ethan welcomed it. Across the con, Sergey was pale, almost translucent. He could see a thick ring of white around the entirety of Sasha's eyes. "Con? Sonar? I'm picking something up." Boomer's voice trailed off. In his corner, he frowned at his screen, shaking his head. "What is it?" "It doesn't make sense." Frustration strained Boomer's voice. "It could be our own echo, or it could be an organic. I'm not getting clear signals. It's irregular, but that could be the ice." "How close is this mystery object?" Anderson growled as he made his way to Boomer's screen. "The signal is bouncing off the ice, Captain. What I can hear I can't understand, and from what I can see I can't get a good bearing. It could be all the way under the North Pole." Anderson glared at the screen. A snow of noise, of barely comprehensible lines, dots, and dashes streamed across the display, and on the far right side a faint, barely there pulsation, like a shooting star, there and then gone, and there again. Natural sounds were random, noise that could numb the brain. Machines, on the other hand, were reliable, predictable, rhythmic. His lips pressed together. "You see something, Boomer?" "Yes, Captain, I think I do." "Keep an eye on it. I want to know the instant this thing twitches." Boomer nodded, and Anderson moved back to his position in the center by the periscope stand, his eyes flicking over every station, every screen. "Captain, another ice keel ahead, range 3,000 yards. This one is massive, sir." Boomer squinted at his screen. "And if that object exists, it's beyond the ice keel, sir. Or it's our reflection coming off this huge sheet of ice. If you turn into the dive, I can get us a better picture, or we'll know we're looking at our shadow." Boomer had his hands over his headphones, and he hunched in front of his display, trying to divine meaning from the mess on his screen. Overhead, the navigational display showed a thick red band plunging down from the ice, dangerously close and angled on their starboard side. "Helm, 5-degree turn to starboard. Heading 070. Ahead slow." Anderson glared at the screens, and around him his men became tense again, wind-up toys keyed to the last screw. Boomer kept listening and kept staring at his screen, frowning hard. Ethan closed his eyes and let out a breath. He tried to uncoil his muscles, tried to physically relax. His body felt like a spring, coiled and ready to burst. He thought he could hear the noises coming through Boomer's headphones, popping, humming, hissing noises that made his bones itch. Beneath all of it, a deep, rumbling thrum and patter, almost like a heartbeat. "Boomer, what the hell are we hearing?" Anderson's bark broke over the con. "Is this our own echo?" Ethan's eyelids snapped open. At his side, Jack tensed, his body going rigid as they felt the raw intensity of the con ratchet up and smelled the stink of adrenaline letting loose into veins. On the sonar display, a shattered mess of red lines appeared in the dead center, incomprehensible but close. Damn close. Anderson was silent for exactly 1 second. Ethan watched his eyes narrow, his lips flatten. "Emergency deep. Take us down to the depths. Dive. Now, Roller." The deck slanted immediately, Roller plunging the ship into a steep dive. "Captain?" Boomer's voice was like lightning crashing over the deck. "Contact! Jesus Christ, it's a Russian attack sub! Hostile contact! Designate Sierra 1! He piped the sonar noise he was hearing up to the captain as the displays went red, solid lines of cascading maroon flashing as alarms wailed. From the speakers, Ethan picked up a sizzle, the sound of an electric plant on a nearby submarine, water rushing over a hull, and a rhythmic swish of a turning propeller. On the nav display, a flattened oval appeared, crimson bright and taking up almost the entire space between the ice keel and the ocean floor below. The silhouette of a submarine. "Dive!" Anderson shouted. "Get us underneath that sub! Make your depth 265! Captain, ocean depth is 273! 265 feet! Do not overshoot!" At the helm, Roller's eyes went even wider, bulging like he was a character in a bad cartoon. His plainsman went white as a sheet, not even breathing, but he moved automatically as the alarms wailed and shouts broke over the deck. "Con, sonar!" Boomer hollered over the claxons. "It's an Akula-class sub! They're turning toward us!" A new alarm sounded, a high-pitched wail. "They're flooding their torpedo tubes! Engines ahead full! Captain, we're going to hit bottom!" The nav officer gripped the railing behind the periscope until his knuckles went white. "No, we won't," Anderson growled. "Weapons, give me a firing solution on their position. I want torpedoes going up their bearing when they fire. Helm, get us the hell out of here. Point us to the Makarov Basin and run like hell." He turned to Chief Garcia. "Make the boat ready for depth charges. Deploy countermeasures." His gaze turned to Jack and then to Ethan. "Stand by to brace for collision." Ethan grabbed Jack in the nearest handhold, clinging to both. Jack, in turn, clung to him, his hands wrapping around Ethan's waist. The deck pitched hard toward the bow as Honolulu kept diving toward the bottom of the ocean. Ethan scrambled, almost lost his feet, and the men sitting at the diving station nearly toppled over. Their seat belts held them fast, but one of the watchstanders wasn't so lucky. He tumbled and rolled, sliding on his ass down the length of the con before slamming sideways into the damaged control board. A low, quaking thrum rumbled through the con, like a train rushing past them a hand's breadth away. Every surface rumbled, display screens shook, the whole sub vibrating, a martini being shaken. Jacinto's grease pencils leaped from the plotting table and hit the deck. They kept rolling down the steep angle and into the darkness. "She's right above us," Boomer shouted. "She's covering my scope." The Akula filled the sonar display, an almost solid magenta wash eclipsing their underwater world. "Torpedoes in the water! Inside 500 feet! Chief, countermeasures!" Chief Garcia's hands flew over his board, almost fast enough to blur. "Deployed, Captain. Depth? 240 feet, Captain." The diving officer clenched his jaw. 250? 260? Level off! Torpedoes inside 300 feet! Ethan caught Jack's gaze, caught the fear pouring out of Jack's eyes. In their depths, Ethan saw the same in his own gaze, reflected back at him. He didn't want it to end like this, not twisting apart in the ocean, crushed by pressures as he froze and drowned. After everything, not like this. Jack's hold around his waist tightened enough to bruise his hips. Ethan had one hand on the handrail, and with the other, he cupped Jack's cheek. "Countermeasures deployed. Jammer ineffective. Torpedo still on target. Range 150 feet. Anderson glared at Chief Garcia. "Sound collision alarm." Garcia grabbed a large switch over his board and hauled it down. At once a new klaxon wailed through the ship, an awful screech. "Brace for impact." Ethan held Jack's gaze and pushed their faces together. "I love you," he whispered against Jack's lips. "I love you." Booming crashed behind them, and Jack's eyes squeezed closed. The sound of 1,000 bubbles popping and a hiss like an anaconda hovered over their heads, and then a second boom sounded. Darkness veiled the con like a curtain as the lights flickered. The whole world shook. Ethan bucked, losing his footing, but kept an ironclad grip on his handhold and on Jack. They rolled to port, falling sideways against the plotting table and almost on top of it before shuddering and rolling back. When would the water crash over them? When would they draw their last breath? Tearing metal screeched and groaned, a crescendo of shrieking that seemed to rake up the inside of Honolulu. The lights winked out, plunging the con into pitch black. "Torpedoes detonated, Captain." Garcia's booming voice broke over the alarms. "Countermeasures successful, but we still took damage." "Damage control?" Anderson's voice rising in the darkness. A moment later, the battle lights winked on, and the alarms fell silent as Garcia's hands flew across his board. Lieutenant Harvey at the damage control station responded. "Emergency reactor scram, sir. The shock of the blast knocked the reactor into safety standby." A hum, and then emergency lights flickered and rose, casting the con in a sickly, almost hospital-like glow. "Flooding reported in the engine room and the battery compartment. Get that salt water out of there before the batteries start venting chlorine. All drain pumps reroute to the battery compartment. Damage control teams to the engine room. Secure collision alarm. Chief, dial up the pressure in the hull. Let's slow that leak and get the reactor back online." "Captain, we've got another problem." Roller's eyes were locked on his display, and he leaned over his helmsman, his hands on top of the younger man's, physically trying to haul the control yoke over to help the helmsman steer. "Rudder is jammed. We pointed 18 degrees to starboard, sir, and I can't unstick it, not from here." "Con? Sonar?" Boomer's voice shook. "Approaching Makarov Basin. Distance to Sierra 1, 2,000 feet. Jacinto, Adjust our bearing to compensate for the rudder. We can't fix it now. Anderson strode to the weapons station and leaned over Lieutenant Munoz. Weapons, do you have a track on that bastard? Did you get a bearing? Munoz nodded, breathing hard. I got 2 curves as Sierra 1 passed. An almost flat triangle flashed on his screen, a complex trigonometry problem that put the Russian sub at the apex, dead in Munoz's target. We can light her up. Sound battle stations. Flood torpedo tubes 1 and 2. Set torpedoes for short-range attack. Enable seekers at 1,000 feet and step them up to 50 knots. Man battle stations. Man battle stations. Clanged through the ship. Munoz's hands flew over his board, setting up the torpedoes as Anderson ordered. Deep inside Honolulu, Ethan swore he could feel the torpedo tubes opening, water rushing in to fill the dark launch tubes. Tubes 1 and 2 ready, sir. Make sure our torpedoes hit them and don't get scrambled by the ice, Anderson barked. He backed off Munoz and went to his position by the periscope. Confirm your solution and shoot. The deck beneath Ethan's feet shuddered as the torpedoes launched from Honolulu's belly. 2 new sonar pings blazed across the screen. Close the outer doors and reload. Anderson's voice rang across the con. Flood tubes 3 and 4. Helm, ahead full. Those bastards are going to shoot up our torpedoes' wake, and I won't be here for them when they do. Get us out of here and under the ice. Anderson's gaze flicked over the con, finally landing on Jack and Ethan. We're going to lose them under the ice cap, Mr. President. Get in deep water and under fast ice. We'll run like hell. What about Bozeman? Jacinto spoke, still gripping the edge of his plotting table. His hair stood straight up, mussed after the tumble and rumble during the torpedo's detonation just behind Honolulu. Bozeman was behind us in Herald Canyon. With the noise we just made, she definitely knows about Sierra 1. Commander Roberts is good. He'll hunt them down while we keep going. Anderson took a breath and turned back to Munoz and Boomer. Range? 20 seconds left on torpedoes 1 and 2. 15? 10? Boomer, sonar on audio. Aye, aye, Captain. Audio filled the con, a bubbling, hissing undersea warble that changed in a split second. A smear like greased bacon sliding on a pan, and then a cannon shot, a rumbling boom, and a lion's roar, and then another. Ethan felt like he was in some kind of nightmarish delirium where lions roamed in an undersea world. Had he fallen down a rabbit hole? And then the sound of the crystal chandelier crashing to the ground, thousands and thousands of shards of glass bursting apart like all the glass in the world was exploding in the same moment. The sonar display went off like fireworks, crackling lines and bursts of color, exploding sounds in all frequency ranges. Ice. Anderson frowned. Did we hit Sierra 1? Can't say. Boomer worked the controls, staring at the screen. Getting a lot of reflection off that ice keel, and the ridges in the thick cap beyond it. Sierra 1 picked the perfect place to hide, Captain. I'm having a hard time making anything out, especially with all that ice detonating. Anderson's lips pursed, but he said nothing. He glared at his screens and then turned to Jack and Ethan. We survived, he said, his voice low. More than what our Russian friends on the bottom of the ocean can say. Again all eyes flicked to Sergey. He stood by the weapons station, grasping the handrails behind Munoz's chair. Sasha hovered beside him, one hand seeming to disappear on his back. Sergey looked drawn, exhausted by more than the physical exertions of the battle. Sasha looked ready to puke. He stared at Sergey like Sergey was the center of his world, the axis he revolved around, and the only thing he was still standing for. Maintain course across the Arctic abyss. Finally, Anderson exhaled, his shoulders sagging just slightly as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Boomer, what's the ice look like? Fast ice, Captain. Boomer's voice was still shaky. His hands trembled over his screen, but he kept going. We're under the cap. No ridges or keels on my scope. Anderson nodded. How's our rudder? Rollers spoke through clenched teeth. He and the helmsman were both holding onto the yoke, their arms and shoulders straining as sweat dripped down their faces. Struggling. We're pushing 23 knots, sir. We can't keep this up for long. Boomer, find us a Polanya. We need to surface, and fast. Fast ice was an Arctic submariner's dream. The hardened ice cap above, more than 80 feet thick, was solid, firm enough to withstand the drifts and slams of ice that built up from Siberia and pushed into the Arctic Ocean, pressing over the top of the world on its way to Canada. Nearer to Siberian shores, the crash of ice sheets slamming into the polar ice caps sent deep ice ridges down into the seas, blades the size of city blocks that a submarine could slam into or shear herself apart on. But over the top of the world, the bottom fell out beneath Honolulu as she passed over a triplet of plunging basins. The Makara Basin, the Polar Drop, and the Nansen Basin, where the ocean floor was a terrifying 17,000 feet or more beneath them. Ancient undersea mountain ranges divided the basins, soaring ridges that rose up and tried to tickle Honolulu's belly. They were in such deep waters that even with the thick ice above and the mountain ridge below, Honolulu sailed through the waters with open seas above and beneath her. It was shrivelingly terrifying. And if anything went wrong beneath the ice cap, they'd plummet to the bottom and vanish from history forever. Fast ice also went on for what seemed like an eternity, even more so with a stuck rudder and 2 straining helmsmen. Anderson rotated men in to hold the shuddering yoke stable as each team drenched themselves with sweat, struggling to hold a steady course. Finally, Boomer shouted that the ice above was thinning and that he had found Apollonia, a section of ice-free waters in the middle of the vast Arctic, or almost Apollonia. "Brash ice and slurry, Captain." Floating icebergs and slushy ice like a melted snow cone. "We can punch through." Anderson turned to Roller back at the helm. "Bring us to a stop under that opening. Roll into the jammed rudder and then reverse engines and push her into the current. I want us dead in the water. Keep us trim." Roller nodded and popped another 3 pieces of nicotine gum into his mouth. His jaw never stopped moving, a manic chewing that made him seem like a hamster, but he brought the boat to a standstill just inches off the center of the Apollonia. "Well done, Roller. Take us to a periscope depth." "Periscope depth. Aye." Roller's biceps shook, but his hands were steady on the control yoke, working in tandem with the plainsmen. Ballast blew as an alarm rang 3 times. Honolulu began to rise. Anderson stood by the periscope well, and when it rose, he ducked down and swept in a circle, scanning the ice above. He pulled back. "Mr. President, care to take a quick look?" Jack ducked down and pressed his eyes to the scope. Floating ice chunks the size of small cars bobbed in the seas, colored from soot-black to gem-like turquoise to Arctic white. Swells sent slurry over Honolulu's rounded black deck, leaving trails of ice like snow covering a driveway. The bob and weave of the ocean returned, the roll and sway of the deck beneath his feet as the sounds of a million ice cubes cascading against the hull plinked and rattled through the con. Jack stepped away. Roller moaned, his head in his hands. "I hate the swells." Anderson clapped Roller on the shoulder as he made his way toward the central hatch, leading to the bridge on the sail. "Have Commander Ross meet me on the deck. XO, bring the Presidents up once I secure the bridge. Boomer, keep a steady lookout. Call it the first sign of anything that isn't an organic." The executive officer helped Jack and Sergey into life jackets as Ethan and Sasha hovered nearby, pale and looking like they had regretted eating breakfast. Of the 2 of them, Sasha looked worse. He kept both hands on the railing and seemed to struggle to keep his stomach down. Ethan, as always, was rock solid and focused entirely on Jack. "Be careful," Ethan breathed as Jack passed, heading for the hatch leading to the bridge. Jack nodded and kissed his cheek. Behind him, he caught Sasha's furtive clasp of Sergey's hand, his tight squeeze, and Sergey's small, radiant smile in return. He waited for Sergey on the ladder, just beneath the open hatches leading out to the bridge. Biting salt air whipped down into the tower, and above a circle of battleship gray sky hung low, almost close enough to touch. "Congratulations," he said, leaning his shoulder into Sergey. "I'm happy for you. And proud of you." Sergey smiled slowly. He kept his eyes ahead, fixed on the ladder. "Sasha would want me to say that I have no idea what you are speaking of." His eyes flicked to Jack. "But I will say thank you, and that I needed your kick in my ass. It is the best thing you have ever done for me, Mr. President." Laughing, Jack started to climb again through the sail and onto the small open bridge. Water drained from the base of the bridge, but slurry ice still made the deck slippery. Below, freezing water slicked over the hull in rushing sheets. Mist and swirling fog rose from the hull like curling smoke, the heat of Honolulu turning the frigid Arctic waters to steam. Around their slushy breach in the ice cap, a bitterly frozen white wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, as if the whole world were frozen. Beyond that, fog descended, blurring the horizon into a canvas of smeared lead and dirty snow. Biting winds blew off the ice sheet, swept up the side of Honolulu and snaked around his neck and down his spine. He shivered, curling around himself as memories of frozen water closing over his head and his face pressed against the cold, slick underside of a frozen river went off like torpedoes in his mind. Sergey stood beside him, close. He wrapped his arms around Jack, rubbing his hands briskly up Jack's arms. Anderson and his executive officer filled out the rest of the small bridge, both of them surveying the fog-shrouded landscape. On the deck, crewmen in life jackets and foul-weather gear scurried down the rounded hull, heading for the jammed rudder. The damage was obvious from the sail. A deep gouge had ripped a chunk of the rudder clean off, and debris had jammed into the gears and spaces of what was left. They would not be an easy fix. "Contact," Anderson said as he peered through his binoculars. "Looks like a research station, maybe two. Oil exploration site, maybe." Sergey nodded. "There are many in these parts. Rusfuel has contracts for the Arctic. I'm not seeing any movement. No signs of life." Anderson squinted at Sergey. "What was their status before the coup?" "Operational. Spring and summer are the prime seasons for exploration. We just started getting their first reports of the season in Moscow." One eyebrow arched high on Anderson's thin face. "Looks like nobody's home now." He passed the binoculars over. "How far are we from Madigan's position?" Jack's breath fogged in front of his face as he spoke. "October Revolution Island is down that bearing." Anderson pointed into the fog bank, but Jack couldn't see anything. "The middle of the 3 Arctic desert rocks that Russia claims. They form the entrance to the Kara Sea." "How solid is the ice between here and Novaya Zemlya?" Sergey used the Russian name for Severny Island, the crooked finger of land that sheltered Madigan inside the Kara Sea. "Packed in. Siberia's been pushing larger ice sheets into the Arctic every year. It's solid for hundreds of feet and then tapers to brash ice in parts." Sergey hummed. Jack watched him. "What are you thinking, Sergey?" "Those stations arc all the way into the Kara Sea. We could use them. Hop our way down closer to Madigan's location." "We go overland and Honolulu moves under the ice? See if we can get a good look at Madigan before we make our move?" Sergey nodded. They both turned to Anderson. Anderson sighed, like a man being told to do the impossible with a shoestring. "We're not up to an undersea dogfight. Not with this." He jerked his chin toward the busted rudder. "Until we get ourselves repaired, the overland route is the next best option. We'll stay here to support you while you recon." "Thank you, Captain." "Don't thank me yet. I can get you from Honolulu to the ice cap, but from here to the station, it's an hour's walk. In the Arctic. You'll need to bundle up." Jack knew from the moment Sergey suggested their excursion that they wouldn't be going alone. Ethan instantly joined the mission, Sasha too. Ethan briefed Scott and Adam, and then Adam rounded up his team and got them all geared up and waiting in the mess hall in 6 minutes, well before Jack had struggled into his thick neoprene dry suit and snow-white Arctic military pants, jacket, hood, and gloves. Together, the whole team looked like a cross between polar bears on hind legs and a troop of marshmallow men. On the bobbing hub of Honolulu, Adam gave a quick brief of their mission. Doc listened, doubled over, his hands on his knees, his skin as white as the snow slurry washing over the bow. They split the mission gear between everyone, checked and rechecked their Arctic gear, and then it was time to go. Anderson had a small team ferry them from the deck of Honolulu through the slurry ice and to the edge of the glacier. Scott and Ethan shoved shoulders until Sasha put his foot down and insisted on disembarking first. He clambered out of the small boat and onto the ice sheet like a cat setting its paws on an uncertain surface. The ice held. Ethan hopped out, and then Scott and Adam. And after Adam's team set up a perimeter, Ethan and Sasha pulled Jack and Sergey out to the small boat. On the ice cap, Faisal looked wide-eyed, gazing at the snow that surrounded him on all sides. He was bundled up tight, his jacket zipped up above his nose, and thick goggles covered the rest of his face. Together they strapped crampons to their boots and roped a safety line around each of their waists. Adam's team linked into their small groups. Sergey and Sasha moved together, and Jack, Ethan, and Scott tied themselves into one unit. "We're all here, Captain. Ready to head out." Jack spoke into the radio Anderson had fitted him with. Adam had patched him, Ethan, Sergey, and Sasha into his team's radio and passed out a set of throat mics and earpieces for them all, but Anderson had given Jack a separate ship-to-shore portable radio. It would only work while Honolulu was surfaced through the ice. "We're moving to the Rust Fuel Station. Repair estimates are 3.5 hours, Mr. President. I've got a team standing by in case you need them, but the cavalry won't be moving quickly if you get into trouble. Keep your eyes and ears open. You're in the Arctic now. This place wants you dead, and that's before you find the son of a bitch. The wind, the snow, the cold, they're all racing to see what kills you first. And, Mr. President, remember this. If you think it's a polar bear, shoot first. Don't let them get too close, or you'll be a bloody smear on the ice before you even get near Madigan." "Thanks, Captain." Jack grinned as Ethan rechecked his rifle and Sasha put his in the ready position. "I'll call you when we get there." Chapter 38. North Kara Sea. October Revolution Island was one of the last solid rocks on the planet before the Arctic waters and the sea ice encased the island and its two neighbors. It was the most northern-flung scrap of dry land, covered in frigid sand and frozen tundra, and hugging the same high Arctic circles as Franz Josef Land and Svalbard. For most of the century it had been encased in sheets of ice, glaciers that crept off Siberia and plowed right over the island. Wind-burned lichen and frost-covered scrubgrass tried to grow. Seals and walruses sometimes beached themselves on the glacier. Polar bears occasionally padded through the ghostly snow-packed fog. It was as far from livable as any human could get on the planet. It might as well have been the moon. The sea ice ran right up to the glacier that surrounded the island, a solid glacier, but deceptively not smooth. 100 feet beneath them, the heaving ocean beat against the underside, just like the ice keels stabbing into the depths. Ice sails soared into the gloomy sky. Pressure ridges from crunching ice sheets pushed together, creating mountains that stretched like never-ending walls. Crevices arched away in long lines, gaps that opened to the black waters below, so deep down that they looked like dark slits falling away to nothingness. A bad step and a slip into one, and their bodies would never be found. Picking across the ice sheet to the Rust Fuel Station took over an hour. They leaned into the katabatic winds as snow flurries blew twisters between their bodies. The safety line linking them together in groups turned from a nuisance to a silent comfort. Stepping across narrow crevices and walking along the rippled edges of ice made Ethan's heart pound until his head ached, beating like a bass drum. Ethan stayed at Jack's side, almost hovering, and Sasha stayed by Sergey. Adam's team fanned out in a diamond formation, keeping Jack and Sergey in the center. Ethan watched Adam and Faisal, watched how they moved together, stayed together, operated as one. Red flags marked the edge of the Rust Fuel Station, stakes with bits of plastic flapping back and forth. Against the snow, the red flags looked like spilled blood, virtually a river of it, twisting and twining through the ice. The station had the bare look of a Wild West outpost. It had clearly been built for efficiency, not for looks. At first glance, it seemed like a spaceship from the set of a bad 1950s sci-fi movie. A central wind-worn red building on stilts squatted in the center of a grid of shipping containers. Flags marched in straight lines, marking out walking paths between the main building and the shipping containers. A fleet of snowmobiles sat parked next to the central building, the seats and saddles covered in snow. On the other side, a generator sat, cold and offline, beside giant barrels of what should be fuel. On top of one of the shipping containers near the main building, a geodesic dome, a giant golf ball, hollow on the inside, sat beside a dizzying array of antennas, masts, and satellite dishes. The station was dark, and the air was silent. No hum of a generator, no rattle and clank of a diesel engine churning out electricity. "Looks like nobody's home." Ethan called for a halt. He ducked to one knee and peered at the station, searching for something. Movement, signs of life, signs of a struggle, anything at all. Adam's voice broke over the radio into his earpiece. "I'll take my team in for a closer look, Director." "Go for it." He waited, weapons ready, with Jack, Scott, Sergey, and Sasha, as Adam and his men crept up on the station, circling it from all sides before moving in. In their Arctic suits, they blurred into the landscape until they looked no different than a passing snow flurry, a haze of movement against the endless white wasteland. Adam called it in. "Station is clear. No one's here. Power's offline." "It's creepy in here, sir." "We're coming in." They moved in, Sergeant Wright holding the door for them, and they took their first steps into the rust fuel station. As he entered, the hairs on the back of Ethan's neck rose. It was cold, as cold inside as it had been outside. No one had been in there for a long time. He peered around the empty central room of the main station. Half-filled glasses of tea sat on tables next to unfinished, stale toast. Papers still lay in open folders. There were no signs of violence, no signs of a struggle. Overhead, bare fluorescent bulbs hung dark and cold. One hallway led away, presumably to the dormitories, also dark. Where is everyone? Could they be out doing surveys? Or at an oil rig? Jack looked hopeful. Sergey shook his head. "Always the station has an operator on site at all times, to keep the power on." He lifted one hand, pointing to the dark lights. "Evacuated after the coup?" Adam stood in a loose circle with them, Faisal at his side, as his team spread out, poking through the station's remains. Over Adam's shoulder, Ethan watched Ruiz take a drink from one of the glasses, make a face, and spit the slushy tea back into the glass. "If they were evacuated, then why are snowmobiles still here?" Sasha shook his head. "Russians do not leave equipment behind. Not like you Americans." Adam frowned and opened his mouth, but Wright's voice stopped him. "Hey, LT, come check this out." They trooped over to Wright. A map of rust fuel drill and research locations hung on the wall, tacked at an angle. The map was in Russian, but they got the gist. "Looks like we're here." Wright plopped his finger down on a yellow rust fuel symbol, seemingly in the middle of an endless white space marked Arctic. Sasha grunted and nodded when Wright looked to him for confirmation. "These stations will take us south, right to where we want to go." Wright dragged his finger along an arc of yellow rust fuel symbols, heading south into the Kara Sea, on the ice cap and stretching toward Novaya Zemlya. "All the way to Madigan." "I saw stations destroyed when I flew over. Burning." Sasha set his jaw and glared. "Madigan destroyed many. These." He pointed to the stations nearest to Madigan's position, halfway up Novaya Zemlya and on the sea ice. "Well, he didn't get this one." Wright snapped and turned his attention to Adam. He flicked a polite glance to Ethan and Jack. "We can use this station as a base for now. It's close to Honolulu. We've got 4 walls and a roof and wheels. Well, treads. Snowmobiles. We should recon to the south. Check out the next station." Adam nodded. "Sir?" He glanced from Ethan to Jack. "Do it." Jack spoke first. "Take your team out and report back what you find. We'll remain here. Try and find some answers." Footsteps from down the hallway made them all spin on their heels. Sasha and Ethan had their rifles up to their shoulders a second before Adam and Wright. Around the main room, the rest of Adam's team took up firing positions, each dropping for cover or flattening to walls as they watched and waited. Sergey's voice broke through the darkness. "I found this safe, and the weapons locker." He turned the corner to the main room and stopped dead, his arms full of rifles and fingers stuffed with plastique explosives. Sasha dropped his rifle first, almost exploding as he cursed and growled at the same time. Deep Russian rumbled from him as he snapped at Sergey, pointing his finger and shaking his head. Sergey's eyebrows climbed up his forehead. Scott chuckled. Adam's team slowly dropped their weapons, all of them glaring at the Russian president. "We head out in 5, Adam snapped. "Everyone, be ready." The team set out on snowmobiles, everyone taking one except for Faisal, who sat behind Adam and pressed his face between Adam's shoulder blades for the ride. They left enough snowmobiles for Ethan and the others to follow later. Adam's GPS pinged 20 minutes after they set out. He called the team to a halt and sent Coleman, Park, and Kobayashi in to check it out on foot. 5 minutes later, Coleman radioed back the all-clear signal, and they came in on the snowmobiles. It looked almost the same as the last station, except bigger. The central building was larger. Another grid of shipping containers sat in the snow and ice with heavy drifts built up against the north and west sides. Red flags flapped in the wind, staking out the perimeter and the walkways, and, at this station, down the length of a smooth ice runway. At one end of the runway, a small Russian Beriev propeller plane rested on skis. The plane had spent its whole life in the Arctic. Behind the main station, a hole had been blown in the ice cap, a perfect circle down to the ocean. The ice cap was thinner by this station, only 30 feet or so at best guess, looking down the crevices they passed. A winch hung off a steel girder, drilled into the ice cap next to the blast hole, and a thick suspension cable ran from the winch to a commercial mini-submarine, a technical submersible designed for underwater drill operations. The sub, built for maybe 4 people, was staked to the ice and snow by a thick, frost-crusted chain. There was no movement, no sound, no signs of life. They crept in slowly, parking the snowmobiles across the runway and slipping in over the smooth ice and wind-blown snow. Adam sent Coleman and his team around the back and put Wright out by the runway, watching the horizon and keeping his eyes peeled for any unwanted visitors. Together, he, Faisal, Doc, and Ruiz breached the main building at the same time, running up the stairs and throwing open the doors, shouting at the top of their lungs for anyone inside to drop to the ground. No one answered. The station, like the previous one, was abandoned, except Adam spotted a half-full mug on the edge of a table. Coffee gently sloshed up the sides of the mug like it had just been set down. He caught Faisal's gaze. "Someone is here. We're going to find them." Adam briefed his team in the main room, speaking softly. "Wright, is the perimeter set?" Over the radio, Wright answered back. "Just finished, LT. Lasers are up and running." Static cluttered his words. "Good." Invisible. Anyone crossing Wright's perimeter wouldn't even know they had tripped the laser. "Anything going in or out, we'll know." "What's the plan, LT?" Coleman set his jaw, staring with narrowed eyes at Adam. "We need to find out who's here. If it's one of Madigan's men, we grab him. Get every single thing out of him. If it's a rust fuel guy, we figure out what he knows, what he's seen, and why he's hiding. Whose side he's on." He sketched out a basic map on a piece of paper, the layout of the station, the outlying buildings, the shipping containers, the ice hole behind them, and the runway. "Coleman, take your team and search the shipping containers and the drill hole. What's in there? What do they have on site? Ruiz, Doc, you two search the generators, the antenna farm, and the snowmobiles. Any footprints, anything jacked with the equipment? Check everything over. Wright, you check the plane. See if anyone is hiding in there." "Roger that, LT." He turned to Faisal. "You and I will check the main building. Offices, dorms, labs, everything they've got here." Nods all around. "Report back updates on everything you find." More nods, and then Adam dismissed the team. They broke apart, Coleman taking Park and Kobayashi with him to the shipping containers, and Doc and Ruiz heading for the generators and antenna farm. Antennas, satellite dishes, and geodesic domes crowded on top of one of the shipping containers, covered in snow and dripping with icicles. Adam hefted his rifle and gestured down the first dark hallway. Like the other station, the lights were dark, generator power offline. Faisal clicked on the flashlight mounted to his rifle and followed Adam. "This is bullshit," Ruiz grumbled as he scanned the snow, searching for footprints outside the station. "What is?" Doc rammed the butt of his rifle against the frozen lock on the shipping container behind the generators. It snapped and fell to the snow. Ruiz followed him inside, scanning the container with his flashlight. "LT keeping Prince F inside the station? Why can't any of us be inside the station, where it's warmer?" Doc picked his way through the dark shipping container. Cables lay in bundles, and chains wrapped around thick wooden spools. Tools hung on one wall. He grabbed a crowbar. "Okay, first of all, that station is creepy as fuck. I don't want to go down those dark hallways. Fuck no." He turned and pointed the crowbar at Ruiz. And second of all, you're from fucking Minnesota. Faisal is from Saudi Arabia. Who do you think is doing better in this shit show? Ruiz scowled. You don't think he's giving Prince F all the good stuff? Better treatment and all that? I think he's fucking Faisal, yeah. Is that better treatment? Doc shrugged. He banged on the sides of the first drum he passed. Thick booming echoed back like it was full of liquid. I thought you liked Faisal. Would you be bitching more if Faisal were given a mission on his own? Sent out here? How would I know he knows what the fuck he's doing? Ruiz grumbled. He ain't trained with us, and no, I don't hate him. But he ain't one of us. You're just jealous of the new baby. Doc winked and slammed the crowbar into another drum. Another heavy echo. So where else should he be? Where would he be doing the best he can and be out of our way? Ruiz said nothing. Doc smirked over his shoulder. LT's trying to do everything for everyone, making sure we all don't go flying off the handle about Faisal and keeping Faisal alive. I mean, come on. The nephew of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia? Here? He shook his head. Fuck. Prince F is that important? I thought he was just another prince. They have 5,000. Nah, he's big shit. Maybe the next king, even. Doc swung his crowbar against the next drum as Ruiz whistled. This time, the drum rang loud and clear. Coleman split his team up at the shipping containers. He sent Park down one row and Kobayashi down the third. He took the middle. None were locked, and after cracking through the ice built around the handles, they swung each container open and looked inside. Coleman found more snowmobiles. A bright yellow Arctic construction vehicle on treads, parts for drilling, long lengths of pipe that would be right at home on an aircraft carrier, and drill bits the size of a minivan. Pistons and engine parts that could have gone on a tank. Whatever the station's purpose was, it was big. He pressed his throat mic and radioed his team. Found anything? Static nearly drowned out Park's response. Nada, Sarge, just equipment. I think I see you, Kobayashi. Kobayashi? I just flipped you off, Park. Nothing relevant, Sergeant. More static. He set off for the next container. More drill equipment. His radio chirped again. The static over the line was worse than before. He could barely hear Park's voice tinny through the connection. Park to Coleman. Approaching ISOL. Something. Gotta see. Park. Park, come back. Nothing. Coleman tried Kobayashi. Kobayashi, come back. Kobayashi? Static and dead air. He took off, jogging down the long line of snow-blown steel boxes toward the ISOL. His finger curled around the trigger. Right? Right, come back. Shit, I can't raise anyone. Adam pushed on his earpiece like that would make the signal clearer. All he could hear was static, endless wails and warbles. Where the hell is the static coming from? We should have a clear signal. They'd wound their way through the complex, back to the dormitories. A long line of empty, mostly unmade bunk beds. Pictures of wives, girlfriends, and porn stars were pushed into the metal grates of the bunks and tacked on walls. People had been there, had lived there. Where had they gone? Unless there's something else in the air. Faisal leaned his rifle against the wall and dropped his backpack. He sat on the edge of a bunk. Faisal pulled his laptop out of its protective sleeve and powered it on. The battery stuttered and the screen flickered, but it finally powered up. Faisal grinned. I will do an RF sweep. See what else is out there. Adam nodded. He poked around the rest of the dorm, using the barrel of his rifle to open locker doors and flicked through the rust fuel technicians' clothes and jackets. Their shirts were stained with sweat and dribbled sauces and stank like vodka. Definitely a Russian station. Adam. Faisal's voice hardened. When Adam turned back, he saw Faisal frowning at his screen. The frequencies here are jammed almost to the max. The C-band is off the scale. C-band? Faisal looked up. It's the band for satellite transmissions. Whatever is going on there is bleeding into everything. Let's go find out what it is. His first thought for finding whatever satellite was transmitting with enough power to clutter the airwaves was the antenna farm on top of the shipping container Doc and Ruiz had gone to investigate. "No," Faisal said. "None of those dishes would be capable of this kind of power. From what I saw, most of the masts and receivers were damaged anyway." "Then this is something different? Something new?" Faisal nodded. "It will be somewhere with a clear line of sight to the sky." Adam's eyes rolled upward. He stared at the ceiling. Faisal stayed in the station while Adam clambered to the roof. There weren't any ladders to help him up. He jumped from the top of an oil drum to the sharply angled overhang, and then pulled himself up by grabbing onto the edges of the corrugated steel sheets and sliding on his belly. The overhang tried to block the harsh winds roaring off the ice sheet from pushing too hard on the station. For Adam, it was a frigid obstacle, chilling his body as he slid over the frozen metal. Finally, he swung his feet over the edge and jumped down to the flat roof of the main station. He peered around, turning in a slow circle with his rifle up. Nobody home. He scanned the snow. Footprints from the edge of the roof to the center. Something squatted in the middle of the roof, covered with a thin piece of parachute silk. It rustled in the faint wisps of wind that slipped around the protective overhang, shuffling like dry sand. Adam slowly crept toward the center, keeping his head on a swivel, searching for anything. Static hummed in his ear. His molars ached, and the hairs on his arms stood straight up, quivering like he'd been zapped with electricity. A sound split the air almost like a shout. He whirled and raised his rifle, scanning right and left. What was that, a bear? What did a polar bear's shout sound like, anyway? He shuffled toward the edge of the roof, his rifle still up and ready to fire. Over the edge, he could see almost the entirety of the station. The antenna farm and the doors of the shipping container wide open, rows and rows of more shipping containers, the ice hole, snowmobiles, the plane. A smear against the endless white lying in the snow at the edge of the runway caught his eye. Right, keeping watch after searching the plane. He scanned the station again. Someone kneeled next to the ice hole, peering into the darkness, but from his vantage point he couldn't see which of his men it was. They wore the same Arctic uniforms, all white from head to toe, and almost seamless, blending into the snow and ice. Must have been a bear. Or the wind. Radios were down, but no one had raised an alarm. His team was still searching. He had his own search to complete. Adam turned back toward the roof and took a step. He tripped, stumbling for a few steps before falling to the roof. He curled to his side as he landed on his shoulder. Wincing, he lay there for a moment, letting the sting fade. When he opened his eyes, he saw it. A thick black cable, rubber-coated, stretching over the roof and toward whatever was in the center. Snow had covered it completely. His eyes tracked the cable, and like a maze being revealed, he suddenly saw the rise in the snow where the cable had been buried, purposely hidden. Another cable stretched from the center of the roof beneath the parachute silk, and another, like the spokes of a wagon wheel radiating outward. The ends went over the edge, dropping toward the runway. Peering over the roof, he traced the cables through the snow, following the rise, the disturbances where they had been buried and concealed. They wound around the snowmobiles and disappeared into the lines of shipping containers. Adam frowned. What the hell were those? He peered across the station. He couldn't see his team. Whoever had been at the ice hole was gone now. Doc and Ruiz at the antenna farm were silent. A little strange, but Doc knew when to get serious on an operation. He headed for the center of the roof. Whatever the cables were doing, somehow it was connected to whatever was under the parachute silk. He ripped it away. 6 cables came together at the base of a thick steel needle, like a syringe for a giant that pointed toward the sky. Jesus. This was the satellite. Some kind of crazy, cutting-edge satellite transmitter, low profile for black missions. He'd seen things like it before, back when he was working in the field, but they'd never been this huge or this high-powered. Standing next to it, Adam felt like his organs were vibrating, like his spleen was trying to duke it out with his liver, and the winter would punch through his stomach to escape his body. But how were they transmit? His gaze traced the black cables, radiating out from the satellite. Of course. The cables lying in the snow were the antenna. One giant antenna spread around the station. Whatever this was, it wasn't Rust fuel tech. Russian state-owned scientists did not work with technology that still had the stink of DARPA on it, which meant... "Hey!" Doc's shout broke over the station. "Hey! I need some fucking help over here!" Adam sprinted to the edge of the roof. Below, Doc dragged Ruiz behind him through the snow, trailing a line of blood that stretched from Ruiz's head to the antenna farm. "What the fuck? Someone fucking jumped us!" Doc looked up, and Adam saw a gash on his temple and a smear of blood coating the side of his face all the way down to his chin. "We were opening up the oil barrels and someone fucking jumped us." "Ruiz?" "Out cold." Doc dropped to his knees, breathing hard. He grimaced, swaying like he was about to faceplant. "I'm coming down, hang on." Adam scrambled to the edge of the roof and slid over on his belly. There wasn't anything beneath him except snow and ice 6 feet down. Jesus, he hoped it was a soft landing. Adam let go, pulled his knees in close, and dropped. "LT!" He landed on his side, powdery snow puffing up around him as his hip hit a hard chunk of ice. Coleman's voice made him scramble to his feet. He limped toward Doc and Ruiz and saw Coleman jogging toward the pair as well. "Sergeant?" Coleman's eyes were wide, wider than he had seen before. Coleman wasn't a man easily rattled. He'd been Adam's right hand from the moment he had taken over as team leader. Unflappable, solid as steel. Adam had borrowed his strength, his determination, more than once. "Park and Kobayashi are gone." Coleman dropped to Ruiz's side and rolled his chin, peering at the gash in Ruiz's temple. Blood oozed from the wound and over the back of his head. "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Adam knelt beside Doc and took his face in his hands, shaking him gently when Doc wouldn't focus on him. "They were checking out the ice hole. I couldn't hear anything over the radio. I went to join up with them, but they both vanished." Coleman's gaze hardened as he poked at Ruiz's blood-covered head. Adam's gaze flicked over Doc's shoulder to Coleman. Coleman's jaw clenched hard, a vein pulsing across the center of his forehead. Even though he knew it was useless, he tried the radio again. "Right, come back. Anything on the perimeter?" His laser tripwire hadn't gone off, but still. Nothing but static. "Park? Kobayashi?" More static. Slowly, Adam turned back to the station. The still, silent station. "Faisal." "Get inside," he growled. "Everyone get inside now!" Coleman carried Ruiz fireman style while Adam helped Doc stumble up the stairs and into the main station. Faisal met them at the door, helping Adam carry Doc the rest of the way in, and then clearing one of the tables off for Coleman to lay Ruiz on. "He's dazed. Maybe a concussion." Adam crouched down as Doc breathed deep, bent over as he sucked in large gulps of air. His eyes were squeezed shut, but he nodded to Adam. "I'm okay," he grunted. "I'm okay. Just need some air." "Can you treat Ruiz?" Behind Adam, Faisal had taken over, putting pressure on the gash and trying to wipe away the blood that matted his hair and covered one half of his face. Doc nodded slowly. Yeah, I can." Adam went to Coleman as Doc joined Faisal. His sergeant paced like a caged tiger, his jaw clenching as he stared out over the icy expanse and the eerie stillness of the station. A barren world had swallowed 2 of his people. Where had they gone? Someone, or someones, was here with them, and unless Rust fuel technicians were deadly serious about their drilling, Adam would put money on their mysterious guest being one of Madigan's men. They must have taken the station. The techs were most likely dead. So where were the bodies? If he was getting rid of bodies in the Arctic, throwing them down a deep, dark hole would be the perfect place. "What did you see at the ice hole?" Coleman shook his head. "Nothing. It was like they were never there. No signs of a fight. Did you hear anything?" "Not a damn thing. Fucking radio." Coleman squeezed his rifle hard. The plastic casing groaned. He had to see for himself. "Stay here. Guard the others." "LT, stay here," he forced Coleman back with his gaze. "Someone's out there, and we've got wounded in here. You need to guard them. I'll go check it out." He looked back to Faisal. Faisal held Ruiz's head while Doc rubbed at the gash, cleaning the blood away. Ruiz was still out. Coleman glared. "Yes, sir." Adam ducked out of the station and stayed low. He scanned the ice. Nothing but wind-blown desolation. The open doors of the shipping containers Coleman had gone through banged in the wind, the hinges creaking and groaning as steel clanged against steel. On the ground, he picked out the disturbance in the snow, the buried cables he had traced from above. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to cover every inch of those cables with loose snow. Thanks to the ice cap, they couldn't go very deep, though. This part of the Arctic was essentially a desert. The snow blowing in the air was the same snow that had fallen 20, 50 years before. Old snow, dry like sand. Maybe an inch of new snow fell every year. Probably less. The antenna farm lay to the left and the ice hole to the right. He headed to the right, jogging low from the station to the submersible, staked to the ice. The suspension cable swayed above, creaking in the winch. It was just like Coleman said. There was nothing at the hole, no signs of a struggle, no shuffled snow, nothing at all to suggest that two of his men had vanished at this spot. He edged his way around, checking every inch of the frozen ground as he made his way toward the antenna farm. On the far side of the hole, just as he was about to turn away, he finally spotted something. About 8 feet down, smeared against the side of the ice, was a streak of bright red. Fresh blood. He headed for the antenna farm next, moving fast through the line of snowmobiles to the open shipping container. Doc and Ruiz had been inside, Doc said, checking out the oil drums. A crowbar lay half inside the doors. Blood clung to one end, snow stuck like dust, the dry flakes crimson. Oil drums lined one side of the container, all the way into the black depths. Chains and tools hung on the other side, clanging as the winds slipped into the open container. Spools of cables and rope turned the darkness into a maze. 3 drums in, a lid was partially pried off. He grabbed the crowbar and went to the 3rd drum, prying the lid the rest of the way off. He tossed it aside. The drum wasn't filled with fuel or oil. Thick rubber suits were stuffed inside, and on top of those, heavy masks with thick seals stared up at him like alien faces, badges with blank indicators. A Geiger counter. Radiation suits. He was looking at radiation suits. His briefing with Reichenbach and the others came flashing back. K-27. The nuclear sub. The weaponized reactor and the potential for a nuclear blast that would kickstart the fires in the sky and the chain reaction that would decimate the world. Madigan needed this equipment, nuclear technology, to restart the reactor in K-27. Did he have a technician, too? Or was he just going to flip the switches and hope for the best? A noise in the darkness, like a boot scraping over cold steel, made him turn. He whirled around, raised his rifle to the darkness, and crouched low, hovering behind the drum. He could feel the presence of another person, the way his senses screamed that he wasn't alone, the way his blood quickened, his pulse raced, the way his stomach clenched and refused to let go. Someone else was there with him. But who? One of his own? Or the attacker? His eyes scanned the container, the sides, the tools and parts hanging on the wall. Realization slammed into him. Those weren't tools or parts for oil drilling. He'd seen enough intelligence briefings on nuclear reactors, on dirty bombs, on components to always be on the lookout for, to recognize what he saw. Time to go. He had to get back to the others. Adam backed out of the container, keeping his weapon trained on the dark shadows, the plunging blackness behind him. He could feel eyes on him, a hot, heavy stare like a predator lying in wait. He ran across the ice, zigzagging his way back to the main station. As he thundered up the stairs, he saw Coleman through the windows, watching his approach. Coleman's gaze was sharp, tracking every one of Adam's steps. He spoke as soon as he stepped into the station. "Sergeant, we have a problem." "Actually, you have the problem, Lieutenant Cooper." Behind Coleman, a new voice rose. A head appeared, and then shoulders. A tall man with dark hair and a lean face stood behind Coleman, his hands hidden. From the way Coleman stood, Adam guessed there was a rifle digging into his back. Coleman's weapon lay on the table. Ruiz still lay where he had been, unmoving with gauze covering half his head. Doc was nowhere to be seen. Adam raised his rifle, pointing it at the center of the new man's forehead. A blink later, and he remembered the man's face the last time he had seen him. On a report of the officers who had fled with Madigan from South America, joining up with him after murdering their colleagues at the base in Paraguay. Captain Martin, Army Special Forces. Even from his official Army photo, he looked like a creep, deep-set eyes, dark and gleaming like he had a secret that would destroy you, and he couldn't wait to tell the world. Lips that seemed to perpetually smirk. A pair of sharp cheekbones. "Drop it," Adam growled, "or I'll shoot you in the head." "I think that would be a mistake, Lieutenant." Adam spun, pointing his rifle to another new arrival, a man stepping from the shadows in the back of the room. Fuck, there were more of them? How many of Madigan's men were there? He recognized the new man immediately. Captain Ryan Cook. Madigan's hand-picked right-hand man, the butcher of Baghdad. The new one, after Saddam. He'd made a name for himself in the ranks. Official estimates put the number of Iraqis and Arabs he had murdered at just over 300. Unofficial chatter and barracks gossip tripled that. Cold sweat broke over Adam. His heart raced, blood pounding loud enough to drown every thought but one, as his vision went rage red. All he saw was Cook and the hostage he held. The barrel of Cook's weapon dug into Faisal's temple, and blood dripped from the corner of Faisal's mouth down his chin. One eye was bruised, turning black. His mind screamed over and over, "He's got Faisal. He's got Faisal. Not Faisal. No. Let him go." Adam growled. A note of pleading had crept into his voice. The front entrance to the station banged open. Boots thundered toward the main room. Adam's gaze darted to the entrance, but he kept his rifle fixed on Cook. 6 men in Arctic gear stormed into the station, more of the soldiers who had fled with Madigan from South America. He picked out each of their faces, recalled their service records. Special Forces, weapons, specialist interrogator, commander of a black site. One of the men had Doc, shoving him forward until Doc fell to his knees with his hands laced behind his head. He'd been beaten. One eye had swollen shut, his lip was split, and his teeth were stained with blood. Another man dragged Wright in by his uniform and threw him face down to the deck. Wright didn't move. "Drop your weapon, Lieutenant," Cook ordered. "We have your men. We have your lover." He grasped Faisal behind the neck and shoved him to his knees, digging his weapon against Faisal's skin. "You're ours." "Fuck you," Adam spat. "I'm not fucking yours. I'll never join you." Cook looked him dead in the eye, grinned, and turned his weapon to Ruiz. He squeezed the trigger. The blast echoed through the room, a single shot that slammed into Ruiz's neck. His body jerked, and blood arched in a short spray, then pooled on the table beneath him and dripped to the floor. So much blood, flooding from Ruiz, fleeing his body. He bled out, gone in seconds. "Stop! Stop!" Panic seized Adam, clawed at his heart. He saw Coleman's eyes slip closed, heard the rasp of Doc's breathing. Where was Park? Kobayashi? Had Cook killed them too? How many more of his team would be murdered? Cook turned his weapon back to Faisal, pushing the barrel into his cheek as he grasped Faisal's chin, holding him from behind. "It's been a long time since I've murdered an Arab," Cook purred. "Do you know how much I love killing Arabs? Their blood is so sweet, I swear it smells like oil. Oil and cold, hard cash. Like fucking roses to me. God, I love the smell of dead Arab." One thumb stroked over Faisal's face, lewdly. It pushed into Faisal's mouth, forcing his jaw open. Cook jammed his weapon between Faisal's lips.
I've never killed a prince before.
Stop! Jesus fucking Christ, stop! Tears blurred Adam's vision, but he kept his gaze locked on Faisal. Faisal stared back, not blinking. It wasn't supposed to go like this. The mission wasn't supposed to go sideways like this. His team picked apart and murdered at a ghost station miles away from Madigan, have their legs cut out from beneath them before they even started. He wasn't supposed to watch his people die. Ethan's words, seemingly from so long ago, came back.
Stay away from Cook, Adam. Stay the fuck away from him. I mean it.
I'm so fucking sorry. His eyes slid closed as he dropped his rifle and threw it to the side. It clattered, the plastic hitting the bare flooring of the station like a guillotine falling.
Don't kill my people,
he choked out.
I'll do anything you want, just don't fucking hurt them.
Cook had his men secure Adam's team in the center of the station under guard. 4 of his men went back outside while Cook took Adam down the hall. He explained what Adam needed to do, the price he had to pay to keep his men alive. Adam closed his eyes. His whole life, every choice he'd made narrowed to this point, this moment. Every decision, every compromise he had made within himself, from agreeing to bring Faisal on his mission to accepting Ethan's mission back in Tampa, back further to when he had taken over the team and they'd gone to Ethiopia on a simple support mission for a presidential visit. And further than that, to the night he had met Faisal, the first moment he had laid eyes on him, and his heart had imploded like a star going supernova.
Ethan, forgive me. If you were in my shoes, what would you do? I'm not strong enough to face this. I'll do it,
he rasped.
But I need to see Faisal first.
You aren't making any demands. You'll do this or we'll put a bullet in your prince's head.
I'll do anything you want.
Adam held up his hands, trying to reassure Cook.
Anything, just please. Let me see him. Only him.
Cook stared at him, a flat, level gaze. Adam had looked into the eyes of mass murderers and terrorists, killers who dreamed in blood and rejoiced in death. Even those men, evil men with hearts of darkness, had something in their gaze, a spark of life, some evidence of a soul. Gazing into Cook's eyes was like staring into the abyss, into a black scream that swallowed his heart. His bones itched, and all he wanted to do was run, get away, escape under his bed like he was 5 years old. The fear he felt was primal, an animal's instinct to escape a predator. Almost like Cook wasn't even a man. Reaching out, Cook grasped him by the throat and hauled him back to the main room. Adam held Cook's wrists as he struggled to breathe, tripping as he stumbled behind him. Cook threw him down beside his team in the center of the room. The tables had been cleared out, and 2 of Cook's men, soldiers from the SOCOM base in South America, had their weapons trained on his team. Wright lay on the deck, his head in Doc's lap. His breathing was shallow, and he seemed woozy. Coleman kneeled beside Doc, supporting him. His jaw was chiseled from hardened granite, clenched so hard Adam thought he heard teeth cracking. Neither man looked at Adam. Faisal was the only one who crawled to Adam's side and pulled him off the floor. Adam climbed Faisal's arms, pressed their bodies together. He grasped Faisal, held him close, and buried his hands in Faisal's hair as he breathed in beneath the angle of his jaw.
Faisal, I'm so sorry.
What have you done, Adam? He shook his head, keeping his face buried in Faisal's skin, breathed in Faisal's scent, the spices, the sweetness. God, he loved Faisal, every part and piece of him, every curve, every plane of his body. How had he thought he could ever live without him?
I'll do anything to keep you alive. You and my team.
But Adam pulled back. He kissed Faisal sweetly, holding his face in both hands. No buts. Faisal swallowed. Adam watched the rise and fall of his Adam's apple, wanted to kiss it one last time.
I love you,
he breathed.
Faisal, I love you so goddamn much. I've been working on something. I want you to hear me out, okay? Don't stop me, just listen.
He took a breath, slowly, as Faisal frowned. Adam spoke softly, reciting the words of the Shahada, the Islamic statement of faith, as he stared into Faisal's eyes. Faisal jerked, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to stop Adam like he'd done so many times before. Adam shook his head, and he pressed 3 fingers over Faisal's lips. He kept speaking until it was done. In the eyes of Islam, and beneath the gaze of Allah, he was now Muslim. Faisal's eyes gleamed as he stared at Adam, shaking his head. "Why?" Faisal whispered.
"Because I love you. And because I want to share everything with you, this life and the next. Live with you forever and for eternity in the next world."
He reached into his jacket beneath his layers and pulled out his dog tags, slipped them over his head. He tried to meet Faisal's gaze, but couldn't.
"I wanted to memorize the first 2 chapters of the Quran for you,"
he breathed.
"I've been working on it. It was going to be my gift."
He tried to smile.
"This isn't a good substitute, but it's all I have right now."
He held up his dog tags for Faisal. Everything clicked in Faisal's mind. Adam watched realization slam into him, and Faisal went from confusion to terror in a half-second, blind panic as he reached for Adam, grasping him by his arms.
"No, no, Adam, please. Insha'Allah, there is another way. I wanted this to be a happy day."
Adam bit his lip. Tears once again blurred his vision. He tried to blink them away, but they cascaded from the corners of his eyes.
"I wanted to spend this life by your side. I'm not going to live through this, though."
He swallowed.
"I'll wait for you, Faisal. I'll wait for you at the gates to the garden. I won't enter paradise without you."
"Adam, please.
Please, I'll pray for you every day. And sometime in the future, far, far from now, I'll see you again."
He held out his hand, clenching his gift, his Marine Corps dog tags, the sum of his identity in his life.
"If you accept, if we do this, if we join together for eternity."
His throat closed, almost choking him, and he struggled with the next words.
"Faisal, will you marry me?"
Fat tears streamed down Faisal's cheeks. His hands shook where he grasped Adam's wrists, his arms, his mouth hung open, soundless whispers falling from his lips. Slowly, he nodded. Adam had researched Islamic marriage before. First, when he wanted to torture himself, when he imagined Faisal marrying a beautiful Saudi woman or 3 beautiful women. He wanted to know what it would look like, what it would sound like when his heart finally shattered. But as he read, he imagined asking Faisal himself, imagined how he would do it. The mahar, the gift he would get for Faisal, the first offering he'd make as a prospective groom. Faisal had everything he could ever want and could buy anything in the world, so what could Adam possibly offer? His love, his life, his heart joined to Faisal's, together for eternity, accepting what had grown inside him from when Faisal had first shown him the path of his faith, deep in the sands of the desert. The whispered words of the Shahada were his true gift. The recitation of the first chapters of the Quran was going to be a historical touch. What a poor man could offer to his beloved when he had nothing else to give but his heart and soul.
"I give you this mahar, Faisal, in the hopes that you find it pleasing to your heart."
He offered his dog tags again, as if he'd slipped them over Faisal's head. It was all he had, but in giving it he'd give Faisal a piece of his soul, his world, the purpose he had thrown himself into before Faisal had entered his life. A sob choked Faisal's voice as he nodded and squeezed his eyes closed.
"Everything you give to me pleases my heart,"
he whispered between sobs. He tried to breathe, tried to drag in deep gasps of air as Adam slipped them over his head. Cook's footsteps banged on the deck. He was coming back for Adam.
"Faisal, say it. Please say it."
Adam scooted close and pressed their faces together. Memories flickered through his mind like photographs falling to the floor. The night they met, the music playing beneath the tent on the beach, and the sweet honey taste of Luqwamet. Peaches on Faisal's lips, the warmth of his skin. Subhanallah, Faisal was always so warm, like he carried the sun within his soul. Feeling sand beneath his knees and sliding through his fingers.
"Please, I want this. I want to be by your side for all eternity. Please, Faisal. MashaAllah."
Faisal's soaked cheeks pressed against Adam's, and his snot slicked Adam's skin. Carefully, he whispered, "El-Qatanafasik, Alal-Malrida Malum. I give myself away in marriage to you." Adam exhaled, pressing kisses to every inch of Faisal's skin, over his cheeks, his eyes, into his hair.
"Qabaltu nikah,"
he breathed.
"Qabaltu nikah.
I accept you in marriage. Jazaka Allah ukaira. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar." He kept kissing Faisal, kissing each tear that streamed from his eyes, following the salt trail to his lips.
"Ana bahibak.
I love you." Faisal couldn't speak. He tried, but sobs stole his voice. His lips moved, and Adam tried to read what he said, feel the shape of his words as his lips pressed against his skin. Promises of love, of eternal devotion. "You're done." Cook's voice echoed behind him. His hand grasped the back of Adam's neck. "Time to get to work."
"I'll wait for you,"
Adam said. His voice cracked.
"I'll wait for you at the gates of paradise."
Faisal reached for him, lunging as Adam was yanked back by Cook.
"Ana bahibak,"
he spoke in Arabic, sputtering as his sobs restarted.
"Yuruhi, enta habibti, yirhalti. You are my soul. You are my love, the love of my life."
Adam stumbled as Cook dragged him to his feet and shoved him back. He kept his eyes on Faisal.
"Yuruhi,"
he breathed.
"Yirhalti."
Faisal's face crumpled, and fresh tears flowed down his cheeks. He had one last thing to say.
"Faisal,"
he called.
"take care of my team. Love them like you loved me."
The last thing he saw was Faisal's shaky nod, and his lips mouthed, "Ana bahibak," one last time as he clenched Adam's dog tags in his fist. Cook shoved him hard out of the main room, sending him sprawling on his back down the dark hallway. Kicks followed, vicious blows to his chest, his stomach, his jaw.
"Allahu Akbar."
Faisal's face smiling down at him, the first time he took his hand and laced their fingers together.
"Allahu Akbar."
Desert sun beating down on him, turning the world into a strange, otherworldly thing. Reality only a mirage, a shimmer before his eyes. Faisal's laugh, the sounds of his voice.
"Allahu Akbar."
His lips whispering poetry against his skin, promises of love that would last until the stars burned themselves out and the universe grew cold and still.
"May Allah bless you, Faisal, for how you loved me when I could not even love myself."
One last kick slammed into his chest, and the world went
black.
Chapter 39. North Kara Sea. Captain Anderson's voice broke over the radio as Jack and the others waited in the first rust fuel station.
"Mr. President, I've got bad news for you."
Jack keyed the radio on as Ethan leaned in, frowning. Sasha and Sergey sat beside them, Sasha mechanically cleaning weapons as Sergey chatted at him in Russian. From the way Sergey gesticulated and how Sasha smiled softly every now and then, Sergey was either telling him one bad joke after another or sharing his dreams of their future. Scott leaned back in a chair, his arms crossed, and snored. "What's going on, Captain?"
"Sonar has picked up Sierra 1 again. She's come over the pole and is hanging out in deep waters. Bozeman took damage coming through Herald Canyon and had to go back through the strait. We're alone up here. We've got to move or we'll be sitting ducks, easy targets for their torpedoes."
"How are your repairs coming, Captain?"
"We're better than we were before. Not fully repaired, though."
Jack exhaled. "Get your people out of harm's way, Captain. Stay safe."
"Safe is blowing those bastards out of the water. We'll get it done, Mr. President. They'll be on the bottom of the seafloor soon. Once we go under, we'll be out of radio contact until we surface again. Come hell or high water, Mr. President, we'll find a way to get to you."
"Thank you, Captain." Jack watched Ethan check the bolt on his rifle, unload his magazine, check it, and reload. One of Ethan's rituals, something he did to prepare himself, cycle his thoughts and prepare for what was to come. He held out one hand to Ethan, laying it flat on the table.
"Stay safe, Mr. President. We'll contact you as soon as we can."
The radio cut out. Ethan laced his fingers through his own and squeezed. When the radio chirped again, Ethan almost dove for it. He had started to pace, slow, looping steps from one end of the station to the other. Jack watched him silently. Adam's silence had started to gnaw on his mind, too.
"Director Reichenbach, this is Lieutenant Cooper. Come back."
Ethan pressed his throat mic and spoke. Relief strained his voice.
"Lieutenant, good to hear your voice. We were starting to get worried. Sorry, sir. There was some interference at this station. Some radio equipment one of the techs had that wasn't ever turned off. We just got it taken care of."
Ethan nodded.
"What's your status, Lieutenant?"
There was a pause and a warble in the signal, a brief flicker of static.
"We're all clear, sir," Adam said. "Station is secure. You guys should head down and join us."
Ethan's gaze flicked to Jack. He turned to Sergey, who nodded. Jack smiled. "Tell him we're on our way." Chapter 40. North Kara Sea. Snowmobiles roared outside the rust fuel station. Adam lay on his belly, drooling blood onto the floor of the radio room. One eye was swollen shut, at least 2 ribs were cracked, breathing felt like he was being squeezed in a vise or getting bear-hugged with a bike chain. His hands were secured behind his back, and his boots were taped at his ankles. He heard Cook's men order his people to the center of the main room down the hall, heard the pull and tear of duct tape, his people being restrained. Ethan would be here soon. He'd ride in, and he'd save the day. Adam had to believe that. He clung to the thought, whispering it over and over, praying as his lips moved through the puddle of blood beneath his chin.
"Allah guide Ethan. Protect him. Shield him, protect him from what I have done."
He just needed Ethan to hesitate, to see that all was not right, question why he wasn't waiting outside for them. Cook would most likely ambush Ethan and the presidents and Sasha and Scott, but if he jumped in front of Cook's rifle, if he took the bullets meant for Ethan, if he died to save the presidents, Ethan would then have time to turn the tables and save the day, save his people, save Faisal. He could die and make up for his betrayal, the way he'd slid a knife into Ethan's back with his transmission.
"Allah, please let none of my people die because of me. Shield them, protect them. Inshallah. Please, please."
And then he'd wait for Faisal. He'd wait 50, 60, 70 years, more, even, gladly. Maybe Faisal would find someone new, another lover to care for him for the rest of his years. It was still too new, thinking of Faisal moving on, when They had only just married minutes ago, but Faisal should be happy. He deserved to be happy, to be loved. Of all the people Adam had ever met, Faisal deserved joy, love, and life more than anyone else. If he had to share Faisal in the garden, play the part of second husband, or hover in orbit around whatever love and life Faisal rebuilt for himself in the years to come, content to only gaze on Faisal's smile and the brilliance of his soul, well, it would be worth it. It would all be worth it. The door burst open. Cook stormed across the radio room, his boots creaking the bare wooden flooring. "Time to go." He hauled Adam up, grabbing him by his arms and dragging him out. Adam's broken ribs jarred, and agony scorched across his side like a blazing fire igniting in his nerves. He clenched his teeth, straining, but refused to shout. Adam twisted when they passed the main room. He spotted Doc and Coleman lying on their sides with their hands and ankles taped together, right taped up but still lying on the floor, and Faisal staring at him with his huge, tawny eyes. Love and sorrow poured from Faisal's gaze like a waterfall that would flow across the floor and sweep Adam away in a rescuing tide. Doc and Coleman's gazes, on the other hand, were hard and bitterly cold. If looks could kill. Cook dragged him out of the station and down to an array of parked snowmobiles. 4 of Cook's men were revving their engines, eager to go. Equipment sleds had been lashed to the backs of 3 snowmobiles, laden down with parts and tools that Adam had seen beneath the antenna farm: nuclear reactor components, radiation suits, masks. "Get down." Cook threw him onto the back of one of the sleds. Adam landed in a skid, and his head banged against something frigid and hard wrapped in parachute silk. A slender steel radial jutted into the air from the folds of the silk, and beneath him thick lengths of rubber cable lay neatly coiled. The satellite. It had been Cook's and Madigan's. Cook shoved Adam's head down and looped a thick chain through his elbows and then the sides of the sled, securing him as a prisoner. Shit. Adam tried to jerk, twist away, but stabbing pain from his ribs stole his breath away. Gasping, he flopped to his back, and then he saw it. The oil drums, the ones actually full of fuel, had been dragged out and placed beneath the stilts of the station. They were packed in beneath the main room, all side by side. Captain Martin squatted beneath, messing with one of the barrels. Adam's breath quickened, fast pants that made his agony bloom, but he didn't once think about the pain.
"Please, Allah, please, no."
Martin jogged back to the snowmobiles, and Adam's worst fear was confirmed. On the front of the barrel, fixed to the explosive plastique he and his team had carried in themselves, a timed detonator counted down, square numbers flashing brightly.
"No!"
he bellowed. Thrashing, Adam jerked against the chain, holding him back, kicking his legs and rocking from side to side. The sled wobbled, but all he did was make noise.
"No!"
he shouted again.
"You said they would live."
Cook grinned. He straddled the snowmobile ahead of the sled Adam was chained to. "I never said that. You did. You bought your own lie."
"You motherfucker."
He kicked again, pounding his taped-together boots against the side of the sled, against the cables, against the crazy satellite, anything he could reach. Rage boiled in his blood, stole his breath. He flung himself as far as he could, trying to reach Cook on the snowmobile. He'd strangle the bastard, knock him down and break his neck. Something, anything to stop what was to come. The chain jerked him back. He fell to his side, landing on his broken ribs. Pain lanced through him like he'd been stabbed, staked to the sled, run through by a hot poker. Cook laughed, then gunned the snowmobile's engine. "I told you, Lieutenant. You're ours." Engines roaring, Cook and his men set out, snow arcing behind their snowmobiles as they skidded over the ice cap. Adam rolled and watched the station shrink, turn to a dark dot in the gloom.
"Inshallah,"
he whispered.
"Ethan, inshallah, please be careful. I am so sorry.
Wind from the drive pelted Adam's face, his exposed cheeks, and dry snow and chips of ice flew through the air like razor blades, slicing his skin. He welcomed the agony, and the flare of his ribs twisting inside him. Pain was all he deserved now. Ethan and Sasha rode ahead of their snowmobiles, taking joint lead in a diamond formation. Jack and Sergey followed behind. When they'd set out, Sergey and Jack had shared a small private smile and a long look as Ethan and Sasha jockeyed again for the point position, the vanguard protector of their little party. In some ways, Sasha and Ethan were cut from the same stubborn cloth. Scott seemed content to perpetually bring up the rear. Jack saw him watching Ethan, tracking his movements everywhere he went, on the ice and at the station. It was nice having Scott also watching Ethan, protecting him. Ethan would throw himself across a crevasse for Jack to walk on without a second thought. Jack just wanted Ethan to be protected with the same fervor and force that Ethan gave him. The Rust fuel station appeared on the horizon, a dark shape in the gloom. Bitterly cold, cutting katabatic winds flowed off the glacier, sweeping down the ice cap and swirled through the team. The winds did nothing to pierce the fog, the Arctic smoke that crept over the open waters and built cloud castles above the ice caps. It was like being lost in a dense soup made entirely of ice that slapped them silly, and a cold that bit into any exposed skin. Jack stayed close to Sergey and kept Ethan's broad shoulders in sight. If he got lost, only a polar bear would be able to find him. Ethan edged ahead of Sasha on the final stretch, taking point. Jack and Sergey shared another quick look. Sergey shook his head, the trim of his jacket's hood flaring as they rode. And then Ethan slid his snowmobile to a stop, braking hard. Sasha overshot him, but swung around and headed back. They stopped nose to nose with Ethan as Jack, Sergey, and Scott joined them. "What's up?" Jack breathed hard and ran his tongue over his cracked lips. Even with his jacket zipped up to his nose, the dry air was sapping him. Ethan shook his head. He pulled his pack around and dug his binoculars out. "Something doesn't feel right." Sasha grunted. He revved his engines. "It is too quiet. You Americans are usually louder than this." "Adam should be out here. He should have a perimeter set. Should give the all-clear signal for us to come in." "It's cold as fuck, Ethan." Scott leaned over his handlebars and spoke through his jacket. The thick zipper muffled his voice. "He called it in. We're good." Leaning back, Scott glared at Ethan through his goggles. "I'd be pissed if you made me stand guard out here in the fucking wind." Ethan tried to smile. One corner of his mouth quirked up briefly. Jack stayed silent as Ethan looked at him. Their gazes locked. He could see Ethan weighing his gut against Scott's words, judging his instincts against what he'd been told. "Sasha and I will go check it out," he finally said. "Scott, you stay here with Jack and Sergey. Keep watch." Scott sighed. "You're the boss." He sat back on his snowmobile and pulled his rifle over his shoulder, holding it low and ready across his lap. Sasha and Ethan had their rifles out already, hanging across their chests in quick-release harnesses. Ethan checked his rifle's chamber while Sasha revved his engines again. "All right." Ethan nodded once to Sasha. "Let's go." "Fuck, Coleman, hurry!" Doc shook his wrists, trying to help Coleman along. Coleman's fingers were bloody, his nails torn from scratching at the duct tape, trying to peel it away. Warm blood slid down Doc's fingers. "Faisal, how are you doing?" Faisal sat beside Wright, picking at the tape binding his hands. "Slowly." "What the fuck was all that Arabic you and the LT were talking? Did he give you a plan or something, tell you what was going on?" Doc glared over his shoulder at Coleman as he spoke, as if that would hurry Coleman along. Faisal swallowed. "No, he did not." "So what the fuck was all that?" "It was personal." Beneath his fingers, Wright seemed to be slowly coming to, blinking hard and breathing deeply. "Personal? What the fuck?" Doc shook his head, scowling at Faisal. "He should have been communicating with us, trying to get us out of this situation or tell us some part of his plan. You're a distraction, Faisal.
It was the last time I was going to see him.
Faisal snapped, shouting.
We had to...
He clamped his lips shut and looked away, blinking fast.
He does not plan to survive this.
Silence. Until Wright moaned, and Doc turned his attention to him. Wright, you okay?
Yeah. I think so. Fuck, they hit me hard.
He turned his head and coughed, sounding like he was hacking up a lung.
What the fuck is going on?
They shot Ruiz. Park and Kobayashi are gone. Doc and Coleman shared a look as Doc spoke. Faisal kept picking at Wright's tape. He had a strip loose. If he got more, Wright could pull the rest apart.
They took the LT,
Coleman finally growled.
He surrendered. I think they made him do something, but I don't know what. What the fuck? Why'd he do that?
Faisal ripped away another piece of tape. His nail bent back, breaking, and pain rocketed up his finger like he'd been stabbed.
I believe you can break free, Wright. Try now.
Wright grit his teeth and heaved, hauling his arms apart. Seams tore and then ripped, and the duct tape split in two. His hands were free. He undid his ankles, and then Faisal's hands, and then crawled to Doc and Coleman.
Why the fuck did he give up?
Doc and Coleman's eyes slid to Faisal silently. Snarling, Wright turned away. He stormed across the room, kicking a chair out and flinging a table over.
They took our fucking radios? All of our weapons?
Doc and Coleman scrambled to their feet. We don't have time for that shit, Wright. We gotta go, now. Doc grabbed his pack, dumped by one of the tables, and tried to shove as much back into the bag as possible. They took all our C4, too, and I heard them moving those oil drums. What the fuck do you think they're doing? Wright's lips thinned. He and Coleman headed for the doors at the rear of the station, glancing right and left.
0 contacts,
Coleman grunted.
I don't see anything.
Nothing. Wright glared at Coleman.
How do we get in contact with Reichenbach? We got to report in. One thing at a time,
Coleman growled. Together they pushed out of the station, heading down to the ice. Doc followed, Faisal on his heels. Doc dropped to his knees and peered beneath the station between the stilts. He cursed. Motherfucker, they rolled the oil drums under there. Our C4 is all over the barrels. Coleman and Wright went pale. Their eyes widened.
The whole station is going to blow.
We gotta get the fuck out of here. Doc jumped up and turned to the snowmobiles. Empty ice greeted him. Fuck! Faisal's eyes darted over the station, the shipping containers, the fuel drums, the ice hole, the submersible.
The sub.
Allahu Akbar. He swallowed.
We need to get inside the sub, he said, stepping forward. We can use it to escape.
We need to go after the LT, Coleman started. How? Wright said, his voice going shrill. We've got no gear, no equipment, 0 intel. What the hell can we do? Coleman stepped forward, snarling, as he pressed into Wright's face.
We can't just abandon him.
Faisal grabbed Coleman's jacket, tugging him back.
I want to find Adam just as much as you do.
Masha'Allah, we will. But right now, we have to survive. We must get away before this station blows up. Doc took off first, heading for the ice hole. Coleman stared back at Faisal, his expression sprinting from rage to frustration to defeat and back again.
We can't leave him,
Coleman growled.
I will never leave him,
Faisal breathed.
But he wants you to live, Sergeant. That is why he did what he did. Do not make his sacrifice be in vain.
Doc managed to get the sub door open and crawl inside. It's all in fucking Russian, he shouted, his voice tinny and echoing in the sub's belly. I don't know what fucking buttons to push. Coleman cursed as Wright slid inside the sub, belly flopping through the round opening.
Get in,
Coleman grunted, nodding to Faisal as he reached for the sub's thick docking chain wrapped around the metal stake driven into the ice.
Together.
Faisal helped him unwind the chain. the frozen metal biting into his skin, so cold it felt like knives were flaying his palms open. Coleman hissed beside him, gritting his teeth with every yank on the metal. Each link was the size of Faisal's thigh.
"Get in, Faisal," Coleman snapped. "If that thing goes, you can't get caught in the blast."
"Neither can you." He heaved the final twist of the chain off the stake. Overhead, the winch groaned, the cable slipping, and the sub started to swing toward the center of the ice hole. Wright lunged out of the opening and reached for them both. Faisal grasped his hand, holding tight. Coleman followed, grabbing the sub's round hatch opening with his bare hand. He strained, digging his heels into the ice as he struggled to hold it close. Wright hauled Faisal through the hatch, almost throwing him in before turning to Coleman.
"Come on, big guy."
Faisal scrambled out of the way as Wright and Coleman came hurtling through the hatch, tumbling to the sub's deck. With 4 men, the submersible seemed tiny all of a sudden. Doc sat at the controls, cursing more than Faisal had ever heard. He hovered behind Doc, eyeing the array of knobs and controls and the hard angles of the Cyrillic alphabet. A rumble started, and then a blast, like thunder cracking over their heads. Furious flames roared into the sky, swallowing the station whole and blasting debris across the ice. Burning metal and fireballs of diesel screamed for the sub, for the open hatch. "Holy fuck!" Doc hollered. "Shut the hatch! Shut it now!" Coleman leaped first, slamming the hatch closed and pulling the lock. They swung over the hole, battered by debris and flames, the ruins of the station plinking against the sub's hull like hail. They swung crazily, a pendulum pushed too hard.
"Get us out of here, Doc!"
Wright bellowed. "The fucking buttons are all in Russian. What should I push?" "I don't know. How about that one?" Doc sputtered, shouting half to himself and half to Wright, and jammed his finger down on one of the buttons. They started to rise, winching upward toward the crane hoist. "Other way!" Doc jammed his finger down on the button directly below the first. The winch unspooled the entire length of cable, and they plunged straight down, deep into the blackness of the ice hole, tumbling end over end.
"Adam, I will wait for you at the Garden of Paradise as well. We will be together again."
Ethan slipped quietly over the ice, his rifle up and ready to fire. Sasha mirrored his movements, patting down the length of the runway. Nothing moved at the station. In the mist, it was as eerie as a ghost town. The winds whistled through the steel containers, over the ice under the wings of the propeller plane, and around the ugly confines of the main building. Where was Adam? Where was his team? Where was Faisal? Something was wrong. He knew it deep in his gut. Adam wouldn't leave the station unsecured like this. Would never let Ethan drive Jack up to a location without a perimeter and a guard, a welcome party stationed at least a click out. He cocked his head, listening. Through the wind, he thought he heard a shout. Maybe. The world came apart before he finished his thought, erupting in a fireball, exploding outward from the center of the station, spreading up and out. Heat blazed, searing air slapping Ethan across the face. He squinted, covering his eyes, and ducked down. Shipping containers burst apart as the explosion engulfed them. Corrugated steel, debris from the station, and shattered glass flew through the air, slicing the fog like knives. Shards of metal embedded in the ice, slamming over a foot deep into the cap. Broken chain whizzed by Ethan's head. The ice sizzled when it landed, hissing and turning to steam. Fuck, he hated being right. Ethan dove, landing on his belly on the ice, and moved fast, sliding away from the inferno that the station had become. He tried to find Sasha, but smoke and steam and flying debris blocked his sight.
"Adam, were you in there?"
What had happened? Why had Adam called them to this station? An ambush after the call, or... Swallowing, Ethan crawled down the runway as a flaming shard of steel slammed into the ice behind him, swaying back and forth like a knife plunged into a cutting board. Almost like it had been aiming for his back. One moment Jack and Sergey were sitting side by side, straddling their snowmobiles and softly talking about their lovers and their seemingly new quest for point position and strong man on the team. The next, the station exploded, flames roaring through the Arctic gloom. "Ethan!" Jack revved his snowmobile and shot forward, gunning the engine hard. "Jack, wait!" Scott followed a moment after Jack, jetting over the ice. Sergey stared at the fireball, the rising inferno. Dread pitted his heart, made a bottomless pit in his chest. His hands slicked with sweat within his gloves, his body racing from too cold to searing heat as the sounds of the Arctic, the whistling winds, the shifting ice faded away. Time slowed, reality replaced by a honey-slow haze as he watched the black smoke plume curl and rise.
Sasha. No, not now. Not like this.
Reality snapped back like a gunshot behind his head, and he leaped into gear. Sergey slammed down his accelerator and followed Jack and Scott into the inferno. Ethan heard the roar and grind of snowmobiles approaching. He rolled over, leveled his weapon, and waited. "Ethan!" Jack's voice rang through the smoke and fog, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Ethan? Where are you?"
"Here."
The nearest snowmobile engine sputtered and choked off, and he heard the heavy machine lurch to a halt. Then, footsteps pounding over the ice. "Ethan!" He rose and saw Jack's shape through the gloom. He took off. Jack saw him, and he ran toward Ethan, reaching for him with both hands when they got close. "What happened?"
"I don't know."
Behind Jack, 2 more snowmobiles arrived, Scott already half off his and chasing after Jack, and Sergey standing up searching for Sasha.
"We need to find Sasha. He was checking the plane."
They ran together down the length of the runway, heads swiveling as they headed for the parked Bereyev. Ice cracked and hissed, turning straight into steam around them, sizzling as the station burned. Black, heavy smoke rose into the steel-gray skies. The stench of burning diesel clung to his throat, the back of his tongue. Jack stayed next to Ethan, one hand on his back.
"I'm okay, Jack, I'm okay."
"What happened?"
"It blew as we approached. If we hadn't stopped, if we'd just gone straight in."
"Did you see anything?" Ethan shook his head.
"I don't know where Adam or his men are."
Jack said nothing.
"There!"
Sergey's shout made Ethan look up. His heart clenched, and Jack let out a curse beside him.
"Go, no, Sasha."
Sasha lay face down on the ice beneath the Bereyev's wing, not moving. Sergey got to Sasha first. He rolled him carefully, cradling his head in his hands.
"Sasha,"
he said softly.
"Svesta moya, my star, open your eyes."
Sasha's eyelids flickered. He rolled into Sergey's hold, groaning.
"You are okay,"
Sergey said. He nodded, smiling down at Sasha.
"You are okay."
Sasha's eyes darted from Sergey to Scott and then picked out Jack and Ethan in the burning station.
"I was checking the plane. What?"
A new roar blasted over the remains of the station. They ducked down, shielded behind the Bereyev. Overhead, a massive, dark shape screamed out of the smoke over the burning station. Sleek and devastating, giant 50-foot rotor blades made spirals out of the smoke as a massive helicopter banked and veered their way, straight above the runway. The pulse and pound of the chopper's blades shook the air, made the ice tremble beneath their feet. Ethan's bones shook, rattled inside his body. "Fuck!" Sasha spoke first. He scrambled to his feet and knelt in front of Sergey, as if he could protect him.
"It is a Halo, Soviet design, the largest, strongest helicopter ever built."
Ethan's stomach tried to roll itself up, tried to turn tail and run as the Halo screamed toward them. It was far bigger than Marine One back at the White House, as long as a commercial airplane. He'd seen a Halo lift an already massive Chinook troop transport beneath its belly in Iraq years ago. The Halo had carried away the Chinook as if it were a child's toy dangling beneath it. The Halo was more beast than machine, a modern-day dragon. Scott and Ethan raised their rifles and took aim. Firing on the Halo was laughable, but it was all they could do.
"Jack, behind me, we've got to get out of here."
Ethan squeezed his trigger after he spoke, and bullets spat from his and Scott's rifles. Sparks winked off the Halo's frame, the hardened steel fuselage, their bullets smacking into the chopper and sliding away. Their shots were cute against the mammoth machine. Cute and ineffective. He could hear Jack's breathing, hear his fast inhale-exhale behind him, feel Jack's fingers grip his waist. "Everyone into the plane!" Sasha barked. "Now!"
"You want to fly away?"
Sergey sounded like Sasha had suggested a trip to the moon.
"They are in the runway."
Sasha ripped open the doors to the Bereyev.
"Get in!"
Sergey stopped arguing. He slid inside the plane, plopping into the co-pilot's seat. Jack followed, hovering behind Sergey as Scott and Ethan kept firing at the Halo. Ethan's gaze darted sideways. An oil-soaked, burning shard of steel had embedded in the ice 10 feet away, enough to cover behind, maybe get a different angle on the Halo. He took a breath, and then another, and then took off. He heard Jack's voice shouting his name, but he kept going. Behind his footsteps, ice exploded, bullets from a large-caliber weapon chewing through the ice cap. The Halo had a door gunner. He spun when he got to the burning steel, dropping to one knee and lining up his shot between the jagged, flaming points of twisted metal. The Halo had turned to track him and continued on its spin, a slow, lumbering twirl over the runway. Perfect. The rear rotors were just coming into view. Scott opened fire the same moment he did, their synchronized shots slamming into the rear rotors and blade assembly. More sparks and the sound of clinking metal. Were they doing anything? And then the Halo jerked like a string tied to its back had been pulled. She jerked again, twisting off course. The rear rotors groaned, and then a new rhythmic warble sounded, a terrible noise, something that sounded like rotor trouble. Grinning, Ethan kept firing, and the Halo veered off, disappearing over the burning station and into the black smoke smothering the sky. Time to go. He jogged back to the Bereyev, sweat from the heat of the burning steel pouring down his face. Sasha ran around the plane, spinning the dual propellers and tearing off thick wads of padding wrapped around the nose. Jack glared at him but said nothing as he held out his hand, helping Ethan into the cabin. Scott followed, and then Sasha, clambering forward into the pilot's seat.
"This plane has spent days cold-soaking, maybe weeks," he snapped. "Even with the engine blankets, procedure says at least 3-hour warm-up before pre-flight."
Sergey stared at Sasha.
"We do not have 3 hours." "I know."
Sasha flicked a series of switches on the dashboard. His hands trembled. Beneath their feet, the Bereyev started to rumble. He reached for the throttle controls in the center of the cockpit, grasping the heavy handle.
"Hold on."
Sasha shoved the throttle forward as far as it would go. Chapter 41. Washington, D.C. The door to the Roosevelt room closed with a hard click. Levi turned the lock, securing the room and its inhabitants.
"What the hell is this?"
General Bell growled, glaring at Levi.
"I didn't come up on the first goddamn flight to D.C. to be babysat. Where's the president?"
"You're not meeting with the president." Welby, standing at the far end of the table, spoke. "You're meeting with us." Sitting on either side of Welby, Pete and Jason squared off against General Bell. Pete looked more menacing than Jason, jaw clenched, a deep scowl on his face, laser-focused eyes that burned with wrath. Jason squirmed as if he were sitting in front of his high school principal.
"And who the hell are you?"
Bell snarled.
"You should remember me."
Smiling, Levi gripped the back of the chair at the head of the table. He stared Bell down.
"I was the one who wanted to punch your lights out in Tampa. Only the first gentleman held me back."
Bell inhaled deep and straightened, tugging on the bottom of his uniform jacket. His lips pursed like he'd sucked the sourest lemon. He said nothing.
"General, the president called you here because you are one of 5 people outside of Lieutenant Cooper's team who knew about their assignment, who knew where Lieutenant Cooper and his men had been detailed."
Bell stared, his gaze hard.
"Even if that were true," he said flatly, "I couldn't confirm it. I don't know who the hell you people are."
"Call us true patriots." Pete's hand hit the table. A smack cracked through the room. Levi spoke again.
"President Wall has put me in charge of investigating a traitor, a mole.
General Madigan still has his people inside us like a cancer.
There are lots of moles, Bell snorted. You don't get to Madigan's rank without building a cult following. He's got 1,000 men who will die for him, nearly everyone under his command. He served for many years, led our forces in combat. He's built loyalty the hard way, with blood, sweat, and tears.
Are you one of those men, General? Welby finally spoke again. Bell took his time answering, his face twisted like he was disgusted with the question.
No,
he finally growled.
I may have my issues with the government, but I believe in this nation, in her soul. I believe she's still alive. Madigan's already written her off, and he appointed himself judge, jury, and executioner.
Levi let out a breath. Glad to hear that, General. 'Cause I'm asking for your help. Bell's eyebrows launched straight up, almost to his tightly buzzed gray hair. One of Lieutenant Cooper's men was murdered right before everything went to hell, before the Vinogradov sinking, before the coup in Russia. It caused the team to go to Ghost Protocol. Because of that, they were scattered and couldn't track Madigan, which let him slip away from Somalia and into Russia, and then help Moroshkin with his coup. Levi squeezed the head of the chair, almost bursting the stuffing from the seams. That team was one of our best weapons against Madigan. They tracked him around the globe and pinned him to his base in Somalia and the Middle East, but that all went to shit when one of their guys was murdered in his apartment, with Madigan's calling card left at the scene. As he spoke, General Bell stiffened, straightening almost fast enough to snap his spine. His expression, disgust mixed with snobbish disdain, melted, and his face hardened to stone. Levi watched him, carefully.
Who was killed?
Bell finally asked. His voice was softer than it had been, and had lost its edge. Corporal Chad Fitz. Bell blinked. He said nothing. Someone knew who those men were, General. Someone knew Lieutenant Cooper was working for Ethan, working with the White House. We need to find out who knew and how. Find out how they were able to take out a member of a top-secret black team.
You're forgetting one thing.
What's that? Levi propped his hands on his hips and fought not to sneer. He remembered their last meeting, when he'd wanted to wipe the floor with Bell, smack his smug attitude right off his face.
Lieutenant Cooper's team also knew about themselves. That's 8 more people who knew. 7, with Corporal Fitz deceased. 7 more potential breaches.
He exhaled. I had considered the possibility. We're not strangers to betrayal here. Bell made a noise, something between a grunt and a snort.
What do you propose?
These men served under your command, General. You may not have liked Lieutenant Cooper, but he was one of yours. You know these men, and you know the military. Agent Welby and I run the White House Secret Service. We know the White House. He headed for Bell, stopping in front of the older man. Let's work together. Dive deep into the files, into the backgrounds of everyone. Who knew what, when, and why? The lines around Bell's eyes were deep, furrows that had built up over years and years of service to the United States. Levi held his narrow gaze, watching the general work something out within himself. Shadows of emotions played in the depths of his eyes, and his weathered face twitched.
If you want to do this now, as we're squaring off with Russians and Canada,
General Bell said carefully, his voice low and gravelly,
then there must be a reason. Lieutenant Cooper was a shit show, but he had the makings of a decent officer. If he and his team were truly as effective as you say—
Bell shook his head. He looked Levi dead in the eyes.
You haven't said what happened after Cooper and his men went ghost.
Levi stared back, silent.
They're back in action. And something else.
Bell stepped forward.
Something that has you scared. Will you help us or not?
They were standing so close that his breath, his words, brushed over Bell's face. Something shifted in Bell's eyes.
I don't leave my men behind. Never. And I don't let anyone get away with their murder.
He pulled out a chair and sat down, his back stiff and straight, hands laced together on the tabletop.
Where do we begin?
Hours passed. The walls of the Roosevelt room filled up, covered with papers tacked to the wainscoting and taped over glass frames and oil canvases. Profiles of personnel in the White House, senior staffers who had access to the West Wing and Air Force One, the list of individuals who traveled to Russia for Evgeny Konakov's funeral, stacks of Secret Service files. On the opposite wall, Lieutenant Cooper's team. Pictures of each man were tacked in a line, sticky notes littered the wallpaper beneath each. Information from their files, bad habits, foreign contacts, any possible connection to Madigan. Beneath Lieutenant Cooper's picture, the top sticky note read, Faisal al-Assad. The name had been circled over and over again. Doc had 2 demotions under his belt and a string of nights spent in the brig for recklessness. He had bad attitude written all over his file. Coleman was divorced, his bank account almost empty. Most of his money went to his ex-wife and 3 kids living in California. Ruiz had come into the Marines with a green card, served for his citizenship, and then tried out for special operations. He still had family in South America, almost all of them. Wright had served 5 tours in the Middle East, volunteering for one after the other. Park was 3 college courses away from his bachelor's degree. Pete flipped through Kobayashi's file as Levi and General Bell went through the short list of White House staffers with the right combination of clearances, access, and who had been on the trip to Russia. Himself, Welby, Scott, a smattering of other agents from Alpha and Charlie shifts, Pete, Jason. Levi's stomach had tied itself in knots days ago, and the list only pulled those knots tighter. Scott's name screamed from the short list, technicolor vibrant like a cartoon pow that tried to punch him in the face. Scott's was the only file they didn't have, the only background Scott hadn't ordered. He couldn't process the thought, couldn't draw the line from A to B without detouring into the tangle of his heart. Scott was one of his best friends, and Ethan's absolute best friend. If Scott had turned and was working against Jack... Levi didn't know how Ethan would survive that, or how he himself would. The thought of Scott's betrayal made him vomit. He'd already emptied his stomach the day before, overcome with sinking, drowning vertigo, his thoughts a cascading series of screams. It was Scott. No, it can't be Scott. The signs pointed to... No, not Scott. He tucked the sticky note with Scott's name behind his own on the wall. He wasn't ready to face it. Not yet. Jennifer had slipped in a few hours before, bringing food. She'd set up her phone as well, and music played softly in the background. She sat beside Jason, reading through files with him and holding his hand on the tabletop. Kobayashi is the most put together of them all. Pete waved to the file before him. Smart guy. Started in the Navy before transferring to the Marines. Worked on aircraft carriers. I guess he wanted to do something more exciting than babysitting nukes all day, though. Nukes? Was he a security guard? Welby frowned, looking up at Pete. Slowly Levi twisted his head. Pete's words hit him, slowly, like a wave rolling in off the sea, a Doppler shift in the words as meaning caught up to the vowels, the consonants. No, he was an actual nuclear technician, worked on the reactors and everything. Pete shrugged and scrubbed his hands over his face. Top marks in his military schools. When he re-enlisted, he opted to transfer to the Marines, though. He flipped the folder shut. Nerd who wanted some adventure. He's clean. Levi blinked. Can you say that again? He said slowly. Kobayashi is a nuke tech? Chapter 42. Kara C. Tears froze on Adam's cheeks, rivers of ice that cascaded down his face. He watched the fireball rise, the black plumes of smoke curl and belch into the dark sky.
Faisal.
He'd killed them all. Faisal and his men, Doc, Coleman, Wright, Ruiz, even Park and Kobayashi. He was responsible for their deaths, and...
God, Ethan.
Had he arrived? Had he brought the presidents to the station, delivered them to their deaths? Why wouldn't he trust what Adam had said over the radio? He was scum. Worse than scum, a murderer, a traitor. There was a circle of hell reserved just for him, a permanent place of agony and torment. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that his punishment would be to watch endlessly the station erupt, the fireball rising into the sky, feel the tear as his heart ripped in two as it tore again, shredding itself to tattered ruins in his rib cage. The sled he was riding on jerked, bouncing over the ice. He rocked with it, his body limp. His head slammed against the metal frame. Ahead, the snowmobile engines whined and then slowed, revving down. They braked and came to a stop, and Cook clambered off his snowmobile. Others stopped nearby, Cook's men, officers who had joined Madigan, turned against the United States. Adam hated every one of them. He was just like them. Cook strode toward him, speaking into his radio. Adam didn't hear the words, but he caught Cook's grin as the radio dropped away from his lips.
Just kill me.
He barely recognized his own voice, empty and hollow, like a corpse had spoken. He shuddered out of breath. He was already dead inside.
Kill me. I won't do anything else for you, you sick fuck.
The radio chirped in Cook's hands, and a voice broke over the air.
Halo inbound, coming for survivors.
Shoot on sight. Cook spoke into the receiver.
Kill anything that moves. Nothing walks out of that station.
Adam grit his teeth and snarled, trying to lunge for Cook.
Kill me!
He bellowed. Fresh tears welled in his eyes, dripping down the ice tracks that covered his cheeks.
Do it!
Cook laughed.
No, Lieutenant, I'm not going to kill you. That would be too easy.
He cupped Adam's chin like Adam was a boy.
This hurts, doesn't it? It's going to hurt for a long, long time. I'll make sure of that. Remind you every day of what you've done. You sold everyone out, Lieutenant. You killed them all.
He winked.
Good job. You're doing great. You're part of our team already.
Cook reached over Adam for the parachute silk-wrapped satellite.
Let's get this set up,
he called, marshaling his people. They grabbed the long rubber cables, shoving Adam aside, and then jogged across the ice. Cook placed the satellite array in the center of their circle and angled it, pointing just off-center to the sky. He swapped what looked like a battery out of the main casing with a fresh one from his jacket and tossed the old one.
Let's go.
Adam watched him and his men walk back to their snowmobiles. He rolled his head, tracking their movements. His breath caught on his cracked lips as he spotted the mammoth outline of a warship over Cook's shoulder. Beside the warship, the black, fin-like sail of a submarine poked up through the ice cap. Broken blocks of turquoise and translucent ice and brittle snow tumbled around the sail in the black hull. Men moved over the ice, some heading for a derelict smattering of shipping containers and tents and what looked like an Arctic shanty town. Others lounged on scrappy chairs, smoking cigarettes as they laughed, rifles balanced with easy familiarity across their laps. An array of snowmobiles rested beside the warship, next to an empty helicopter ice pad, orange spray-painted in a circle with a giant H in the center. Red flags and more spray paint marked the ragged edges of broken ice, a man-made lead the destroyer had carved entering the sea. Tumbled ice, broken apart like boulders, lay in heaps along the lead, dropping off to the waters below. The ice was thinner than before, only 8 feet maybe. He closed his eyes, exhaling. Madigan's Arctic base. The heart of his plan to poison the skies and burn the world, what was left of his ragtag prison army, his Russian warships, K-27, his nuclear trigger. Cook's snowmobile and sled started forward, slower this time, heading straight for the warship. He watched the dark hull grow larger, looming above them until they parked by the stern. Cook twisted around in his seat and grinned at Adam. "Welcome to your new base, Lieutenant." Chapter 43. North Kara Sea. The Bereev hurtled down the ice runway, engines roaring. Ethan clasped Jack's hand hard enough to make Jack's bones shift. Seated behind Sasha and Sergey, Ethan saw more than he wanted to out of the front of the plane. His heart clamored in his throat as his stomach went into open revolt. "That Halo is back," Scott shouted. "Coming back over the station. She's moving behind us." Ethan craned his neck, trying to see. The Halo moved through the billowing smoke like a monster rising from the depths. "We've got to move. Can this go faster?" Sergey leaned closer to Sasha. "Soviet piece of shit!" Sasha snapped. The controls shook violently in his hands. He strained to hold the yoke, and his legs were pressed hard on the foot pedals for the rudder. "This plane is garbage!" He slammed his fist on the instrument panel, punching it until a glass dial shattered. "It's what we have." Jack leaned forward. "We just have to go. Now!" Bullets chewed the ice behind them, gouging holes in the runway. Chunks of ice hit their plane like hail slamming into a tin roof. Scott dove back from the window. "Dah!" Sasha grit his teeth and gripped the control yoke. The plane rose, jerking upward in a stomach-lurching jolt, and screamed just above the burning station. Flames curled around their wingtips and swirled in the wash of their propellers. "They're coming around!" Scott was back at the windows, going from side to side in the cabin of the Bereev, watching for the Halo. "Coming behind us again!" Dull thuds sounded like rocks being thrown at their hull. Sasha growled. Sergey's face went white. "Tell me about the gunner!" Sasha shouted over his shoulder. "Was he using gun mount?" "What?" Ethan shouted, shaking his head. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Was he using fixed gun mount in the door, or was it just man and rifle?" "Gotta move!" Scott's bellow interrupted their shouts. "He's getting closer!" Ethan scrambled to recall. He'd been on the ice, flames licking his arms, the Halo overhead firing after him, turning his way. "Just a man. He was leaning out of the opening, no mount." "Perfect." Sasha jerked the yoke hard, veering the plane in a tight, screaming turn. The Bereev's engines wailed, and the whole frame shuddered, jerking violently like it was about to come apart at the seams. The move might have been perfect in a MiG, but it was going to rip them to shreds. Sergey grasped the window frame, his seat edge, the controls above him, and then Sasha's arm. "We are not in a fighter jet." Sasha leveled them out. Ethan looked up. They were headed right for the Halo, coming in at a sharp angle and close enough to count rivets on the massive beast. The door gunner, a vicious-looking man with a long beard and a shaved head, grinned wide and swung his massive rifle toward them. It would have been right at home, mounted on a tank. He aimed for the cockpit. "Duck!" Sasha growled. "Duck now!" "What the fuck are you doing?" Sergey sputtered. "Such—" Sasha grabbed Sergey by the back of the neck and pulled him down, tugging him until he was face-planted in Sasha's lap. Muffled curses rose from Sergey, but he stayed low when the glass shattered and bullets slammed into the metal airframe. Bereevs were built like steel bulls, their noses reinforced to withstand the inevitable Soviet crash, or, in this case, bullets. Ethan grabbed Jack and pulled him down, twisting his body over Jack's as they lay on the cockpit deck. He joined Sergey, cursing Sasha's choices. "You're going to get us killed." "Almost there," Sasha hissed. Bullets continued to plink off their hull and slam into the airframe. One wing creaked like it wanted to tear itself off the plane and flee. The frame shuddered, absorbing bullet after bullet. Sasha jerked the controls to the max, twisting the old Bereev almost straight up, shooting over the nose of the Halo. The engine wailed. One propeller rattled and broke in two, the pieces flying away. The roar of the Halo, the twin-gas turbine engines boomed through their smaller plane, deep enough to rattle their organs. Busted glass rained down through the broken cockpit windows, and then the Halo's rotary blades were far, far too close, filling Ethan's sight. They bucked, skidding wildly through the air as they passed over the halo and then fell almost in a mad tumble, half from the broken propeller and half from the turbulence kicked off from the halo's rotors.
"We're not flying. We're falling."
Ethan pulled Jack close, trying to brace for the seemingly imminent crash and protect Jack as best he could. Ice-cold wind whipped through the cockpit. Sasha leveled them off and slowed their speed. The engine sputtered, and the plane listed to one side. Silence strained the Berev, save for Sasha's deep, harsh pants. The winds leveled out until it was just the breeze from their flight. Sergey bolted upright. His face was purple, twisted with rage, and he lunged at Sasha, grabbing him by his jacket. Bitter Russian flew in time with each shake Sergey gave Sasha. "Holy shit! They're going down!" Scott's voice made Sergey pause. He glared back, his eyes red-rimmed and furious. "What?" "The halo! It's fucking going down!" Ethan scrambled to his feet and pushed his face out of the busted side window. Below them, the halo was plunging, spinning faster and faster as it dove out of control. Smoke poured from its shattered cockpit. They watched it slam nose first into the ice cap and burst apart in flames. Everyone turned to Sasha, staring. They hadn't fired a shot. There wasn't a way to, not in the sealed Berev. "What did you do?" Sergey asked slowly. "Target fixation." Sasha tried to exhale. His hands were still shaking. Sergey grabbed them. "Is problem with Russian gunners. Door mounts break all the time. Russian gunners think they can shoot without them, but the mounts stop gunner from swinging around inside the aircraft and shooting their own pilots in the back." Ethan exhaled and slumped against the bulkhead. "Jesus Christ, you got their gunner to shoot their own pilots?" Sasha nodded once. "I thought it would work." "What would you have done if it hadn't worked?" Scott's grumble hung in the silent cockpit. Sasha shrugged. Sergey opened his mouth, a fresh tirade on his tongue. "Okay," Jack interrupted Sergey before he could begin, clamping one hand down on his shoulder. "We made it out alive. What's our next step?" "Our plan got shot to shit." Ethan closed his eyes briefly. "Adam, where are you?" He rejected the niggling voice in the back of his head that said the only logical answer was that Adam and his men were inside the station when it blew. There wasn't anything logical about this. "We can't fly anywhere in this busted plane." "No." Sasha scowled at the display. He leaned forward, his frown furrowing. "Actually, we cannot fly much more at all." The engine sputtered, groaned, and then died. A sad little whine, the only farewell it made. For an instant everything was silent. They glided, almost weightless in the Arctic air. Sasha looked at Sergey as alarms rang out in the busted, bullet-riddled cockpit. "We are going down." Chapter 44. Kara Sea. Madigan's Base Camp. Cook shoved Adam forward, pushing him through the dark hallways aboard the old Soviet destroyer. The ship should have been mothballed years ago. Paint had long ago chipped, and bare metal had turned to rust. One flickering light worked in each hallway. The ship was cold, power mostly offline. Their footsteps echoed like bells, hissing Cook's and two of Madigan's criminal army as they paraded toward command. Light poured from a hatch ahead, dull but brighter than the dim gloom of the hall. Voices rose and fell, some in Russian, but most in English. He could barely make out the words. Adam stumbled, and Cook shoved him hard against the bulkhead, digging his cheek against the rotten metal. "There's something you should see," Cook said slowly, almost hissing in his ear. "Come with me." He dragged Adam by the back of the neck, bending him over at his waist with his face pointed down until they reached the hatch. The voices were louder, but Adam couldn't parse out what was being said, not bent over and twisted around Cook's grasp. He tried to fight, tried to shake Cook off, but Cook just squeezed harder until spots floated in front of his eyes and the world started to go dark. And then Cook threw him through the hatch. He landed in a sprawl on the deck, face mashed to the cold steel. Voices stopped. He felt eyes on him, gazes peeling back his skin. What were they looking at? Was he supposed to perform, be their circus freak? He looked up, glaring, and found himself face to face with Kobayashi. Reality stuttered to a halt. The world even seemed to stop spinning, stop turning. His thoughts froze and then shattered like an iceberg crumbling to dust. He tried to add it all up, put two and two together. He tried to breathe, but everything was too slow. A gong must have gone off somewhere he could barely hear, save for the deafening roar of his world falling, ending. A scream sounded somewhere far away, a roaring, wailing bellow. He stared into Kobayashi's eyes and watched his teammate slowly smile. "Hey, LT," Kobayashi said. He threw his hands out like he was celebrating. "Surprise!" The world restarted, reality snapping back like the launch of a fighter jet off a carrier. He throttled from incomprehension to blinding fury in half a heartbeat. He lunged, diving at Kobayashi. Hands grabbed the back of his jacket, holding him back. He strained forward, choking himself. He'd kill Kobayashi, kill him with his bare hands like a rabid dog desperate for the kill. He pictured it, imagined it, holding Kobayashi down and choking him, strangling the air from his lungs. His throat burned, and he backed down a half step, coughing hard. The shout, the bellow, died. God, it had been him. He'd been making that noise, that inhuman wail. Kobayashi chuckled. He reached out and ruffled Adam's hair. Adam lunged again, snarling. Rage consumed him, burned his soul, ripped through his heart like a nuclear reactor. He'd mourned Kobayashi, wept for him and all his men. He'd loved Kobayashi as an officer loves all his men. Hell, Kobayashi had been his easiest, the Marine he could count on to always be squared away. Betrayal opened beneath him, an endless black void. He was falling, toppling end over end, untethered to reality. "You killed Park!" Kobayashi nodded. He shrugged. "I had my orders. Get here, had to move quickly, especially since K-27 is already up." He gestured to the windows lining one wall. Directly across from the destroyer, the ice cap had been blown away in a nearly perfect oval. Red flags and spray paint marked the ragged edges of the massive hull. Dark Arctic waters sloshed against the blown edges of the ice, and, in the center, the rusted, algae-covered sloping hull of K-27, risen from the depths. She hovered more out of the water than in, an unnatural sight for a submarine. Gigantic poles, what would have been used as drill pipe on an oil rig, had been slammed into the ice in a circle around K-27. Strung between the poles and diving beneath her hull was a massive industrial net, buoying the once-sunken sub. She wasn't floating on her own. They had raised her part of the way and winched her up with the net, just enough clearance to access the reactor, if Adam had to guess. Red colored his vision like a bloodlust out of control. He bared his teeth, growling, spewing nonsense, threats, and promises to rip Kobayashi's throat out, dance in his intestines, bathe in his blood. "When did you turn? When did you decide to betray us?" Kobayashi laughed. "I've always been against you. You think I transferred into your unit after you stormed the West Wing with Reichenbach by chance?" He shook his head. "God, you're naive. Even for an officer, you're fucking stupid." "Everyone was vetted," he hissed. "Everyone's background was checked." It had been a scouring, a wildfire through the ranks. Anyone and everyone who'd had contact with Madigan was ripped aside, investigated like they'd been abducted by aliens. Kobayashi shook his head. Madigan wrote the book on decentralized counter-terror missions, black communications, off-the-grid operations. What makes you think what we did overseas wouldn't work against our own government?" He winked. "We're everywhere." Adam spat at him. A fat glob landed on Kobayashi's cheek.
"You killed them all. Did you ever fucking care about them?"
Cook kicked out the backs of Adam's legs, sending him to the deck as Kobayashi wiped the spit from his face. Squatting, he smeared his spit-covered hand down Adam's cheek. "You killed them all," he said.
"You killed Fitz. And Park."
"Park, yes. Fitz wasn't me." Kobayashi rose. "You'll have to excuse me, LT. I've got work to do. We're restarting the reactor on K-27. Cook dragged him from command. Adam fought Cook every single step. He kicked, thrashed, tried to body-slam Cook and break away. Cook threw him into the bulkhead, slammed his head against the hatch entrance, kicked him when he slumped to the deck. The two men with Cook watched and laughed as Adam coughed up blood and saw triple. "Captain, we've got a problem," Cook's radio chirped. "Survivors at the station have taken out our halo." "What?" Cook turned to the men with him. "Take him to the brig." He strode away, barking orders into his radio for a team to assemble at the snowmobiles, ready to ride. Adam watched Cook stride away as the other two moved in, each grabbing him under one arm and dragging him away. Survivors? There were survivors? Who, Ethan? The presidents? Doc? Coleman or Wright? Faisal, please let it be Faisal. Inshallah, please. The thought was an ugly one. He shouldn't put Faisal over everyone else, but he couldn't help it. There were 1,000 reasons why he should never have gotten together with Faisal, 1,000 damnations he could heap upon his shoulders, but what was done was done. He was already finished. He eyed his captors, the two criminal soldiers carting him to the brig. They were African, busted from a Sudanese prison. One had a sick-looking scar down the side of his face. The other's arm was twisted and scarred, ravaged with burns. The first carried his weapon in a thigh rig. The other had a knife sheathed on his belt in the small of his back. Survivors at the station. He had to help them. He'd do whatever he could, anything he could, to right what he'd done. All he needed was the right moment. Chapter 45. Washington, D.C. She watched Secret Service agent Levi Daniels slip out of the Roosevelt room and walk down the West Wing hallway. He rubbed one hand over his furrowed forehead and breathed out slowly, as if he was in pain. Perfect. Lily Fan was an exemplary graduate student. She earned straight A's in her Georgetown graduate courses. She'd landed a prestigious fellowship out of Yale, her undergraduate school, which took her to Georgetown and D.C. She'd applied for and received an internship in the White House, in the West Wing. She worked in the Environmental Affairs Policy Division and loved penguins. She lived alone with one cat and loved peppermint ice cream. She watched 4 shows on Netflix and kept up with her parents who lived in California outside of San Francisco. Her father was a very bad man, at least according to the government in Beijing. He'd stolen low-level military information, plans about the construction of their submarine bases built inside tunnels and hidden away from American spy satellites. He traded the information for a new life in America, for himself, his daughter, and his wife. Lily Fan's father, then, was easy to manipulate. All it had taken was a few careful threats, promises of extraction back to China, and a description of the exquisite tortures that his wife and daughter were sure to face. Perhaps even a trip to the North Korean prison camps for him, to be re-educated on loyalty. Lily Fan's father folded like a bad hand at a Vegas card table. Yu Ying, of the Central Military Commission in China, took the next flight to Washington, D.C., and let herself into Lily Fan's apartment. Lily Fan had been selected for this mission, and if she came through, then her loyalty, her commitment, would be richly rewarded. The Chinese government would take the bounty off her father's head, for starters, and she'd be a wealthy woman at the end of the week. All Lily Fan needed to do was stay out of sight, stay unconscious and sedated and lying on her bed for the next week. Yu Ying would take her place. In another life, they could have been twins, the same light to their eyes, the same angle of their smile. Lily Fan had been picked for this mission because of her spooky similarity to Yu, a combination of genes and environment that had produced an almost identical twin, despite different families, different lineages. Now, Yu was inside the White House, inside the West Wing. The clothes she wore were Lily's, along with Lily's blue White House badge. She could move freely around the West Wing, go to any office, talk to anyone. And who she wanted had just walked down the hall. She slipped the trigger-loaded syringe into her palm and followed Levi Daniels. He went down the hall past the cabinet room and turned, patted his way down the staircase to the lower level. She followed, pretending to check her phone as she bounced down the stairs. If asked, she'd say she was on the way to the mess for a fresh cup of coffee. No one asked. The lower level was quiet. Few people moved around, their faces buried in their phones. Levi Daniels headed for the Secret Service bunker, but hesitated. His head tipped forward and his shoulders slumped. He turned away, heading instead for the entrance to the garage. Yu followed him, and once there, kept to the shadows. She paralleled him down the line of cars, keeping low. When he stopped outside a black SUV, she struck. Moving fast, she slid over the hood of the car beside Levi and rose silently behind him. He stiffened, sensing something, and started to turn. Too late, she stabbed the syringe into his neck, the trigger depressed automatically, flooding his body with the sedative.
What the?
His hand flew to his neck, bumping the empty syringe. He whipped around, but the sedative had already started working. His legs gave way, and he pitched forward, falling against her. Yu caught him as his eyes slipped closed, and he fell unconscious. She pulled out her phone, hit the speed dial. After one ring, the line opened with a click. "Colonel Song? I have Agent Levi Daniels." Chapter 46. USS Honolulu. Captain Anderson waited beneath the forward bow hatch, watching water drip from the circular seal.
"Docking complete, sir."
Heavy bolts from Honolulu clamped down on the airlock between his boat and the civilian sub he had found floating beneath the ice cap. Boomer had picked up on a faint SOS in Morse code, coming from someone banging against the side of the sub walls. He had sent over one of his divers. After his diver had boarded, Boomer picked up a new message in Morse code. Americans, bringing into dock. Who was inside the sub? How had they gotten there? Water continued to drip slowly, the last drop from their docking being squeezed out. Above, he heard the mini-sub's airlock cycle open. He gave the nod to his chief, who started rotating Honolulu's hatch. Along the hallway, lights flickered, creaking, rumbled through the hull. Honolulu was barely holding together. Sierra 1 had wounded her badly before Honolulu put 6 torpedoes in Sierra 1's side and sent her to the bottom of the Arctic abyss. Before that, though, Sierra 1's torpedoes had chased them under the ice, pressing them farther and deeper into dangerous waters and icy ravines. Pressed between underwater ice blades and the torpedoes, there had been nowhere to go but down. Underwater blasts rocked Honolulu's systems, and pressures from the Arctic abyss crunched her hull, ripping open stress fractures in her plating. Water sloshed on the lower decks, too much for the bilge pumps to suck out to sea. Their shocked and shaken reactor was underpowered, damaged, and the engines were barely able to make 10 knots. They were limping, wounded, and nearly broken. A shivering, wet body tumbled through the open hatch, almost falling to the deck. Anderson steadied the man, helping him to his feet. He recognized him. Doc, the corpsman from Ethan Reichenbach's Marine Corps team.
"Captain, I've got 4 in here,"
his diver, Petty Officer Swanson, called from above.
"They're hypothermic. The seal on this submersible leaked on them. There's freezing water in the hold."
"Chief Liu is here." Anderson passed Doc to Chief Liu, his own corpsman, and Honolulu's sole medical provider. He arched his eyebrows up the hatch, meeting Swanson's gaze. "I already gathered the hatch leaked." Water dripped onto his shoulder. Liu wrapped Doc in a blanket and passed him down the hall. They'd converted the wardroom to a sick bay. Their injured were already there. The next two clambered down into Honolulu on their own. Sergeant Wright and Coleman, the enlisted leaders of the Marine team. Both were shivering, and their eyes were hollow and red-rimmed. Their lips were blue, and their teeth chattered. Last out was someone he didn't remember, an Arab, tall and slender, and bundled with extra layers of clothes. He was pale, and his lips were tinted blue, but he was in better shape than the others. Anderson stopped him. "I'm Captain Anderson. I don't recall your name." The man flinched.
"Faisal, Captain."
He licked his lips, closed his eyes, exhaled slowly.
"Faisal Cooper."
Cooper. That was the name of the lieutenant leading the Marine team. He frowned.
"Lieutenant Adam Cooper and I were close."
Faisal breathed.
"I was attached to his team as a special advisor."
"And where is Lieutenant Cooper? How'd you guys get in that sub?" Faisal looked down the hallway. His jaw clenched hard, and a vein pulsed in his temple. "Oh." Anderson breathed out. He crossed his arms, pursing his lips. "Where's the president? Where's the rest of your team?" Faisal shook his head.
"I don't know. We were separated and ambushed at one of the stations. The president and the others never arrived."
It was Anderson's turn to bow his head and glare at the deck. Faisal's voice was soft but roughened when he spoke.
"How did you find us?"
"We were coming back to the rendezvous. We took out the Russian sub over the pole. She's down in the Nansen abyss, and no one will ever find her or her crew." A part of Anderson twinged at that. He was, in his soul, a submariner. Any sub going down was a haunting reminder of their own fragile predicament, how their life-saving boat could become a tomb from one second to the next. "Boomer picked up your SOS."
Faisal almost smiled weakly. "Doc insisted on banging on the hull. I thought Sergeant Wright was going to strangle him after a few hours."
"It saved your life."
Faisal nodded. Silence strained the air between, filled only with Honolulu's rattle and uneven hum. "What now, Captain?" he finally asked.
Anderson squared his jaw.
"A broken ship, an exhausted crew, President Spiers missing,
and their assault team shattered. Any commander would call it in, retreat and regroup and lick their wounds before launching a stronger assault. They didn't have that luxury. They were running out of time. "We have to keep going. Find Madigan and get back in the fight. We finish the mission, no matter what."
Chapter 47. Kara Sea.
Sasha did his best bringing the powerless plane down. He'd kept them gliding until the end, until the plane tipped nose forward and plunged the last 20 feet into the ice cap. Jack and Ethan, sitting behind Sasha and Sergey, held hands and stared into each other's eyes. Ethan mouthed, "I love you," in a constant loop. Behind them, Scott strapped himself to the jump seat in the rear and kept a steady spew of curses flowing at the top of his lungs. When they crashed, the Berev tipped onto its left side, snapping the wing clean off. The nose crushed instantly, shorn metal and engine parts exploding outward and scattering across the ice. Jack, Ethan, and Scott bounced in their seats, rattled against their restraints, but stumbled from the wreckage with just bumps and bruises. Sergey wasn't as lucky. The nose had crumpled, exploding inward and outward and compacting the cockpit almost right on top of Sasha and Sergey. Sergey had slammed forward, his head smacking the instruments. He sat slumped in his seat, blood oozing down his face, unconscious. Sasha hovered next to him, bleeding from his nose, trying to rouse his lover. Ethan physically checked Jack over when they stumbled from the wreck, running his hands through Jack's hair down his neck and cupping his face. He looked deep into Jack's gaze. Jack grabbed his wrists. He tried to smile. "I'm okay, Ethan." Nodding, Ethan kissed his forehead, letting his lips linger. In the distance, the high-pitched whine of snowmobile engines broke the heavy silence that covered the ice.
"We've got company," Scott growled. "Get behind the plane."
They took cover, shielding behind the right wing and engine, and pulled out their rifles. Ethan laid out spare magazines in front of him and Jack.
"Remember how to reload?"
Jack nodded. "I've had some practice." He looked up. A line of snowmobiles appeared on the ice, racing toward them. 6 men in mismatched uniforms, each armed to the teeth. Jack spotted nasty-looking rifles and bandoliers of bullets. Ethan frowned.
"You shouldn't have to know these things."
"I'd rather be at your side in everything everywhere than sit on the sidelines and pretend I'm safe." The first bullet flew over their heads.
"They're here!"
Scott fired over the wing, trying to hold the new arrivals back. "Sasha? How's Sergey?" Jack shouted toward the silent cockpit. Sasha hadn't said anything to them on their way out. He'd been pale, ghostly white, and focused solely on Sergey. "We've got company, Sasha! What's going on?" Bullets erupted from the cockpit, spraying through the shattered windows toward the snowmobiles. They were wild, with no real aim. Sasha firing blind. "Keep them away," Sasha barked. "I'm trying to pull him out."
"Easier said than done," Scott grumbled. "They've got a lot of firepower."
Swallowing, Jack refocused on the men attacking. They'd stopped their approach, Scott and Ethan pinning Madigan's men back about 60 yards out. Some covered behind their snowmobiles. One hefted a giant machine gun on top of his snowmobile saddle, balanced on a tripod.
"Fuck! Ethan, 2 o'clock!"
Scott shouted.
"I see it."
Ethan swung right and took aim at the machine gunner. Jack spotted another gunman sighting in on Ethan. He lined up, put the gunman square in his reticle, and fired. The gunman fell backward.
"2 down,"
Ethan called. He threw Jack a tiny, sad smile.
"Thanks."
And then Ethan's eyes went wide as he stared over Jack's shoulder.
"RPG!" he hollered. 9 o'clock!
Sasha whipped around at Ethan's shout.
"RPG!"
Ethan bellowed again. Fuck! An RPG would destroy the plane and them along with it. Sergey still hadn't woken up. His head lolled on Sasha's shoulder, and the most Sasha had gotten out of him had been a feeble moan when he'd slapped him. 2 of Madigan's men were still loading the RPG, while the other 3 laid down suppressive fire. Ethan and Scott tried to fire back, but they couldn't get a fix. Sasha saw Ethan rise again, trying to fire. Bullets slammed into the wing in front of his face, sparking against his cheek. He dropped back. They had moments, only moments, before their plane lit up like a firework. He searched the cockpit, trying to find something, anything to fight back with. He had no shot from the crumpled sideways cockpit, no way to target the fighters. Damn it. If he didn't get Sergey out of there, they'd both die. But Sergey wasn't moving, and he wasn't going to leave Sergey. His frantic gaze landed on the pilot's ejection handle. Perfect. He ripped Sergey's harness away and caught him before he tumbled out of his seat. Manhandling him, he maneuvered Sergey across the central terminal until Sergey straddled his lap. He tucked Sergey's face against his neck. "Hold on, Lubov moya. Hold on, my love." Sasha wrapped one arm around Sergey and gripped his rifle. He reached down and jerked the ejection handle with the other. The top panel of the Bereev blasted off with a bang. It clattered against the ice, snaking away from the crash, and a split second later the pilot's seat blasted out of the plane, screaming sideways over the ice, straight for the line of Madigan's men. His second ejection was worse than the first. At least in the first he'd gone straight into the air. This time Sasha skidded half a foot above the ice cap. The wind tore at his skin. Ice blistered off the cap, slicing his face. Snow pelted his eyes, and he squeezed them closed as he roared. He held on to Sergey as tight as he could, both arms wrapped around his love. "Do not forget to shoot." Gritting his teeth, Sasha extended his rifle behind Sergey's back and fired blindly on Madigan's men. Ethan, Jack, and Scott watched, jaws hanging, as Sasha rocketed across the ice, blasting away at Madigan's men. His shots were wild, unfocused, but he took out one of the attackers and stunned the others. Everyone stopped and stared as he shot through their line, blasting 100 yards down the ice cap.
"Fire! Now!"
Ethan rose up and started shooting. Scott joined him, and then Jack. In moments, The RPG shooter was down, and then a fourth.
"Two more!"
Ethan shouted. They were a tricky last two, though, crouched behind their snowmobiles and firing sparingly. Battle-hardened, if Ethan had to guess, conserving their ammo, playing it safe. "Reinforcements arriving," Scott growled. "I see one inbound on a snowmobile."
"I don't have a shot yet."
Ethan kept his sights fixed on the last target.
"Jack?"
"I've got him." Jack squinted through the scope, watching the new arrival draw closer. He saw the man raise his rifle and take aim. Jack's finger started to squeeze the trigger. Ethan's target jerked. Blood sprayed over the ice and snow, a fan of red. He fell sideways. Jack froze, finger half squeezed. My target took out his own man. He watched the new arrival sight in on the last attacker and fire, right as Madigan's man turned toward him. He'd just killed the other one, too.
"What the fuck?" Scott grumbled. "I'm not taking any chances."
Ethan motioned to Scott.
"Lay down cover fire. Keep him pinned."
Scott nodded and fired at the mystery man. Bullets chewed the ice in front of and behind his snowmobile, forcing him to stop and dive for cover. Scott kept firing, keeping him pinned as Ethan edged away, jogging wide over the ice and slipping through Madigan's destroyed attackers. He signaled to Scott to stop firing, and then ran the last 10 yards to the mystery man's position. The man rose slowly, peeking over the saddle of his snowmobile. He had his rifle in his hands, but kept it low. Ethan came up behind him and shoved his rifle against the back of his skull.
"Freeze! Drop it, now!"
The man's hands came up slowly. His weapon fell sideways to the snow.
"Ethan?"
Ethan's blood froze. His stomach sank, dropping beneath the ice cap.
"Adam?"
Slowly, Adam turned. His beaten, bruised face stared up at Ethan, one eye swollen shut, lip and cheek busted and oozing blood. He trembled as he knelt in the snow.
"I'm sorry,"
Adam rasped. His teeth clenched and a tear rolled down his cheek.
"You told me to stay away from Cook. I'm sorry. But he was going to kill them all. He shot Ruiz right in front of us and—"
He couldn't finish. Adam's voice cut out, his lips quivering as another tear slid down his cheek. Realization crashed into Ethan harder than the plane slamming into the ice.
The others.
Desperate hope burned in Adam's gaze.
"Is Faisal with you? The radio said survivors."
Slowly, Ethan shook his head. He dropped his rifle. Adam's face twisted, anguish destroying him as the truth slammed into his soul. Ethan watched him crumble from the inside, curl in half and topple to the snow. He buried his face, pressing his bloody cheek against the ice cap as he wailed. Tears streamed from his eyes, freezing when they hit the glacier.
"We are Allah's, and to him we shall return. Yati."
Adam whispered wetly. Spit and blood dripped from his face. Ethan spotted Sergey and Sasha lying farther down the ice cap, flopping free from the ejection seat, and Scott and Jack striding toward him and Adam, their rifles up. He waved Scott and Jack over, and then crouched down. Once, Adam had held him when he thought Jack was gone. Adam and Faisal both. It was a debt he'd never wanted to repay. He grabbed Adam's shoulder and hauled him close, wrapping him up in his arms. Adam's face pressed against his chest, tear-stained, snot-covered, and bloody. Adam's hands rose, grasping Ethan's arms. Buried against Ethan, Adam let it all out, wailing, screaming, bellowing his agony, his fury, the loss of the love of his life. Ethan held him through it, holding him on the freezing ice, as Scott and Jack watched silently. When Adam was able to breathe again, he spilled his guts, telling them everything. What had happened at the station, his team going missing one by one, Cook threatening everyone and murdering Ruiz, threatening Faisal, his capitulation, being taken to Madigan's base, Seeing Kobayashi and K-27 above the ice and the scope of Madigan's army, fewer men than they had all estimated before from all of the prison breaks. Madigan must have lost some of his men in the coup in Russia, and then more in the move up to the Arctic, but still enough fighters to be a problem. A big problem. They were all silent, absorbing the information. Fury blazed in Jack's eyes. Ethan watched him carefully. He helped Adam up and passed him to Scott. Scott helped him walk, supporting him as they headed for Sasha and Sergey. The ejection seat lay on the ice, and next to it, 2 bodies, tumbled free, not moving. Ethan walked ahead of Scott and Adam next to Jack.
This is coming apart fast, Jack. We've lost everything. Adam's team, Adam himself. He won't be effective now.
He glanced ahead to the still forms on the ice, but said nothing.
We've lost the element of surprise, too. Madigan knows we're here.
Jack nodded. Adam made that call to lure us in and changed everything. Exhaling, Ethan nodded.
Cook had his team, threatened to execute them one by one unless he complied.
What Adam did was the worst thing that could have happened. Madigan knows we're coming, and they've raised K-27 already. Ethan shook his head.
No. Kobayashi's betrayal was the worst. He set Adam up for failure, for heartbreak. What kind of choice was Adam forced into?
It's something we need to be ready for. But why did Kobayashi wait? Why didn't he shoot us in the back of the head on Honolulu or at the first station? He shrugged.
I can't understand it, Jack. I don't see the rationale. But there has to be one. He got his orders from Madigan. Everything Madigan has done, from the first moment until now, has had a reason.
I'm afraid to find out what that is. Ethan glanced over his shoulder, looking first at Adam and then at Scott.
Adam did say that Kobayashi didn't kill Fitz.
I know, Jack said quietly.
You know what that means.
Someone else was working with Madigan. Someone in Tampa? Another supporter of Madigan's at SOCOM? Ethan's blood chilled as he counted who knew about Adam's team and who knew the men's identities. One name stood out from the rest. General Bell. He'd hated Ethan on sight, and his contempt for Jack had been obvious. Was that a sign of his switched loyalties? Something Jack said tugged on his brain.
Jack, I don't know what I would have done in Adam's shoes. If it had been Scott or you, I can't watch you die. I couldn't watch someone kill you. If that means I'd make the same choice Adam did, then that's what I'll live with.
Ethan. Jack stopped and faced him. He reached for Ethan's arms, his elbows. We have to think larger than ourselves right now.
What are you saying? Adam should have let them all die?
He didn't want to follow that thought down its path. Didn't want to think about what Jack was trying to say. The stakes are the highest they'll ever be, Ethan. Jack squeezed his elbow. I don't ever want to be without you. I don't want a single moment to go by without you at my side, but this is quite literally the end of the world. If we have to make the tough call. Ethan clenched his jaw. He looked away, squinting into the fog.
I don't know if I can do that.
If it comes down to me or the world, Ethan.
You are my world. You're everything. I can't.
My life is not worth billions, Ethan. Jack reached for him, cradling his face. You are my whole world, too. My everything forever. He licked his chapped lips. But this is bigger than us. You have to be able to let me go. It's what I want, if it comes down to that. His chest went tight, and his heart hammered, thundering. He couldn't breathe, and he couldn't look at Jack.
I can't talk about this.
Ethan! Movement, farther down the ice, saved him. Sergey sat up slowly, grumbling and reaching for Sasha.
Sergey's moving.
Ethan grunted.
Let's go.
He took off, jogging toward Sergey and Sasha's crash and leaving Jack to catch up. When he got to Sergey, he saw the Russian president scowling at Sasha. Sasha lay on his back, spread-eagled on the ice, and stared back at Sergey, grinning like a madman. It was the first time he had seen Sasha really smile. On his harsh and normally dour features, the wide smile made him look unhinged. Sergey glared at him, glared at the ejection seat, and then squinted back toward their crashed plane, a football field's length away. He turned his dark glower back to Sasha.
Let's not do that again.
Sasha grabbed his jacket and pulled him close, kissing him full on the lips.
We lived,
he shrugged.
I did not think we would.
When Sergey pulled back, his scowl had softened just a bit. He looked from Ethan to Jack and then to Scott and Adam as he slumped against the wrecked ejection seat with a sigh.
Now what? We've lost the element of surprise.
Ethan squatted and etched a quick map in the snow. Their plane crash and the burning station behind them. Ahead, Madigan's Arctic base. Adam quickly sketched out what he'd seen. The destroyer, and opposite that, K-27 risen from the sea. Off to the side, the black upthrust of a submarine's sail soaring through the ice. Snowmobiles, the empty helipad.
It's about 40 miles southwest.
He pointed toward the base into the gloom.
There's a lead here. Broken ice where Madigan's destroyer chewed through the ice cap. It's starting to freeze over, but it's rocky ground. We could hide in there.
40 miles, climbing over broken ice? Jack shook his head. There's no way.
We're not all young men.
Sergey frowned, glaring at Adam and Sasha both.
So they know we're here. When those assholes don't report back in, someone's going to come looking for them.
Scott jerked his chin toward the dead, still lying among the snowmobiles.
We need to be gone when they get here. I don't see any other places to hide.
He turned, scanning the flat, empty horizon. We need to go on the offensive. Jack frowned. How do we strike his base? Where are his weak points? Silence.
We need to take back the element of surprise.
Ethan rose and turned to Madigan's fallen men.
He's expecting us to be dead, right? Let's be dead.
Chapter 48. Washington, D.C. Slowly, awareness came back to Levi. He blinked, shapes swimming in front of his face. Darkness and light, patches of black and gray, and then a blinding white blast. He tried to roll away, grunting. He's coming to.
Excellent.
Alarms rang in his brain, shouts for him to move, get out of there. Dread slipped up his spine, trying to whisper something in his ear. He squinted, trying to make out what was in front of him. His eyes focused. Colonel Song's face hovered before him. Levi wheeled back, scrambling away from the man. His hands were locked together, closed in his own handcuffs, and he fell to his side as he tried to get away. His back hit metal, his handcuffs clanging against something hollow. He'd never met Colonel Song, but Ethan had told him all about the man and had described him to a T. Mysterious, slippery, untrustworthy, a mysterious helper in Saudi Arabia, not an ally, not an enemy on that day, but who knew about the future? Ethan hadn't liked Song, not at all, but Song had disappeared after Ethiopia, Levi thought. Ethan had even tried to get a hold of him during the hunt for Madigan. He was like a ghost. According to the Chinese embassy, he didn't exist.
What the fuck do you want?
He scanned his surroundings. He was in the back of an empty industrial van, bare metal interior, metal doors, no seats. He lay on the floorboards, backed against the rear doors. It was a van to murder someone in, according to every Hollywood movie he'd ever seen. A woman spun in the front seat, looking into the back. Bright light streamed behind her, almost blinding him. He frowned.
Lily?
She smiled.
No, Lily has nothing to do with this. She was a useful entry to the West Wing, but that is all.
His gaze darted from her to Colonel Song.
"What's going on?" "I need you to deliver a message for me, Agent Daniels."
Colonel Song's voice was deep and smooth. He spoke calmly, like he didn't have a Secret Service agent handcuffed before him.
"Can't you pick up the phone?"
The corner of Colonel Song's mouth quirked up briefly.
"As I told Mr. Reichenbach, I prefer more direct channels. You must pass a message along to your president, Elizabeth Wall." "What message?" "We need to meet."
Levi burst into the Situation Room in the middle of General Bradford's briefing. The door banged against the wall as he shoved it open, a dull crack breaking through the room. All eyes flashed to him. General Bradford's jaw snapped shut as he glared, throwing a poisonous look at Levi that would have made a lesser man wither. Elizabeth rose from her seat and went to Levi, meeting him halfway to her. The others seated at the table didn't know what to do. Some rose with the president, others stayed seated, scowling at Levi and Elizabeth in turn.
"Levi?"
She grabbed his shaking hands, wrapped one arm around his shoulders, and steered him to the back of the room. He was rumpled, far more than normal, shirt untucked, tie loose. He kept rubbing his neck and rubbing one wrist. His eyes were wide, wild.
"What's going on?"
He blew air through his lips, a forceful exhale.
"What isn't?"
He shook his head.
"Madam President, we walked them all into a trap."
"What?"
"One of Lieutenant Cooper's team was a former nuke tech. Kobayashi was transferred to Cooper's team after the first White House attack, and whoever made the transfer erased their footprint. We just walked Kobayashi into the Arctic alongside Phoenix 1. We gave Madigan exactly what he needed, a nuclear operator."
His lips clamped shut. Pain leached from him, wounded fury and anguish.
"Jesus."
Her thoughts swam, and she closed her eyes, covering her mouth with her hands for a moment.
"Madam President, would you like to return to the brief?"
General Bradford's voice slapped the back of her head.
"The Chinese are not slowing down, and they're nearly on top of our blockade."
Heavy silence filled the room after he spoke. Levi leaned in close.
"Madam President, there's more, and you're not going to like it."
She met Levi's gaze. For the first time, she saw naked terror in his dark eyes. Endless, aching terror. Chapter 49. Kara C. Madigan's Base Camp. Cook glared over the ice, his arms crossed, radio clenched in one fist, and watched 6 snowmobiles speed toward him. He'd sent a team of 3 Serbs and 3 South Americans out to take care of whatever survivors there were. That had been over an hour ago. He'd lost contact after they'd engaged, after reports of the survivors holed up by the plane, 3 firing on the team, and then nothing. On top of that, Lieutenant Cooper had disappeared. The 2 men he'd put on guard, Sudanese fighters who'd made names for themselves as hardened war criminals, were in Cooper's cell with broken necks. So much for the brutality they'd promised. Cooper was supposed to eat his own intestines for his last meal, choke on his own blood before slowly bleeding to death. Cook left their bodies there. They didn't matter. But finding Cooper did. Where had he gone? What had happened to his men? Who was coming back now? One of the snowmobiles pulled right up to him. The driver wore the same mismatched uniform and winter jacket and face mask as all the criminals did, a hodgepodge of Russian, African, and Latin American military uniforms, none of the pieces matching. They said they looked intimidating, showing the different countries they'd fought and killed in. Cook thought they looked stupid. He stared down at the driver, waiting as he pulled to a stop. Behind him, a body lay draped over the back of the snowmobile. Brown hair, white Arctic jacket, filthy and stained, blood spattered. Slowly, Cook smiled. He grabbed the dead man's hair and lifted his head. Cooper's pale, blood-stained face gazed back at him. His eyes were closed, but blood matted one side of his head, thick and oozing. Gunshot to the temple, if he had to guess. There was enough blood for it. What happened? He dropped Cooper and turned to the driver. The driver stared him straight in the eyes as he tugged down his face mask. "We took out the survivors. Dropped them all. Found this one making a run for it on the ice and put a bullet in his head." Cook nodded. "Who were they?" "President Spiers and his fuck toy. That crazy Russian president and some kind of bodyguard of his." The other snowmobiles waited, 10 yards away. Draped over the back of each snowmobile lay a body in Arctic gear. Circles of blood marred the backs of the white jackets. "What happened to your radios?" The driver pulled his handheld out of his jacket. A bullet had smashed the receiver. There was a hole clean through the case. Cook nodded. "Bring them to me. I want to—" Cook's radio spat static, and then Kobayashi's voice fell from the speaker. "Captain, the reactor is back online. Should I begin weaponization now?" "I'm on my way. I need to see it." Cook glared at the driver as he dropped his radio, his eyes flicking from Cooper's slumped body to the other riders. "General Madigan will want to see the bodies. You know where to take them." "Yes, sir." Cook peered into the driver's eyes. "What's your name?" The driver grinned, almost wolfishly. "Scott. My name is Scott." "Scott? I don't remember you. Where did you come from?" "Colombia." Scott leaned back. "Got popped running high-value shipments for the cartels into Miami. But at least the prison was warm, and I did good business inside. Prison banker, they called me." He grinned. "It was a hell of a lot warmer there than here." "If you don't like it here, why'd you join?" "I like my freedom better. I wasn't about to stay in that prison after you emptied it. Fuck that." Cook grinned slowly. "You'll be warm in no time. We're almost through with our mission. See me later." Nodding once, Cook straddled his own snowmobile and throttled the engine. He waited, though, watching. Scott nodded. He waved to his teammates and revved his engine, guiding his snowmobile toward the Vedushi. The others slid into a line, passing by Cook as they wound their way around the destroyer. Cook stared after them, and then switched the channel on his radio and raised it to his lips.
Alhamdulillah, I did not think that was going to work.
Adam slid off the back of Scott's snowmobile and crouched behind him, keeping low by the stern. He mumbled something that sounded like Arabic, closing his eyes as he kissed his gloved fingers and touched his chest. Ethan, Jack, Sergey, and Sasha moved in beside them, parking by the stern and out of sight, tucked in close to the destroyer's rear loading ramp. On each of their snowmobiles, one of Madigan's dead lay, dressed in their own white Arctic outerwear. They'd changed into the mismatched uniforms of Madigan's men on the ice cap, keeping their dry suits on underneath everything. That had been a level of cold Jack didn't want to experience again. He'd caught Sergey's eye, shadows of his harrowing plunge beneath the ice in both their gazes. Jack scanned their surroundings. Coming around the back of the destroyer, they had entered the inner spaces of Madigan's Arctic base. The destroyer, Vedushi, rose to their right. Dead ahead, rising from the cracked surface of the ice cap, was the dark sail of Madigan's submarine. Both ships had been on Sasha's map. Scattered between Madigan's two ships, a slum-land shanty town had sprung up. Tents and cargo containers and homemade scrap lean-tos squatted beside snowmobiles, Arctic crawlers, ice diggers, and cannibalized bodies of old Soviet airplanes. Anything that Madigan's criminal army could use as living space had been rolled onto the ice and lay in a tangled, twisted scatter. Ratty tarps stretched between the tips of cargo containers and shorn steel walls fluttering in the wind. Fires burned in barrels and weapons leaned against the drums, keeping warm. Off to the left, the rotten, rusted, slime-covered hull of K-27 hung suspended half in the Arctic waters. Just like Captain Anderson had speculated, Madigan had blown the ice in order to raise K-27. Frigid waves lapped over the ice cap, freezing into a new lip that circled the hull. The net Adam described strained and creaked, stretching the length of a football field beneath the sub down the center of her hull. They must have been a commercial fishing net, something Madigan had taken from the Russians in Murmansk. K-27 was already up. Kobayashi was already inside, restarting the reactor, according to Adam. Their options were growing ever more fractional by the moment.
Holy fucking shit.
Ethan's whispered curse drew Jack's attention. He whipped his head around, searching for what had made Ethan react. He found it a moment later. Strung up on the side of the port bow, dangling by their necks from chains tossed over the side of the Vedushi, 12 bodies hung, limp and lifeless. Each wore the distinctive operator's uniform of a Navy SEAL. The team Elizabeth sent in. Jack swallowed. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. How many had Madigan slaughtered? How many had he killed already, and how many more did he plan on murdering? Where did his bloodlust, his madness, end? Who could stop such a man, determined and deadly as he was? Standing on the ice beside the gruesome Vedushi, and bracketed on two sides by twin submarines, one a dangerous relic of Soviet history and the other a gut-punch representation of Madigan's amassed power, Jack felt small, in a way he hadn't had for years. Presidents, as a rule, didn't feel small, not even facing down the UN or Congress or the press or even in his election campaign. Here, he felt small as a human being and small as a man. What they were doing was ludicrous. Madigan had broken the back of the world, had broken the back of America, and here he was, standing beneath the corpses of the best military personnel the United States could offer, and still thinking he could make a difference. He and Sergey, two middle-aged men, Ethan and Sasha, men too devoted for their own good, with hearts and souls too big for this world, and Scott, a beacon of eternal friendship, of fidelity, enough to make him want to weep. What could they possibly do in the face of what they were up against? Dejection wasn't something he was used to feeling. That sinking, hollow feeling, the bottom of the world dropping out from beneath him, an aching void of hopelessness that swallowed his soul. Those were unnatural feelings, and his bones itched, trying to shake it off. But his soul was screaming, shrieking that he'd already failed, he'd already lost, and he was just too dumb to realize it. Ethan. He needed Ethan. Jack looked up and found Ethan's gaze. Ethan's eyes were begging, pleading with Jack, desperate for a shred of hope. He slid off his snowmobile and padded to Ethan's side. Ethan held him close, drawing him in as if he, too, needed to lose himself in Jack's arms. They were still huddled by the stern of the Vedushi, away from the blowing wind and the bare desolation of the ice cap. K-27 lay across the ice, and they could hear the muted sounds of Madigan's men making noise in their shanty town. Sergey and Sasha stood nearby, but for the moment they were alone. Ethan exhaled into Jack's neck, kissing his jaw.
When this is over,
Ethan started whispering,
I'm going to take you to a beach. Some faraway island where it's just us and the ocean. Perfect water, crystal clear as far as you can see. Warm, white sand, forever. We'll lie in the surf, and I'll make love to you for days.
Jack grinned. Sounds perfect, he whispered back. Exactly the honeymoon I want with you. Ethan's hand stroked up and down his back. He leaned into Ethan, listening to his breath drag in and out, his heart beat its steady rhythm.
I love you.
Scott coughed. We need to get moving. He almost sounded apologetic. Are we going in or what? He slid the bolt back on his rifle, checking the chamber. Ethan stepped back. He looked into Jack's eyes, cradling his cheeks.
Not all of us.
Ethan.
Scott, you and Jack will stay here. Guard the snowmobiles. We might need to make a fast getaway, and we'll need them ready.
Ethan! Frustration cracked like a whip inside Jack. We're not splitting up, not now.
This isn't for you, Jack,
Ethan said softly.
You're not a killer. You're not a murderer.
The next part of their plan was simple and direct. Breach the destroyer. Adam said it was undermanned. Empty, dark hallways, few crew, and the elements of Madigan's army that were on board were lax in their security. Adam had escaped, after all. They were hoping to sneak inside, use subterfuge, where the SEALs in their direct assault had failed. Breach, and then take down the destroyer. They still had half of the C4 plastique explosive from Adam's team, and what Sergey had scavenged at the first rust fuel station. Place the charges below the waterline, and then blow it all. The ship would sink, and locked in the ice, she'd break apart and crack in half. Her sinking would shatter the ice cap, too, and destroy K-27's careful raising. With no anchor points holding the net beneath her belly, K-27 would hopefully plunge back into the dark sea. In the confusion that followed, they'd take out everyone they could. Eliminate Kobayashi, eliminate Cook, and Cook's men, his fellow officers from South America. Find Madigan. Put a bullet in his head. Oh, Jack wanted to do it. He wanted to be the one to do it, pull the trigger while looking Madigan right in the eyes. Part of him recognized that wasn't the healthiest thought, but after everything, who could blame him? Madigan had been at the center of each of the worst days of his life. Losing Leslie, almost losing the White House, and losing Ethan. Vengeance tasted sweet to his soul, so delicious he could practically taste it. He hungered for it. Ethan was right, though. He'd fired in self-defense so far on the mission. He'd killed one fighter, the man trying to take out Ethan. That he hadn't processed yet. He'd hit pause on his emotions, and the moment he'd been focused on saving Ethan, protecting him in every way. If that meant another man died, so be it. He could do the same for Ethan within Vidushi. Ethan? No, Jack. Ethan didn't ever use that tone with Jack, that final, definitive, commanding tone. But Jack knew that when Ethan did, his words were law. Jack felt his soul draw up short. I can't do what I need to do in there if you're with me. I'll be too focused on you, always keeping one eye on you. It could kill me, Jack. I need you to stay here. Guard our escape with Scott. He tried to smile. Do this for me. Jack closed his eyes and exhaled. Don't think I don't see how you're putting me and Scott out here. I know what you're doing. Guilty as charged. Ethan kissed his forehead, letting his lips linger on Jack's skin. I'm holding you to our honeymoon. Panic lapped at his spine, a frantic need to hold on to Ethan, to not let him go. An empty beach. You and me. You and me. Ethan breathed the words against Jack's skin, kissing him again. He stepped back. Behind Ethan, Jack spotted Sergey and Sasha standing close, heads together. Sergey kissed the back of Sasha's hand over and over, gazing into Sasha's eyes. Sasha cupped his neck, fingers sliding through Sergey's thin hair. We'll check out that shantytown. Try and get more weapons. Stay out of sight. Scott gnawed on his lip, watching them ready for the breach. Ethan nodded. Stay safe, both of you. Watch for our signal. Adam carried the backpack that Ethan had smuggled under his stolen parka. He'd dumped everything except ammo and the explosives. All they'd need. Russian destroyers had a cargo ramp on their stern. It was down and had scraped and gouged the ice cap as the Vidushi bobbed on the sea. Now the ramp was practically a part of the ice itself, a permanent fixture joining the ship to the bleak landscape. Adam nodded, and then Sergey and Sasha grunted their response. Something heavy hung over the group, something that felt like goodbye. Jack couldn't breathe, couldn't let go of Ethan. Ethan stepped back. He turned away and motioned to the others. Let's go. Chapter 50. Washington, D.C. I demand to see the president, and I am not moving 1 inch until I do. Welby and General Bell, back at work again at the crack of dawn in the Roosevelt room, shared a confused stare over the table. The voice rose in the hallway again. As the majority leader of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, I demand to speak with the President."
Fuck, Welby breathed. It was too early for this.
He waited, listening to the sounds in the hallway. Any moment, Levi would give Senator Stephen Allen a piece of his mind. Senator Allen might find himself banned from the White House if he wasn't careful. Instead of Levi's firm voice, Agent Walsh's stammer filtered through the door. Walsh was a junior agent, a young guy fresh from the academy. He joined the White House when Scott had staffed up the force after Ethan moved into the residence. "Sir, I don't know what to tell you, Senator. Sir, you're not on the President's schedule. I don't need to be on the President's schedule." As he strode to the door, Welby heard Senator Allen sigh. "Son, do you know who I am?" Welby burst into the hall. Walsh whirled, his wide eyes pleading with Welby to take over. "Senator Allen, we do know who you are." He spread his legs and squared his shoulders, making himself a physical barrier to the West Wing. It was hard not to know who Senator Allen was. The main Republican leading the charge against President Spiers, Senator Allen's remarks after the attack on Langley had been somewhat less than respectful. Not a man in the Secret Service hadn't bristled at his words. Gossip from the agents at the Capitol was that they had stripped him of all his usual Secret Service perks. No heated SUV, warm coffee, morning paper, or even a hello for him from his detail. "And you are—" Senator Allen's eyebrows arched high. "Special Agent Welby, second in command of the White House Secret Service." "Finally, someone useful. Could you radio someone in charge, please?" Senator Allen sighed again, shaking his head. "Unbelievable," he hissed. Welby ran his tongue over his teeth as he drew himself to his full height. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. "Senator, there are procedures for visiting the White House and the President. You will need to go back to the Capitol." "There are procedures for running this country, too," Senator Allen snapped. "Procedures that this president has refused to follow. We are on the brink of war with both Russia and China, and President Wall is stonewalling Congress and our committee. She has completely abrogated her responsibilities, and I'm here to find out what is going on. Get to the bottom of this insane administration. Senator, son, you do not understand." Senator Allen stepped forward, crowding Welby. His voice dropped, and he spoke to Welby like he was sharing state secrets. "I have to see the president. If I do not, then we're going to remove her from office." He pulled a folded sheet from his jacket pocket. "I have the signatures of a majority of the House of Representatives here, ready to invoke the 25th Amendment." Welby's jaw clenched. "You don't have the authority." "We have every authority. It's sponsored by the Speaker of the House." He arched his eyebrows again. "Do you really want to fight me on this? Explain to former President Wall why she is being escorted from the West Wing. Tell her that you refused her the opportunity to save her job." Behind Welby, the door to the Roosevelt room slowly creaked open. General Bell stood there, staring at Senator Allen, his chin raised. He said nothing. Welby fumed, quietly steaming on the inside. He couldn't show it, though. He'd never give the senator the satisfaction. He spoke into the microphone clipped to his sleeve. "Watchman requests 1020 on Intrepid." They'd kept Wall's code name from when she was Secretary of State. The comms officer in horsepower came over the line. Watchman, horsepower, we don't have a 1020 on Intrepid." He turned away before Senator Allen saw the naked shock that he couldn't hide. "Say again." "We don't have a 1020 on Intrepid." Intrepid was in Crown last night. Crown, the residence. This morning, there's no location data. We thought it was a bad receptor, and we were going to check on it after Intrepid came down to the West Wing, but—" His stomach plummeted as if he'd leaped from the top of the Washington Monument. "But—" "Sir, she hasn't come down. She's late." "Excuse me," he said, shoving past Senator Allen. "Hey!" Senator Allen bellowed. "Hey! I am talking to you!" General Bell's voice rose behind him as he ran. "Senator, General Bell, commander of SOCOM. Would you like to join me for a cup of coffee?" He couldn't think about that right now, about General Bell and Senator Allen together. Welby kept going, walking at a steady pace until he turned the corner out of Senator Allen's sight. Then he took off, sprinting for the residence, shouting into his wrist mic, "QRT to Crown! QRT to Crown, now!" Heart hammering, he drew his handgun, shoved through the double doors of the West Colonnade, and sprinted across the cross hall. He took the red-carpeted grand staircase steps 2 at a time, flinging himself around the U-bend. "What's Agent Daniels' 1020? We don't have a 1020 on Agent Daniels, sir." Behind him, feet pounded on the marble, agents in body armor wielding assault rifles following him up the stairs. He ran down the residence central hallway, banging doors open and clearing rooms one by one. His chest grew tight, his breath rapid, as each one came up empty. His palms slicked with cold sweat, and he almost lost his grip on his weapon. No, God, not again. We can't have failed again. By the time the quick reaction team thundered up the stairs, he'd cleared the floor, and the truth was sinking in. The president was missing. He slammed his fist against the wall outside Ethan and the president's bedroom. Brass candle holders along the wall clattered, and an ivory candlestick toppled to the carpet. It rolled toward Welby's feet and brushed his shoe. Dread pulled inside him, a waterfall of sickening terror. Had he trusted the wrong man? Had he placed his faith in the wrong person? He leaned against the wall, pressing his forehead to the cream and buttercup-striped wallpaper as the QRT agents spread throughout the empty, silent residence. Their commander hovered behind Welby, waiting for orders. His eyes slipped closed, and he let out a soft sigh as he slumped forward. Where are I? Chapter 51. Kara C. Madigan's base camp. Ethan and Adam led the breach. Sergey followed, and Sasha brought up the rear. They moved fast, winding through the groaning ship silently, rifles up and ready to fire. Deep in the bows, they heard the creak of the ice scraping over the hull, crunching and sliding as the ship bobbed in the swells. Water lapped, a rhythmic slap and clap. The air was frigid, biting. The metal hull acted almost like a refrigerator. Their breath fogged in front of their faces. Only a few lights were flickering red bulbs in steel cages set every 10 yards. Dark shadows clung to the bulkheads, the hatches. Inside, the Vedushi was almost decrepit. Water dripped from leaky pipes, rancid puddles covered in frost, and a thin layer of ice pulled beneath joints and junctures. Mold raced up the rivets. Rust and rot chewed through bulkheads and hatches. Broken machinery lay abandoned in dark, dank hallways. Like everything from the Soviet period, the ship was a study in contrasts, a statement of power, a promise of violence and viciousness, but hobbled by crippling ineptitude. And yet, the Soviet Union had still been a devastating superpower, responsible for bringing the world to the brink of destruction more than once. Underestimation was a dangerous game, as they'd learned the hard way. Adam froze and spun to the right, peering through an open hatch that led to a ladder rising within the ship. "Contact," Ethan breathed behind Adam, keeping his voice as low as possible. Even whispers carried too much of a risk. The radios were useless now, after Kobayashi's betrayal. Sasha and Sergey waited a few feet behind them. They moved as one, Sergey's FSB expertise dovetailing into Sasha's military training. Back to back, covering each other's blind spots, working as a team. In this, at least, they were united. Action. Purpose. They still had other areas they needed to work on. Adam squinted into the darkness. "I thought I saw—" He shook his head. "It's nothing. Ethan nodded.
Move out.
Down they went, to the center of the ship, to the engine room. He memorized each turn and how many steps they'd taken. When they blew the engine room, they'd have to book it, fast. At the engine room, they stacked against the hatch, Ethan in the breech position, followed by Adam, Sergey, and Sasha. The hatch was open, and they hung in the shadows beyond the entrance, peering within. Low red lights mixed with the old green glow of 80s technical screens gave the room an eerie glow. Dials flickered, the bulbs within on their last legs. Ethan's belly button clenched. The ship, everything about it, was creepy. Apprehension made his blood pump, made his ears ring. He exhaled slowly.
0 contacts,
he breathed over his shoulder. He didn't see or hear anyone inside.
Breach on my count.
He held up 3 fingers against the glow of a red-caged bulb. Then 2. Then 1. Ethan stormed into the engine room and turned left. Adam followed on his heels and turned right. They snaked around the bulkheads, rifles up and sweeping in arcs before them. Sasha and Sergey followed, hot on their heels, sweeping and trailing their movements. The engine room was massive, cavernous. The hollow space swallowed them up. Their footfalls echoed, clanging on the grated metal deck. They'd entered on the upper level, onto a catwalk, ringing the engine room. Beneath them, in the center on the lower level, 16 overpowered diesel engines stretched in rows, massive cylinders bigger than Ethan on each engine. The Soviets had loved to build large. Anything worth building was worth overbuilding. Most of the engines were cold and offline, save for 2 that rumbled away, keeping the ship at minimum operations. The stench of diesel and stale salt water almost gagged him. He blinked fast, his eyes stinging. Clearly, spilled fuel wasn't a concern of the Soviets. The ship's steel was marinated in it. A rickety metal ladder stretched from the catwalk to the lower level. Ethan motioned to Adam and then to the ladder. He and Adam headed down. Sasha and Sergey stayed above, circling slowly on the catwalk, keeping watch. They moved fast, ducking beside a row of engines and pulling out a block of C4. Adam peeled off the sticky back and stuck several to the incoming fuel lines, hoses as thick as Ethan's chest. They scrambled to the hull, ducking behind broken machinery burned black in a fire decades before, it seemed. The sounds of the waves were stronger down there, a heavy beat against the metal hull. The frigid ocean kept the engine room almost frosty, and no doubt bled heat away when the ship was fully operational. Adam slapped more C4 on rusted joints, shorn rivets, and rotten rusted sections of the hull. Last, he flipped the arming switch on the remote detonators, a simple radio receiver that waited for the right signal. Ethan had the transmitter in his jacket pocket. Adam signaled he was good to go, all C4 placed. Ethan nodded and started back toward the ladder, picking his way through the dark engine room. Above, on the catwalk, metal creaked long and loud. He froze. He heard Sasha and Sergey freeze as well, their soft footfalls go still. A rubber band snap whipped through the darkness. Ethan's blood turned to ice.
That was a gunshot.
Sasha groaned. A body slumped to the catwalk above, rattling the grates.
Sasha!
Sergey ran to the catwalk, not at all stealthy. Ethan shrank into the shadows, ducking behind an engine, and watched Sergey's shadowy body kneel by Sasha's prone form. He reached for his front pocket, for the transmitter. All at once, the overhead lights flicked on, blinding him. He dropped low, squeezing his eyes shut as the bright light stabbed his eyeballs. Bullets slammed against the engine casing he hid behind, impact sparks raining down on him. Adam cursed, and Ethan spun away, searching for a way out. Adam tried to follow, but bullets sparked the deck between them, and he dove back. He was pinned. Overhead, lining the catwalk on 3 sides, a dozen of Madigan's men stood, their rifles pointed down at Ethan and Adam. Another group had their rifles trained on Sasha and Sergey. Sergey tried to fight back. He got a kick in the face for his efforts. He landed face down beside Sasha, blood pouring from his split lip. More men stormed in through the hatch they had used, blocking any hope of escape. Ethan ducked as a bullet whizzed by his ear. He slid behind one of the massive engines, tucked between 2 giant cylinders, and reached for the transmitter again. A block of C4 stuck to the engine just feet from him. He could see another 6 blocks within 10 feet. He palmed the transmitter, flicked the switch cover, and then a press of the button was all he needed. This Jack can get away. He swallowed and closed his eyes.
Why, Jack?
Drop it! The barrel of a rifle pressed against his temple, digging into his skull. Drop it now! His eyes flew open. One of Madigan's men snarled at him, hatred burning from his gaze as he held Ethan's stare. This was one of Madigan's hand-picked officers, one of his South American men. He wouldn't hesitate to shoot Ethan, drop him at the slightest twitch. Already his finger was half squeezed on the trigger. Ethan was millimeters away from death. He hadn't flipped the switch cover yet. If he tried, he'd be dead before he even got it open. Slowly, he lifted his thumb off the switch. In one move, Madigan's officer slapped the transmitter from his hand and slammed the butt of his rifle against Ethan's skull. He slumped to the deck as darkness swallowed the world. Chapter 52. Russian-held Canada.
What the hell is going on, Levi?
Elizabeth's strained voice leaked from behind her hands. She'd buried her face in her palms and leaned forward, balancing her elbows on her knees as the private charter jet started its descent.
What are we doing?
Levi sat across from her. He chewed on his lip, watching the lines on her forehead furrow and the crinkles around her eyes deepen as she screwed her eyes shut. He reached out, resting his fingertips on the edge of her knee.
What we have to do,
he said softly.
but this...
Her hands slid down her face until they cupped her mouth, as if keeping in words she wanted to say.
I can't shake the feeling that we're making the wrong choice.
You didn't have a choice. Levi looked away, staring at the clouds passing by as they descended. It had been nothing but clouds, an endless void of leaden gloom all the way from Maryland to Canada. They'd slipped out of the White House in the middle of the night, dodging the monitors and the security checkpoints like Ethan used to do. Elizabeth had lain in the back of his SUV as they drove together up to Maryland. Colonel Song and Yu Ying picked them up in a sleek private jet. One fabricated flight plan later, and they headed first for Niagara, and then turned north, sprinting across the border into Canada, just barely skimming over the treetops and below the radar ceiling. Hours later, they finally came in for their landing. Colonel Song and Yu Ying stayed up front in the cockpit. Elizabeth stared silently out the window for the whole flight. She looked at nothing, but her gaze was heavy. Levi watched her weigh her choices deep within her soul. Colonel Song came out of the cockpit and sat across the aisle from Elizabeth on the long cream couch that stretched the length of the jet. He crossed one leg primly and stared at her. "What happens now?" she finally asked, frowning. Outside the window, the bleak Nunavut landscape appeared, drab, frost-covered scrub and barren rock. In the distance, dark Arctic waters lapped at a fog-shrouded shoreline. Beneath them, 2 concrete runways lay at acute angles. A single hangar squatted at the juncture of the runways. A few forgotten bush planes sat parked beside the hangar, their propellers spinning slowly in the breeze. Jeeps bearing a Russian flag painted on their doors waited in a line at the end of one of the runways.
When we land, we will meet with General Moroshkin.
Colonel Song spoke carefully, deliberately.
We will meet in the hangar.
And then? Colonel Song stared at her.
That will depend on you.
He stood, smoothed his suit jacket, and headed back for the cockpit.
We'll land in 5 minutes.
The cockpit door clicked shut. Elizabeth buried her face in her palms again. Dark, wavy locks shook free from the clip holding her hair back. Levi pushed one curly strand back, tucking it behind her ear.
If this doesn't work, I'll be the biggest failure of a president the United States has ever seen,
she breathed.
Or the world. I'll be a traitor. Benedict Arnold and Elizabeth Wall.
And if it succeeds, he said softly, you'll be the president who saved the entire world. Chapter 53. Kara Sea. Madigan Space Camp. Ethan's world went from pitch black to screaming pain, a whirlwind of blows and kicks as he came to. Arctic air bit into his skin, his chest, arms, and face. He'd been stripped of his stolen jacket, and his dry suit had been cut away, his exposed skin puckered, slapped with the sub-freezing temperatures. Another kick to his stomach. Groaning, Ethan tried to curl into a ball. A chain wrapped around his neck bit into his skin and hauled him back. He went flying, dragged across the Vidushi's deck. He tried to get to his knees, but kicks and punches rained down on him, and the chain kept dragging him left and right, knocking him off balance. He saw the world in snatches. The deck of the Vidushi, and Madigan's men circling him, criminals with rotten teeth and tattoos swirling over their necks and fists, grinning wickedly as they punched him over and over again, men with jaundiced, bloodshot eyes, almost feral as they kicked and beat him, rejoicing in their bloodlust. He smelled blood and tasted copper in his mouth, on his tongue, spat, and saw red stain the deck. The chain strangling him looped over a long launch tube, the gun barrel for the Vidushi's massive 5-inch caliber guns. A Sudanese man with rotten teeth held the end, and he grinned every time he hauled on the chain. Ethan collapsed to his side, coughing, and tried to roll to his stomach. He spotted Sergey and Sasha kneeling on the deck, side by side, weapons pressed to the backs of their skulls. Both stared at him, their expressions grim, even by Russian standards. Blood soaked the right sleeve of Sasha's jacket.
"Sir?"
The voice came from off to the right. He turned and got a fist to the face for it, but he spotted Adam, kneeling with his hands locked behind him. 2 guards stood over Adam, weapons trained on his head. Ethan met Adam's gaze for a split second. Desperate fear hung in Adam's eyes. Footsteps rang over the deck, and the wild, endless beating slowed, and then tapered off. One last criminal remained, holding him by the slack in his chain and punching him in his stomach, his ribs, over and over. "That's enough." Ethan collapsed, falling in a heap to the deck. He tried to breathe, tried to drag in freezing air, but his lungs were seizing. He only managed quick, wet gasps. A part of his brain went wild, primal panic trying to take over. He lay on his belly, his temple pressed to the cold steel. A pair of boots stopped in front of him, with another man standing behind the first. "Ethan Reichenbach." The voice spoke again, deep and rumbling. The man almost sounded amused. "You never fail to be predictable." He knew that voice. He'd know it anywhere. He'd committed it to memory, sworn an oath to his soul that he'd wiped the man off the planet. Slowly, Ethan pushed himself to his knees. Shuddering, he glared up at the speaker.
"Madigan, you're fucking insane."
Behind Madigan, Cook winked at Ethan. Madigan laughed. "No, I'm just ahead of my time. The world is headed for a collapse all on its own. I'm simply speeding up the process, taking control of what's to follow." He grinned down at Ethan. "You should remember, from your time in the army, destabilize, destroy, seize the initiative, and take control." Madigan spread his hands. "This is nothing different. Only the target has changed." He swayed on his knees.
"You're targeting